ILTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
0-2 the count. And he tries to hold up. Goes too far. Ball game over. Swing is called by Rob Drake, the first base umpire. That'll be a strikeout for Duvall to end the game and end this series with a Giants 5-3 victory. Giants take 2 out of 3 here in this 3-game set. The Astros end the road trip 3-3 on their West Coast swing to Anaheim and San Francisco.
Yeah, that ain't getting it done. 3-3 ain't getting it done, man. Not at this stage. 8.5 back. Astros lose 5-3. And we welcome you in on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast reunited.
It feels so much like Monday. I keep reading all these articles, and I'm like, why are they not recapping this weekend's action? This is my Monday, damn it. I've got a 2-day work week. I'm not like these lazy Zoomers who only work 1 day a week. I'm working 2 days this week.
You got a short week, buddy. Yeah, we've gone through 3 days this week. Welcome back, by the way.
Yeah, whatever. Let's go.
Let's go. Big thanks to Brandon Scott, who was great for 3 days. Seth, as you know, you've done shows with Brandon. He's awesome.
Yeah. No, I think the listeners really like him, which is always a good thing.
Yeah.
It's always good. That's what I'm told. Yes, that's my A number one guide to doing radio goodly is you want to be sure the listeners actually want to listen to you, and it seems like people really want to listen to Brandon.
They do. They like him. Hey, it's good to have you back, man. Not much change with the Astros while you were gone. They are
humming along at a 500 clip. Even Steven, baby, steady Eddie.
Still the same number of games below 500 that they were.
Right on time, Rhonda.
Yeah. Why'd you marry her? She's very punctual.
She shows up and puts in a mediocre performance like clockwork.
I know what I'm getting. That's why, yeah.
That's what the Astros are right now. Except with Framber. Framber, you don't quite know what you're getting.
Yeah.
And this is I think it was in the Chronicle or Chandler Rome had pointed out that basically the vast majority of his runs this season in 3 games.
Yeah.
And like for the rest of the time, he's been fine. 18, okay, he's allowed 30 runs, so it's not the vast majority. 18 came in 3 starts, and yesterday being one of them. But this is where I find encouragement in it. Like yesterday, it was mechanical issues, you said. I haven't gotten the sense that he's an emotional basket case. He came back after his last disastrous start and had 2 really solid starts.
Yes.
So that is encouraging to me. I don't know if it encourages me like, oh, hey, yeah, he'll play like a Cy Young winner the rest of the season. But I'm not panicking about Framber's erratic behavior.
I saw that number when you put it in the rundown. I saw that, and I started thinking to myself, like, okay, this starting rotation, we know who it is right now. It's these 5 guys, man. It's Framber, it's Verlander, and then it's, Ronel Blanco, and then the 2 young guys, Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti. I don't know if this is going to be a relevant take when October rolls around, or September. Like, if they need a game, they got to win a game. Like, Framber is still the guy on this staff. Like, if I have a bullpen that's totally taxed and I have to win a game and I need a starter to go deep into it, like, Framber's still, like, almost by far the guy which is scary. He's the guy I trust the most because the way that's laid out, that he's given up 30 runs this year, but 18 of them have come in 3 of his starts.
Yeah,
means that the rest of the starts have been really good. Like
right.
he's if you look at his game log, it's just like it's like a minefield or like grenades getting dropped into it like every 4 games. Like every gets a grenade dropped into his game log. Like what? How did this 7-run outing happen? He looks so good in these other 4.
In this season, it's one of those things. It's like somebody that has a little quirk of personality in real life. Somebody has a little quirk of personality. It's no big deal until all of a sudden it is.
Yeah.
This guy, I don't know. He stammers a little bit at times, and then all of a sudden you get into a situation where The guy's got 1 second to explain to you how to defuse a bomb. We're getting into bomb diffusing mode right here. All right,
Yeah.
Framber, you can't be stammering.
Yep.
You can't be stammering when you're telling me which wire do I cut?
Yeah.
Just you can't do it, okay? My God. This is the Astros. I know Sammy enjoys my stories about the British Empire, and
My son, yes, he does.
Your son Sammy enjoys I told the story about General Braddock underestimating the Native Americans in the French and Indian Wars, and I swear the Astros right now, they feel like the British Empire. There's a comedian, Eddie Izzardson, there was a British guy who talked about the British losing their empire, and he said it was a long succession of people going of the British saying, "Oh, really? Oh, is that so? Oh, okay." Just like, all right. Oh, well, as long as I don't get beheaded, as long as you don't cut off my head, we'll just relinquish all these, okay? Yeah. That's what the Astros feel like right now. They're like, oh, well, we're the Astros. Like, everything's always going to be fine.
Yeah.
What could possibly be wrong? We'll mediocre our way to the playoffs, and then we'll get, just like they did last year, and maybe it'll be better this time.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. It's starting not to feel that way. This is starting to feel like this might be the end of the empire, man. Like this.
Yeah, I think so.
This may be it. They've got to figure out who they are in the next probably 3 or 4 weeks, right? Like before the All-Star break. Like they've got to figure out, do we do something drastic here? You know, one way or the other. You know?
Yeah, like a Zach Greinke type move.
Yeah.
Is this one, or a Justin Verlander type of move, something big and bold, and like, hey, we're going to go for it. I do think that the team needs to prove it to Crane that they're worth doing that for. Right now, the Astros are $4 million below the next step in the luxury tax.
Oh, yeah, there's multiple aprons with the multiple thresholds with the luxury tax. Yeah.
They're like, right now they're into the luxury tax, but if they spend $4 million more, like right now they're paying 20% already.
Yeah.
They would pay 12% on top of that. So it's a big leap.
Yeah.
So it becomes not just aggressively acquiring people. It could also be, all right, is this when you deal off Bregman? Is clean-shaven Presley a thing? I don't know. Maybe if Presley comes in as a closer a few appearances between, I would say this: you can dupe some team into saying, hey, look, you know what? We realize our mistakes. On Abreu? No. He's good. That's not a mistake. We're going to keep playing him. On Presley, he needs to be a closer. He's clean-shaven, and that seems to be a difference for him. So now that he's clean-shaven, we can add an addendum to the contract that he will remain clean-shaven, and he'll be a closer for you because that's where he's best.
You bring up Abreu, 0 for 3 yesterday. I haven't done the since he came back stats for Jose Abreu. Maybe I'll do that during the break if I really want to depress myself. When they dropped the lineup yesterday. And we should point out, Kyle Tucker's been gone for like a week now. Like that is a thing. I mean, he was an MVP candidate before he went down, so he should be back pretty soon. I hope.
I don't know, man. Did you see him hobbling out to the high five line?
Yeah, and the stuff you read, like he just got off crutches like 2 days ago.
He hobbled out to the high five line 2 days ago, and man, just for somebody, it looked like he needed to take a dump. It was really, maybe that's what it was. Hopefully that's what it was.
Yeah.
Hopefully it was like, no, I just really had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I had some bad fish tacos or something.
Yikes. But when they drop a lineup before the game and John Singleton is the cleanup hitter, like, it's depressing, man.
It's depressing, and Jose Abreu is it feels like an insult every single time. He goes, it's a slap in the face to the fans, I feel. It's just the steady insistence and reliance on somebody who's going to ground into a double play for you when the game is tight. It's Sean, look, the fan base isn't going to be happy, when you're not playing playoff baseball.
Yeah.
That's what they should be. They should be unhappy, but it feels like an extra slap in the face when we're the idiots. The fans, you guys are the idiots. You guys don't know baseball. You guys don't know good baseball the way I know good baseball when I see Jose Abreu up there doing good things.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he re-engineered. You guys are brilliant. You re-engineered Jose Abreu. Good for you.
Yeah. I tweeted the other night, when Singleton got on base 3 times. And maybe that's why he's batting cleanup. He had a good game the last time he played. Who the hell knows? John Singleton has been on base 3 times tonight. Jose Abreu has been on base 3 times since June 4th. Factual stat right there. It's
3 times since June 4th?
3 times since June 4th. And because Singleton got on base 3 times. I think it was Monday. It was the game they won against the Giants. And yeah. And 3 times since June 4th. Jose Abreu. And he plays a lot, man.
It's just such a
plays a
mess.
lot.
Let's see, May 27th. We'll see how quickly okay. He is batting 167 since he came back.
Okay.
In his second stint, since he got called up, since he got his big shot in the show.
Kid, you're getting the call. Yeah.
He's hitting 167.
Yeah.
His OPS is 519. That's better than where he was, Sean. They did re-engineer him. They did re-engineer him.
That's what's
He's
sad.
into the triple digits in his batting average. Are you kidding me?
I know.
What could you ask? You know who else is in the triple digits in batting average?
Who, Seth?
Like whoever is in the lead for the batting title right now.
Triple digits.
He's in the triple digits. So Abreu has ascended into that rarefied air that is the triple digit batting average.
That exclusive club.
Yeah.
Guys with, there we go.
Better than you or I could do, I'll tell you that.
It's true.
Mr. Radio Guy.
It's true. Did you hear Micah Parsons say that he could bat 200 in Major League Baseball recently?
He's such a... I don't know if he's lovable or not. I don't know if they love him in Dallas. Remember one of our sister station up there, one of the guys up there had said that when there were potential trade rumors about Micah Parsons that he said that a lot of people in the Dallas front office wouldn't be upset to see him go.
Yeah.
He can be a lot, man. I think that his goofiness there, I don't think he knows when to turn it off. He makes casual comments about, maybe like in the middle of last season, he was making casual comments about perhaps leaving the team in free agency.
Dude, he was doing that draft show with CJ and was criticizing the Cowboys pick in the first round. What the hell is going on? Yeah. You missed some good audio while you were gone. I reset some of it for 7 o'clock today. There were some people that we're very familiar with that said some very silly things. So I wanted to make sure that you got your swings at the piñata on some of these a little later on in the show.
Yes, I'm excited about this.
Yeah, that'll be at 7 o'clock. We'll do that. But up next, Randall Cobb was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. Man, we're starting to hear from guys that were part of the really dark times for the Houston Texans. David Johnson did a podcast last week. Bill O'Brien himself did a podcast this past week. That'll be heard at 7 o'clock. Randall Cobb was on Bussin' with the Boys. What was the big red fob as he was negotiating with Bill O'Brien and the Houston Texans? We will let you hear it straight from Randall Cobb coming up next. West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the
Restrictions apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Payne and Pendergast. Seth is back. It is a Thursday, and we have another former Texans employee from what I like to refer to as the dark times, 2020.
Yeah, it feels like everybody, like these guys almost have signed 2-year non-disclosures or something. Whenever they left the organization, and now all the non-disclosures have expired, and they feel free to dish, but not completely. I don't think has anybody said the name that shall not be named yet?
No,
in these comments?
no.
Bill O'Brien said that other guy when talking about Jack Easterby,
did.
but he wouldn't name him by. He's like Beetlejuice, man.
Yeah.
He just said, "Don't say his name. He'll appear."
O'Brien probably does it out of anger. is my guess.
It's one of his anger management
fear.
things he's learned. Okay, I've talked to the therapist about this, and even until I get to the point where I can say his name without my heart rate rising and my blood pressure skyrocketing, I gotta just not even say his name.
He's TOG, the other guy, that other guy. Yeah. The latest is Randall Cobb, who we all recall in that strange sequence of events when DeAndre Hopkins was traded and contracts started getting dished out to various free agents. He was one of those various free agents. Randall Cobb got a 3-year, $27 million deal.
With a lot of guaranteed money.
Yeah. A few years removed from being the Randall Cobb that I think Bill O'Brien was thinking he was getting at that point.
Remember when he left went back to Green Bay, remember he had said that it felt like he had gotten out of prison?
Yeah.
It was, so he's dished a little bit, previously, but he's not, frankly, he's not in the news a lot anymore.
No.
Other than when he played the Texans last year, had a brilliant touchdown versus the Texans defense.
I hated that. That might have been my most frustrating play of the year. Randall G.D. Cobb scoring a touchdown against the Texans. Randall Cobb talking on this is the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. This is Taylor Lewan and Will Compton's podcast, two former Tennessee Titans. How awesome was it when you got traded back to Green Bay from Houston, Randall Cobb?
Let me tell you, it wasn't the Houston Texans of right now.
No, it was not. And going back, the one thing I would never say that I made regrets in my career, but I will say that I wish that I would have thought a little bit more into it before I signed there with Houston. I went to Houston and it was a great situation. Like, they had been to the playoffs for the past 5 years. They had a stable, what I thought was a stable team, right? Like Deshaun Watson, the quarterback, coming off a great year. And people don't realize or remember, they were up 24-0 against Kansas City in that playoffs, and they just blew the lead, ended up losing that game. So in my mind, I'm like, this is a great situation. They got D-Hop. I can go and, work the slot beside him. And then, my first red flag should have been when they traded D-Hop.
Okay, so and we're going to hear more on that in a second. That is something that is revealing right there, the sequence of events that Randall Cobb, because we found out about them in a different order. They were the Hopkins trade was reported, and then the Randall Cobb signing came maybe later that day or the next day. Randall Cobb was in negotiations, deep in negotiations, and he sees DeAndre Hopkins get traded.
He started in on thinking about going to the Texans. He's thinking, I'll be a complimentary piece to DeAndre Hopkins. Hopkins is the straw that stirs the drink. And just like it was in Dallas the year before, Randall Cobb, not the same guy that he used to be, but then he can eat off of that a little bit. So it's but by the time that Randall Cobb would have learned of the DeAndre Hopkins trade, he probably already had just been flashed more money by the Texans than anybody else was going to give him.
Yeah,
that's what the Texans did.
I remember the sequence. Now I'm looking up the dates. Okay, this is where let's play this one from Randall Cobb here on the DeAndre Hopkins being a red flag. And I've got a red flag. I've got an issue with Randall Cobb if these dates. Now, keep in mind, this is all happening during the beginning of COVID, too, so we should point that out.
There was a vacuum of information.
Yeah. Well, and probably things are harder to get done at that time and whatnot, so I'll point that out. But here is Randall Cobb on the Hopkins trade.
My first red flag should have been when they traded D-Hop, right? They traded D-Hop while we were finishing up our negotiations, and I'm like, wait a minute, that that doesn't, like, why would they do that? Like, it just didn't make sense at the time. But obviously,
crazy trade too.
Crazy
like a
trade.
4th round pick.
Yeah,
that was
fourth round
nuts.
pick and David Johnson coming back.
God.
But yeah, so that happens, and then I end up signing. But remember, that's the COVID year. There's no off season. Bill O'Brien's calling me like, "Hey man, I don't know if we're gonna have a season this year. Like, I don't know when to tell you to come down here." And then I remember he called me like a few days later, like, "Hey, I'm gonna need you down here like ASAP. Like this thing." We okay, like got everything loaded up, got to Houston, and we started the season 0-4.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Okay,
yeah.
Facts.
I remember that, yeah.
I do recall. Hey, Randall, just so you know, we all have regrets that you signed the deal as well, just so you're aware. So, a couple things here. One, they got to be fair to Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby, they did get a 2nd-round pick back for DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, the 4th-round pick was the one when the team gave that weird statement. They were like, everybody forgets about the 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Everybody forgets about David Johnson. He was good 5 years ago.
Right.
Duh.
Right.
Duh.
Right. So, here's the thing. The DeAndre Hopkins trade went down March 16th. So it was right at the beginning of the league year. It was literally like the Monday of the week that everything got shut down. And we were in studio when the rumors were popping up about a Hopkins trade. You and I are reading the Peter King column where he's alluding to the fact that this could happen.
Yeah.
And, of course, you and I are like, there's no way this happens. Come on.
This is silliness. I can't believe that Peter King at this stage of his career looking for clicks.
Yeah, muckraker. Yeah, exactly. So, and then by lunchtime, DeAndre Hopkins was gone. Randall Cobb signed his deal on April the 1st. 2.5 weeks later. Like you had plenty of time to think about it.
I wonder if maybe, though, well, like he said, it was in the midst of negotiations. So they may have already, whenever they agreed to it in theory or what have you, but they were waiting on Now, remember, because the Texans also, Brian and Nikki's, we were running the show, was it was told to me that it was just an absolute nightmare administratively. Like it was almost like when a guy shows up and his lifelong secretary quits and he realizes might be the CEO of the company, but he doesn't know how to do a damn thing. That's what the Texans were in that moment. Yeah. So administratively, they were a nightmare.
They were. So
I think they could have had the conversations and agreements and what have you, but things didn't get executed until much later.
That could very well be. I choose to believe this is a possibility as well, and this magnifies just how stupid the contracts were that Bill O'Brien gave out. Bill O'Brien, who said in a podcast last week that we'll play audio from in a little bit, that he didn't like negotiating contracts. Like, yeah, that's quite evident because the contracts were those are contracts of somebody who just doesn't feel like negotiating. Like, fine, here you go. Here's $27 million.
I'm going to hand him off to a guy who's never negotiated a contract in his life other than his own, Jack Easterby.
Yeah, and he did a good job on his own.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
But here's how I choose to believe it went down, is that, as Randall Cobb himself just said, we're getting deep into the negotiations, and then the D-Hop trade happens.
Yeah.
I choose to believe Randall Cobb and that the Texans made their best and final offer to Randall Cobb, 3 years, $27 million, and then Randall Cobb spent the next 2 weeks trying to find a team to even get remotely close to that wasn't doing things like trading DeAndre Hopkins for a 2nd-round pick.
That's what he's not going to say in a podcast. No, look, they gave me a boatload more money than anybody else was going to.
But for the benefit of the audience, I want them to know, I think this is what this really happened. It's all right. He just looked, 2 weeks went by, and the phone ain't ringing with anybody with $27 million on the other end. And he's like, all right, they do have Deshaun Watson. Okay, let's give this a go. And that's how that went down. But as Randall Cobb points out, man, it did not go well in Houston. They fired O'Brien after an 0-4 start.
We started the season 0-4, and they fire O'Brien. And in my mind, I'm like, what did I just saw this entire place blow up. I saw the making of it. I saw it happen, and I saw the dust settle. Through that season, after that season, that's when they brought in, they hired Coley as the head coach.
Yeah. That's when it got weird.
Everything got so weird.
Hey, we'll keep it moving with the next one, Ben, here, when they hired Coley, who'd never been a coordinator.
They hired Coley as the head coach. Who hadn't been a coordinator He coached 27 years in the league. Great guy. He's from the Nashville area too. Another Smyrna guy, Tennessee boy. So they hire him as the head coach. They bring in Caserio from the Patriots. And the first time I met Caserio, I knew he was like, he's the guy. Like he's gonna fix this place.
He's right about that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good job, Randall Cobb.
Yep.
Said nice Caserio, but Caserio got there and was presented with a shoebox full of problems that he didn't realize existed.
Dude.
It was from Caserio's perspective, and this is something I felt the whole way through. Here now you can see like it was a much bigger mess to clean up than Caserio would have realized. Just by like he knew that he had a salary cap mess on his hands, but I don't think he realized like how destructive a force all the stuff that had been, and that Jack Easterby was just a huge cause of all of it. And I say that without any animus towards Jack Easterby. I'm just describing it as a fact. It was Jack Easterby was not fit for that role that he was in.
Yeah.
He just wasn't. I'm not even saying he's any of the stuff about his personality or anything. He just was not suited to that role, and yet he had extreme influence within the organization.
Big time. All right, so here's another from Randall Cobb on Nick Caserio.
First time I met Caserio, his first day I remember of the offseason that year, he had 27 transactions on day one of free agency. I was like, oh, he's getting ready to flip the roster, completely flip it. And so I go through that offseason. Right before training camp, we are getting ready to go out for the conditioning test, and they come and grab me and bring me up to the office. Hey, you're getting traded back to Green Bay. And I just had the biggest smile on my face.
Yeah, see? He owes Nick Caserio. Remember that set? Remember when Nick did that contest the first offseason he was here? We had a contest where listeners got to pick how many transactions Nick was going to make that first. And that was cool. And Nick, he leaned into it and he gave. I think it was
Hippolito.
Hippolito won it, and he won $100.
Yeah, Nick gave him $100.
Gave him $100, a crisp hundy right out of his own pocket, man.
Hippolito was like, "What am I going to do with this? Cash? Can you Venmo me this? What the hell?" That's what he said.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying that Hippolito pointed out that I was nipping out in that picture that we took with Caserio the other day. So he's on my S list right now.
Oh,
you hear that, Hippolito? You hear it?
Yeah. You were excited to have Nick up in studio. What's the problem?
I was so excited.
Yeah.
I chose the wrong shirt that day. I didn't know there would be pictures.
Yeah.
A little too tight.
That'd be funny if Hippolito asked for it in crypto back in 2021. Can I get this in crypto, Nick? Dude, 27. He's not exaggerating. I think there were 27 transactions the first day.
One thing about Nick is it does stay interesting because he loves to make all these moves on the margin that move after move after move. That's how he's going to be no matter what. Whether you just won a Super Bowl or whether you're the worst team in the league, there's going to be transactions.
Yep, for sure. Got a text message from somebody saying, I can tell even in y'all's interviews, Nick Caserio seems like he has a big weight off his shoulders. Yeah, he should. I mean, they haven't accomplished the big things yet, but it's an organization that is night and day completely different than the one Randall Cobb is describing.
Well, and so much of that has to do with D'Amico too.
Yeah.
I think that there's an element to the way D'Amico operates that it's a more fun environment,
No doubt.
And that doesn't mean it's better or worse than obviously. This doesn't mean it's better than Bill Belichick but in terms of just operating and enjoying your job and everything, it's a lot more fun to work for somebody like D'Amico than it is with Belichick. Like Belichick is, because I played for Tom Coughlin, who was similar. They want to create stress. They want to create paranoia. They want you to be desperate every single day in fear of losing your job. That's just the way they operate, and it's very effective. But there's another way to do it, too. Other guys that have been very successful do it differently.
Yep, different guys like different management styles, for sure. All right, let's get to headlines. Astros lose yesterday. We'll get to that. We'll lay out what the Astros have in front of them this weekend. We've got NBA Finals, a legend passing away. Big news in the competitive eating world as well. World. Yeah. We've got that for you as well. Came down last night. That is coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers is celebrating Marry Me Month. It's Marry
fees apply.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
0-2 the count. And he tries to hold up. Goes too far. Ball game over. Swing is called by Rob Drake, the first base umpire. That'll be a strikeout for Duvall to end the game and end this series with a Giants 5-3 victory. Giants take 2 out of 3 here in this 3-game set. The Astros end the road trip 3-3 on their West Coast swing to Anaheim and San Francisco.
Yuck. Just treading water. This sucks. Astros lose yesterday 5-3.
500, as many different ways as they can be 500 and 500. About 500.
Yeah,
they were 500 on this road trip. They get the day off, Sean. So
yeah, well earned.
Well earned day off for our
Astros.
battling mediocrity mavens.
We got to hit. Chandler Rome had a good piece. I saw you put this in here about. I mean, the big questions coming up for the trade deadline for the Astros. Yeah. We got to go through this because they got to go through some serious self-evaluation here over the next few weeks as to what exactly they are. You know, is this just some bad luck? Are they a piece away? When do you pull the trigger on getting Jose Abreu the hell out of the lineup? That kind of stuff. Right.
Yeah, as much as it's awesome that since his return he's batting 167. All right, good. You're in the triple digits. It's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face to the other players on the roster as well.
Yes.
That's one of those things where, okay, you want to see what this team does and whether they show themselves to be worthy of making a big move at the trade deadline, and yet you're carrying this dead weight along the way.
Yes.
Okay, run as fast as you can, guys, but first, here's a weighted vest.
Yeah.
Well, but run really fast.
The last time I felt this way from that standpoint about a Houston team was another guy that his teammates all loved him, but you just couldn't trot him out there, and yet Gary Kubiak kept putting Matt Schaub out there.
Yeah.
Remember that in 2013? Like, he could not quit Matt Schaub, and he kept putting him out there, and ultimately that was Kubiak's undoing. I mean, that was one of the things Bob McNair said. Kubiak fired is Case Keenum is going to be our quarterback for the rest of this season, so they can see what they have in Keenum. That's the last time I felt this way. We're like, man, I would be angry if I were one of this guy's teammates right now.
Right, exactly. I mean, excuse me. The guy that's hanging out there that would kind of be a swap emotionally and in terms of actual play on the field would be Pete Alonso.
Yes.
If you could just all of a sudden insert a competent first baseman in there and also do away with this incredible monstrosity of a headache in Jose Abreu, then so be it.
Can Bagwell redeem himself by delivering Pete Alonso? Closing the deal. Dana Brown's the GM.
I feel like that's kind of like asking whether Abreu can redeem himself by being Abreu. Bagwell's.
Let the roster-building adults do the job.
This is the other, in that Chandler Rome article, he pointed out when Reggie Jackson was on that podcast.
Yeah.
And that he talked about how the decisions are made by a four-person committee, and he didn't name the GM by name.
Yeah.
He said himself, Craig Biggio, and Bagwell.
Dude.
And the GM as well.
Yeah. That's terrifying. I mean, that is, if you're an Astros fan, I say it's terrifying, but this is how it's been it's not like we're finding this out right now. It's just, it went from terrifying to now it just sucks. Now I just operate like a normal team.
It'd be like, honestly, this is like if your advice to young athletes was, you need the 3 best players on your team. Give it to them, and they'll be your financial planners.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, that sounds like it makes perfect sense.
Thanks.
Nothing like a bunch of ex-jocks.
Yeah, managing my money.
To manage your money and all your intricate finances.
Yep. Speaking of Biggio, Kevin Biggio traded to the Dodgers. So, how do we feel about this? Kevin Biggio played his high school ball here in Houston. His dad is an Astro legend.
Yeah. All Astros Hall of Famers are dead to me until this team turns it around.
Okay, fair enough. And their offspring.
Biggio had already played his hand by going in with those Canadian ne'er-do-wells already. He's just by supporting those wannabe British and Frenchmen people up north. Then until his son is out of the league, he's dead to me.
Okay, gotcha.
No, I can't drag Biggio into this. Biggio has wisely stayed out of sabotaging this team.
He has.
That's up to Bagwell to do.
Do you think he was mad when Reggie Jackson brought his name into it, Biggio? Like, yeah, it's me, it's Bagwell, it's Craig Biggio. Biggio's like, shh.
Probably, yeah. I don't think he wanted to be mentioned. Yeah, it is funny. I think he's wisely stayed out of the public eye for the compared to Bagwell. He's not there. He's not out there making statements on behalf of the team the way Bagwell is.
Right. Doesn't do commentary on the games. Also, that's something too.
Canada.
NBA
the minor league affiliates of Britain and France. That's what Canada is to me.
Feeder
Okay,
system.
You hear me?
Feeder system. NBA Finals Game 3. The Celtics are about to close this thing out. The Celtics, if they close, they're going to have been 16-2 in this postseason.
Wow.
And yet I don't watch the Celtics team and go, man, this is one of the all-time greatest teams. I mean, their best player has stunk in the finals so far.
The two things this postseason that I've enjoyed in terms of me just being a bad human being, I've enjoyed watching James Harden turn into playoff Harden. And then I've enjoyed watching Dončić turn into playoff James Harden. That's been fun. It's like, okay, you can make excuses for its defense to a certain point, but not when you're just completely and totally checked out mentally.
Yeah.
Just he looked lost the way James Harden looks lost at times on defense.
Big time.
Yeah, to watch Dončić shrink in the moment like this, it's been a lot of fun.
Yep. Jerry West passes away yesterday. That came down during the show at the age of 86. Reading some of the pieces on Jerry West, I mean, he's a great player, obviously. He was a great executive. He was named an all-star every season in the league. I mean, that's like LeBron-level stuff. 12-time all-star. One of 3 players joining Magic and Hakeem to win Finals MVP, NCAA Tournament Most Outstanding Player, and an Olympic gold medal. And, just for good measure, he built the Showtime Lakers and brought Shaq and Kobe together in LA.
And not to mention the Warriors as well. He was he was very integral in that, and he was a little bit more behind the scenes. But Windhorst was talking about how when they wanted to trade, what was the big trade? He nixed the big trade that was like really integral to the dynasty.
The Warriors, yeah.
Oh, it was Klay Thompson from Law.
Oh,
that was like they came close to doing that. Yeah, and he threatened to resign if they did it.
Good for him.
So he had a what the hell are you guys doing type of moment there.
Oh my God. Okay, good for Jerry West.
So as much as that was the bane of our existence, that Warriors dynasty, he was a big part of it.
Yeah, no, Jerry West. Big respect to Jerry West. R.I.P.
We were in when we were in West Virginia because he was from West Virginia. Him and D'Antoni, like two notable NBA figures to come out of the unlikely place of West Virginia.
Yeah.
When we were up at the Greenbrier one day, I believe it was, I want to say Jerry West came in on a helicopter with the governor of West Virginia.
Really?
At one point, yeah. It just it was kind of like seeing royalty, actual royalty, like people who had earned something in their life, not just been gifted it like the stupid dumbass royal family.
Like actual royalty.
Of England.
Yes,
yeah, actual royalty. Like, Jerry West could actually make decisions and do stuff, other than just be reality TV shows.
That's funny. Yeah, man, Jerry West, he's big time. So one of the big topics, Seth, over the last couple days was the Nathan's hot dog eating contest not allowing Joey Chestnut to participate this year because he is doing commercials, endorsements for vegan hot dogs. The Impossible brand hot dogs.
Yeah.
He has I believe, a 7-figure endorsement contract. That's a smart endorsement by that company. It's already gotten them a lot of attention. Joey Chestnut and Takiro Kobayashi, I would say probably the two most famous competitive eaters in the history of this great sport. This is the next great big thing on Netflix that's going to be happening. We know we've got Mike Tyson and Jake Paul that's been moved to November because Tyson's 57 and has ulcer issues. But Chestnut v. Kobayashi on Labor Day. Unfinished beef is what they're calling it.
Didn't Kobayashi just retire or something?
He did. He's coming out of retirement for this. I'm sure it's for the love of the game and not a paycheck. I'm sure.
So Nathan's disallowing him because he is sponsored by a competitor. I'd say it's a bad look for Nathan's. Just like this is, I don't know. Like I was at Oregon picking up my kid from school, and like Oregon track is basically sponsored by it's the University of Oregon is basically sponsored by Nike. I mean, it's crazy how nice their facilities are.
Dude.
But they were having They were having the track and field championships out there.
Yeah.
I feel like it'd be like somehow like the University of Oregon trying to disallow any team that had deals with anybody other than Nike. It just like, okay, that's part of the game. You're sponsoring the event.
Yeah.
But like people are going to have their various sponsorships when they come to compete. Come on, Nathans, you're better than this. You're an institution.
I still think there's a chance that Joey Chestnut competes on July 4th. I think if you know anything about Major League Eating and the folks behind it, they are big into the marketing and the pomp and circumstance. The George Shea, who's the guy who runs it, he comes from a marketing background.
So you think Nathans might be doing this a little bit? There's a little bit of gamesmanship or PR.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Nathans or if it's Major League Eating that OC or whatever. Yeah,
of course.
But I still think there's a chance that Joey Chestnut ends up eating on July 4th.
I will say I enjoyed both Nathan's hot dogs, and against all my expectations, I've actually enjoyed a few of the Impossible products.
They're not bad, man.
No, they really you can tell they're. I almost don't like the fact that you can tell how engineered it is. Like I had a burger and I'm like, oh, this is like the perfect succulence. Like it kind of like it's just the right amount of firmness and juiciness and everything. Like, okay, this was created in a lab.
Yes.
I don't know. Give me an old-fashioned bean burger, something that's going to make me fart forever.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. The dumbest audio from this week that Seth missed. I'm handing Seth his stick, and he's getting ready to take a swing at 4 pinatas of stupid audio that we've played this week. I want to get Seth's take on some of this stuff as well.
I'm going to surprise you on one of these things.
Are
You're
you?
going to be disappointed in me. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Be prepared for me to be disappointed in Seth. That's coming up next. That's coming up next. Hey, Crash Champions. If you've gotten into a fender bender recently, if your vehicle has suffered any damage from all these storms that we've had, you had a
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yes, I said sport. Competitive eating, Texter.
Yes.
Did you just say sport? Yeah.
It's a physical activity that requires skill.
Yes.
And that you actually, like, you can compete at it.
That's right.
Some people are better at it than others.
Amen.
Some would say it's the hardest sport in America, despite the fact that we have loads of people who have obviously consumed a lot of calories. They tend to spread it out over the course of 24 hours. It's the same way, look, I can run 100 meters. I can't do it as fast as a sprinter does it.
That's right.
But I can run 100 meters. So, yeah, you're thinking, like, well, I can eat 78 hot dogs. Yeah, but you can't do it in 3 minutes,
right?
Can you?
Yeah, you can do it in a week, something like that. I've competed against Joey Chestnut before. So
that's right. Yeah, you're an athlete.
Yeah, so you, Texter.
If you need any proof that it's a sport, just look at Sean.
Look at me. Look at me. Yeah, that's a slap in the face that you come in with, is that a sport? This would be like if Tiger Woods were doing a show and you're like, golf's not really a sport. That's awfully insulting to the host.
I think competitive eating is more of a sport than golf.
Definitely. You're definitely in more pain afterwards. I will say that.
I think the amount of sacrifice is greater. I'll use that as a gauge.
And for those wondering, Sean, when did you compete against Joey Chestnut? It was Minute Maid Park.
Yeah.
Early September.
Mm-hmm.
The world famous Kolache Factory Kolache eating contest.
Yep.
I was asked to be a late substitute for an eater that pulled out of the contest. They asked me they said, Sean, do you want to face off in a showcase of the Immortals against Joey Chestnut and 8 other freaks? And I said, give it to me. I'm going to be the 9th freak going against Joey Chestnut.
You basically, it was almost the exact same thing as if you had agreed to go around with Mike Tyson.
That's it.
That was, that's how brave you were in that moment.
I was. Thank you, Seth, for pointing out the bravery and the courage that I had to step in there against 9 other titans of the industry.
They've written songs and poems about it. Yeah.
They have. They homage to me and my 7 kolache performance that day.
Warren Zevon has a ballad about that day.
Thank you. Yes. Kids, Warren Zevon. Oh, never mind.
It was Pendy the hairless kolache warrior.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's a fiddle that they were playing and just poems and I ate 7 sausage and cheese kolaches in 8 minutes.
That's pretty pathetic, man.
Well, it is pathetic by the standards of the competitive eaters. I'm not here to defend myself. Now,
no, I'm trying to think of that. I don't know if I could do that or not.
Like, imagine hanging like a break in our show, like say an early break in our show in the first hour is like 6 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
So imagine going to the break room during one of the breaks in our show and scarf down 7 kolaches.
I don't think so. I think I could do 4. I think I could do 4 pretty easily. And
you could do 4 in your sleep. I think you could get down 4 easy. But it's where the 4th, 5th one is where it started to hit me, Seth.
Yeah.
And at that point, as I'm standing there in front of a crowd of thousands at Minute Maid Park at the very end of the table with 9 other people dipping it in the water and cramming it down like it's Nathan's, I dipped it in the water for the first 2, and I'm like, this tastes terrible. And I knew I wasn't going to win, so I wasn't worried about that. I got to the point at about the 4th or 5th kolache where I'm like, man, I really like these. I don't want to ruin kolaches for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to get sick.
That happened to me with strawberry banana yogurt for a long stretch of time in my life.
Sick?
My stepmother had bought, she got a deal down at the Price Club on strawberry banana yogurt. And I loved it so much that I just ate and ate and ate it, and all of a sudden I hated it. So you could have ended up hating kolaches.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So
So it was were you in physical pain after that?
Well, yeah. I mean, not like bent over. I needed medical attention.
If you'd had a half hour to do it, to eat as much as you can, then you would have been in physical pain.
Yeah. The only other thing I've done close to that was 2 years ago when Amy and I went to the Big Texan out in Amarillo, and I tried their 72-ounce steak contest. I ate 52 ounces in an hour of steak. That was pretty good. And ate a baked potato and all the other stuff that went with it. But this kolache contest, how many do you think Joey Chestnut ate in 8 minutes? How many Kolache Factory kolaches?
27?
56.
Oh, my gosh.
56, dude.
When those guys afterwards, are their bellies all distended? Can you see, is there like a bowling ball in their stomach?
Not that I saw. Admittedly, I did not ask Joey, hey, lift up your shirt so I can take a look.
They're not wearing form-fitting gear.
Never. No. They should, though. That would be hilarious just to see what's going on.
Grow.
Yeah.
It would be like a time elapse of a pregnancy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You're watching their belly grow.
Dude,
a little sausage kolache baby inside of them.
They did a documentary on what it does to the insides of these guys last year.
I don't want to think about it. Remember, I passed out once when they explained my hernia surgery to me. I don't want to think about the insides.
Yeah, okay. No, I wasn't going to go into deep detail. I was just going to say, don't watch it. Yeah, don't watch it. Now, here's the crazy thing, and then I'll get to the audio that you missed, Seth. We got a nice long segment here. Here's the crazy part of this story about the kolache eating contest is that afterwards, Joey and Deep Dish Bertoletti and Black Widow and all the freaks.
Yeah. Oh, those are great names.
Yeah. He's like thin as a rail, Deep Dish Bertoletti. Like he might be on meth. Back then.
Hung like a rhinoceros.
Back then, probably, yeah. So they all went afterwards. That was back in 2007 to the bus. Yeah. Remember the bus right across the street from Minute Maid Park? It was like an ice house right there across the street. So they're all hanging out over there. We're all hanging out over there, drinking beer. Like this stuff is all still instant.
They don't purge afterwards or anything?
They don't purge afterwards, and they don't...
Is it frowned upon to purge afterwards?
Probably. It's probably not
they don't want to encourage their gag reflex at all.
Yeah. So they went over the bus. They all got hammered. My buddy, who at the time worked for the kolache factory, he was tasked with driving 3 of them, including Joey Chestnut, back to their hotel afterwards, which may have been 2 miles from downtown. It was in the area, maybe Greenway Plaza, something like that. They're driving back, and they pass a Jack in the Box. Now, keep in mind, these guys all have at least 30 kolache, anywhere between 30 and 56 kolaches in them still.
It's like 25 pounds of kolache.
Yes. And so they drive past a Jack in the Box, and one of them goes, hey, there's a Jack in the Box. We don't have that where I live. Pull in. So they pull into the Jack in the Box, and my buddy Andrew, who was driving them, pulls up in the drive-thru so that they can order out the back window there. They order 40 tacos from Jack in the Box. The 2 for 99 cents. I don't know if that's what they still are. It used to be 2 for 9. Now it's probably 2.
I'm guessing it's a little bit more expensive.
Now it's probably 2 for $5.99. Yeah, exactly. They ordered 40 tacos for the 3 of them. They finished them before they made it to the hotel.
You know what I got? That's nice that they still love what they do.
Yeah.
Sometimes, the root of the word amateur is love. The Latin word is love.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you turn pro, you lose that love for it. But those guys have never lost the love for consuming mass quantities.
Clearly, yeah. So that was to say. If you go to eatfeats.com, I have 1 point on the competitive eating circuit. I am on there. I have 1 point for finishing 10th out of 10 in the kolache eating contest.
You're the Jose Abreu of competitive eating.
No, you know who I am? I'm kind of like the character in Field of Dreams that had the one at bat, then he got called back to the minors. And I'm Moonlight Graham. That's who I am. I'm the Moonlight Graham of competitive eating. I had one shot at it. Didn't go well.
I've never watched that entire movie, so I don't know who you're talking about.
The audience might. Yeah, Moonlight Graham.
Oh, no, I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
I can't. That movie, it doesn't do it.
Not a fan, huh?
No.
Field of Dreams? Yeah. Let's get to this audio here. Seth, you missed some doozies this week, and we're going to play them, and you're going to react to them. And apparently there's one that you're going to have a take on that's going to have me lose all respect for you. So I'm looking forward to seeing.
I'm not going to feel clean doing it. I feel dirty defending this person. But yes.
Okay, good. I can't wait to see which one this is.
Yeah.
Joe Espada on Tuesday or Monday night. We came in on Tuesday. Monday night's loss to the Giants. He had a chance. There was 1-1 in the 9th inning, top of the 9th. 2 men on, 2 outs. Jose Abreu had a chance to pinch hit for Jose Abreu. Joey Loperfido is sitting on the bench right there.
Waiting. Yeah.
Waiting.
Yeah.
Left-handed
A guy
batter.
who somehow has had to who's had to stay down in the minors because so they can keep a horrible team intact.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, or a very disappointing team intact.
Here was not pinch hit for Jose Abreu.
Did you consider pinch hitting for Jose Abreu?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you?
Because I have confidence in Abreu. They are getting good at bat against the ball. And I needed to save, an extra runner. I'm very short on the bench also, having some players available today.
Yeah, I had to save an extra runner. So basically it's like, sir, you've got a melanoma on your face. And the guy responds, well, I can't have a scar there in case I'm entering a beauty contest next year. And I would hate to have that scar there. So assuming the melanoma clears up, I want to be sure that I'm ready to go for this beauty contest.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's not a Spada that you're taking up for here.
But no. Like we have to, in case we get to that 10th inning, all right.
And he ends up pinch running Loperfido in the 10th inning for Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
He ends up putting him in for Abreu anyways. Like, he pinch ran for him in the 10th inning when Jose Abreu would have had to be the ghost runner there on second.
I feel bad because, just like with David Culley, nobody blamed David Culley for the state the Texans were in. But it was clear that David Culley was not cut out to be a head coach, right?
Yep.
I mean, I think Espada is in a state where I think Espada is 10 times more qualified than David Culley was to be a manager or a head coach. And yet, he's navigating through all of these murky waters that are not of his creation.
Yep.
And I think it's time.
Yeah.
I think there's just I'm not excusing that logic or that rationale, but it's because he has to deal with this player on his roster that the higher-ups seem to just be committed to never giving up on.
Yeah, it's just frustrating. And Espada, you're right. Espada is the vessel for frustrating takes that probably a lot of managers would have to have in this situation. Along those lines, good morning. What's the difference in Espada playing Abreu and Dusty playing Maldonado last year? Espada was not a good choice. I would say the difference is that was Dusty's decision. I think Espada has very little to do with Jose Abreu's usage right now.
This has all the makings of, everything about this team right now feels like they hired a manager and a GM that were going to do as they're told. And so the wise council of elders can create the team in their own image, and that includes Jose Abreu.
Yep.
And now that's a weird question to me though, because I don't. Nobody's denying that it was a bad decision. I didn't like Dusty playing Maldonado as much as he did.
Right. No, but the question was, what's the difference between the two? And I think there is a difference. I think Dusty had control in that situation.
Yeah.
And I think Joe Espada has very little control specific to anything Abreu related.
Well, no, and I'd also include in that is I'll make defenses for Espada, but also I'm not necessarily seeing a guy that I feel like, this is the guy that's going to turn it all around.
Dude.
Regardless of him.
100%. I'm out on Espada still. I declared I am out on him 2 weeks ago or whatever it was.
It's just he's like the least of the huge issues. What issues are still going to be with this team if Espada was replaced with somebody else next year? Those are still the big issues.
Well put. Yeah, I think that you're right about that. The next one, audio Seth missed. Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien was on the Next Up podcast, I think it's called. It was Christian Hackenberg and some other guy that played for Bill O'Brien at Penn State. Sorry, I forgot your name. But they interviewed Bill O'Brien up at BC. Actually, the podcast was pretty good. I watched most of it. The Texan parts are understandably frustrating. Here are a couple. This was not really stupid audio. I think we all agree with what Bill O'Brien is saying in this one. We'll get to the silly part here in a second. But here was O'Brien admitting what we all knew the second he pulled the trigger on a DeAndre Hopkins trade, probably.
That was a tough time in Houston. We were a good team. We made some decisions relative to the organization to try to fill the GM role. We went after some guys. We couldn't get them. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, we went a full year, I think, without a GM, really. Yeah. Myself and another guy did it. And then there was a year where they were like, well, we're just going to, we'll make you the GM. So in the end, that's not who I am. That's another lesson learned, right? I didn't really enjoy being the GM. I didn't enjoy contracts. I in some respects, I lost relationships with some of the guys that I was coaching, because I didn't really enjoy that.
Mixing money.
In my opinion, there's very few guys in the history of football that can ever do that.
Yeah.
And they're the greatest of the greats. Mm-hmm. And, I feel like I'm a good coach. I know how to coach. I think you guys know that. But those things I'm not great at. I can evaluate talent. I know how to evaluate talent, but I shouldn't be negotiating contracts and things like that. So in the end, that was a mistake by me, and I wish I really didn't do that, to be really honest with you.
I would say, I'll compliment him for just, understanding that where his mistakes were, and he's reflected on that moving forward. It doesn't help us back in 2020.
No.
I think, honestly, though, he underplays a little bit his part and his role in starting the sequence of this parlay type thinking. And it starts with firing Brian Gaine before you actually had a replacement. So when the issue with Bill O'Brien as a GM, and including in deposing Brian Gaine, was this feeling of like, well, all we have to do is this, and then all we have to do is that, and all we have to do is this. They got into this mindset of thinking like, well, if we'll make all these really aggressive moves, and if all 20 of them work out, we'll be billionaires. Yeah. And that's what it was with Brian Gaine. That's what started the chain reaction of like, hey, what if we do this, and what if we do that? All this magical thinking that.
Yeah. So along those lines, after I thought a really good self-reflective cut there from O'Brien, like I'm going, yeah, man, like he gets it. Never should have been in that position. Sucks that you were. Texans are in a better place now. I think O'Brien's in a better place now. I think he's more cut out to be the head coach of Boston College than he is to be an NFL head coach.
I think he needs to be in New England.
Yeah.
Like in that region. He's so much I don't think the term for Massachusettsians, the Mass H, he's that guy. That's where he needs to be. That's
100%.
It. He's made for the streets, Sean.
Yep.
The streets of South Boston.
That's it. Southie. So after that, I'm like, man, this guy, I can get with what he's saying right here. We're all in a better place now. And then he drops this.
When we were running it at the Houston Texans, we made some controversial decisions, but we made some good decisions too. We traded some top picks for Laramie Tunsil. Laramie Tunsil is one of the greatest left tackles in the history of the game, in my opinion. And he still plays there. I don't think he gave up many sacks this past year.
Yeah.
So there's other examples of guys that we brought in there that were really good players that we made decisions as when I was general manager or when I was doing it with somebody else. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't like it was all terrible. Now, the media
you're going to get
it's terrible.
Trust me, I know.
Exactly. Yeah. But for me, right, exactly. But for me, just personally, it's more about being a coach.
Right.
And that's what I love to do. That's who I am.
Was that Hackenberg
Yes.
chiming in on
Yes.
Trust Man?
Yes.
Oh, go Doc. Yeah, Hackenberg, you're a victim of the media bias.
Yeah.
What the hell, Hack? I've got your stats. What the Hackenberg? You had one promising season as a freshman when you had two future stud wide receivers with you. Yeah, no, Hackenberg. You don't get to throw yourself into that mix.
Good.
As far as O'Brien, though, again, this goes to why he shouldn't be a GM, which he admitted to. It's like me saying, like, not every Jose Abreu at bat is bad.
Right,
Yeah.
And there are people who say that. You know who you are.
I know. It's like, so there's it's the sum total of what you do. And even honestly, like the Laramie Tunsil trade, it's kind of like a Jameis Winston threading the needle reception. It's like okay, but that's the same attitude that leads to all of your really, really bad mistakes. Mm-hmm. So, all right, if you swing for the fences 10 times and hit one home run but strike out on the other 9, you know what you're not? You're not a good hitter. And that's what and the other thing, too, this is where Bill O'Brien, his negative bias gets to him sometimes. We've largely acknowledged the good moves that he did make. I thought, they did some good things. I'll acknowledge some of the good things that Jack Easterby did. I thought bringing Dylan Thompson into the organization, I think some of the sub-programs that they had, that they probably call them something different now, but, Easterby did some good things. It's just that he was, just like Bill O'Brien, they were above their pay grade.
Yeah.
They were not fit or suited to be operating as in it, and that goes back to the decisions of ownership, too, and allowing all that to happen.
Well, and the bad wasn't anything you could just throw some that was catastrophic. It was.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that's saying every single day Bill O'Brien made mistake after mistake after mistake. Yeah. No, it's the sum total of what you do.
Dude, that was he did. Remember, he did the same thing. Ben, we have the hotkey of this. He did the same thing after that Denver game where they were losing 38-3 at halftime, and then they scored a few touchdowns to make it look less worse. Yeah. And then he comes into the press.
It wasn't horse on offense.
Yeah, he comes in the press conference and says it wasn't horse bleep on offense. You lost 38-24. It was 38-3.
It totally 100% was.
It was total horse bleep. What are you doing? Oh my God! All right, next.
I'm more mad at Hackenberg after that than anybody.
Dude,
else.
I was too. Like
Hackenberg said. By the way, the Adam Brenneman is the host of that. Next up.
Okay.
He's a go-getter. That kid. I've noticed he pops up on my Instagram feed sometimes.
I should have shown.
A hustler.
I should have shown him some more respect by having his name included. You know what, Ben? I'm going to give. What's his name again, Seth?
Adam Brenneman.
Adam Brenneman. You get acknowledged. That feels better. All right. Anthony Richardson. This one dropped yesterday, Seth. A listener pointed this out towards the end of the show, like, hey, did you hear what Anthony Richardson said about college ball and NFL ball and how the NFL is easier than college?
Playing in the NFL, I feel like it's easier than college. For real, because, like, in college, you got players that's, like, they good. They know they good, but they're not as confident. You know what I'm saying? They got to rely on other players to do this for them to do that. But in the league, everybody trying to work, trying to get a job, everybody trying to ball out.
For sure.
So that just let me know I ain't got to do too much. I just got to do my job.
Hell yeah.
And he going to do his job, and it's going to work.
Okay, you did not take up for Joe Espada.
Yeah.
You did not take up for Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
I'm bracing myself.
I'll partially defend Anthony Richardson on this, and I think he was trying to express a sentiment and he didn't get the words out quite right. And he'll learn the hazards of speaking with nuance in a sports media context. It's going to get the only quote that got put out there yesterday was the NFL is easier than college.
Yes,
I think really what he was talking about was the work environment in terms of just being around a bunch of professionals. It's all of a sudden, you're not worried about whether your wide receiver is going to show up to meetings today, generally. Or for the most part, you don't have to explain the little simple things because a lot of the guys, the genuine professionals, already know it. So I think in terms of working relationships and working environment, it's more fun when all of a sudden you're around a bunch of guys that, frankly, like there are a lot of veteran players that know more about playing their position than their actual position coaches when you get to the NFL. So it's fun. It's fun if you're at a certain level. Now, the part about this though that where he gets it wrong is that, like, dude, you're still in that mode of you don't know what you don't know. So like to say it's easy, he used the wrong phrasing.
Yeah.
He pulled a Yogi Berra, in which I understand the sentiment. The words just didn't say exactly what I think he actually meant.
The two that he'd probably like to have back. If he could sit and write a statement down instead of give an impromptu quote on a podcast, NFL is easier than college. And then at the end where he said, I don't have to do too much.
Yeah, that part too. Yeah, I don't have to do too much.
I don't have to do too much. Have you seen how quarterback centric Shane Steichen's offense is? You have to do everything.
He was describing something that is true. It's a lot of fun when all of a sudden you advance to a new. If you're a kid, if you're a really, really good baseball player and you play up an age group, you're probably like all of a sudden, like, oh, wow, yeah, this is just everything moves a lot smoother. It's more fun. We don't have to worry about some of these like stupid mistakes that guys are making. But yeah, it's certainly easy is not the word that he shouldn't have said easier. It's just and it's smoother or it's more invigorating because you just feel like you get all these like super competitive people all together. But he just chose the wrong words. I partly defend him on that.
Remember Leonard Fournette? Where I think Leonard Fournette was just trying to say that the SEC prepares you the best for the NFL.
Yeah.
And he said that the transition, this is back in 2017 when Fournette was a rookie for the Jags, said the transition from college to the NFL was, quote, really easy because he played in the SEC. And then you had teammates of his that played in the SEC that started backing him, like TJ Yeldon. I feel like he's right. Playing in the SEC, the game speeds up, blah, blah, blah. It's the use of the word easy. Don't use the word easy.
The biggest thing, too, was Fournette would go on to rush for 2-point-something yards per carry that season for the pretty much the rest. It wasn't that bad, but still. He said it like during preseason, which is that's again, you don't know what you don't know.
August 14th. I'm looking at the article.
Yeah, I remember very clearly that it was said in the preseason. I'm like, oh, this guy hasn't even. Like, he doesn't know what he doesn't know. He doesn't understand how much it changes as teams start to game plan for you specifically. And you're playing against, remember, at that point, Sean, you know why you would say that? Oh, yeah, he's out there playing against rookies from the ACC and rookies from the Pac-12 and like other guys that, of course it's easier than the SEC at this point. You haven't actually played NFL football
Not
yet.
in a real game.
Now I'm mad at Anthony Richardson. All right, I go back to
okay.
No, Anthony Richardson was way more off than I wanted to give him credit for.
Okay, well, there you go. All right, next one here. Last one. Audio Seth missed when he was out that I want him to take a crack at here. Deshaun Watson is back. Deshaun Watson met with the media following practice. We know he's coming back from a shoulder surgery, has not played good football for any extended period of time, for more than a quarter or two since he was a Houston Texan. Deshaun Watson, now this was the question. I'm going to read the transcript of what the question was and listen to where Deshaun himself takes this answer. This was the question. Fans want to see you come back so badly. Sometimes they get a little overzealous. They see you throwing it around in minicamp, and they start picking it apart like it's game tape. What would you say to those people to help them keep perspective that this is a long process?
Each and every fan, each and every media person, they want to see me what I'm doing. So that's the standard. And so I got to make sure I hold myself to it. So it's not a bad thing. It's not anything like that. I don't get involved with, people trying to rate me some, places where, they think I'm at the bottom of the list. It is what it is. If I was at the bottom, no one would talk about me. So obviously, if ever anyone is talking about me and going to continue to talk about me, then I must be pretty damn good.
Because nobody talks about the guys who are failing, ever.
Nobody talks about Jose Abreu. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Nobody talks about Bill O'Brien as a GM. Nobody talks about the people that are bad and getting paid huge amounts of money.
This is where Deshaun, put your head out the window, man. Like, take a look around. Like, no, people love to tear things apart.
I feel like in that moment, whenever he uses the word rate, he's got to work on his elocution there because I thought I heard a P and not a T there. And I'm like, wow.
Oh, yeah,
wow.
I saw you recoil a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, dude, you're, unaware.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is they're talking about him, obviously, because, they hope that he can be as good as he once was and that he also just has an incredibly lucrative contract that is a weight on the ankles of that team if he doesn't end up being good. Sean, I was cutting up some Danico Autry highlights, and
someone's been in the lab.
At the time, I remember this play from last year, but I hadn't realized it was Danico Autry that did it. A play where, I don't know if you remember, Danico Autry wrapped up Deshaun Watson. As Deshaun Watson is spinning down towards the ground, he threw a rocket backwards, like a zip line incompletion that was 100% a fumble, but would have been was picked up by the running back who was behind him. And Deshaun had some really dumb plays last year, like Jameis Winston style plays, and that was one of them. He got lucky that it wasn't a turnover and an easy scoop for it was all thanks to Danico Autry.
I remember that exact play. I remember seeing it. We were probably covering a Texans game at the time. I remember it popping up on my Twitter timeline, and I'm like, oh, God, I got to find a way to watch Deshaun. He's melting down right now. I love that you described it as Jameis Winston type plays, and that's who the Browns signed to be Deshaun's backup. The two of them need some sort of buddy comedy, I think. Oh,
I feel
man.
bad for Browns fans.
No.
No. Sean, when
that's making me more angry than anything you've said in this segment. Feel bad for Browns fans. Get the hell out of here.
When they've come to NRG Stadium, they when we're out there doing the pregame. I have a delightful time talking to Browns fans. They've all got. They've all been beaten down so much that even when they try to talk smack, it's almost like, oh, it's cute. It's like when a 12-year-old tries to fight you.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, good luck. Maybe you'll get one today.
You didn't have to live doing a show on CBS Sports Radio during the summer of Freddie Kitchens and Baker Mayfield, where that was the summer where the Browns were really feeling themselves. They fired Hugh Jackson. Baker had a good rookie year. They traded for Odell Beckham ways. Brandon Scott and I talked about this earlier this week because I think it was Tyler Dunn he did the first of a handful of Texans articles he's going to have coming out from his visit here last week. And in one of them, he made a comparison to the 2019 Browns for this year's Houston Texans, and that they got kind of a flavor of the month feel for everybody. They've got a young quarterback coming off a really good rookie year. Yeah. They are viewed oddly as a destination now, even though they haven't accomplished that much yet. Made a big trade for a receiver, Odell Beckham Jr. in 2019, Stephon Diggs in 2024. There's differences, obviously, and head coach being a big one. But I lived through that summer of Cleveland people calling my national show, telling me how stupid I was, that I said, I don't trust Freddie Kitchens, okay?
Right. Well, you know what happened with that? There was a kind of a Tom Herman U of H vibe where the fan base identified so completely with Kitchens and Baker Mayfield. Yeah. Like those guys they felt like every man. You know, that could be your high school quarterback and your high school football coach. Yep. And Baker Mayfield had that attitude of, us against the world. So you got kind of like some Cougs at that time, I'd say maybe acted when they were under the spell of Tom Herman and his cult-like persona. They maybe didn't act quite themselves. Right. I feel like that's how Browns fans were at that point.
Okay. And we have since forgiven those Coug fans.
Because it wasn't all Cougs fans. It was just
the lunatic
lunatic fringe.
Yeah, the lunatic fringe. But I've even I know during that Herman time where they were very sideways with the station, and a lot of that had to do with Herman himself pulling himself off of the station because of an article Garrett Heinrich wrote about where he could end up next year that wound up being 100% accurate.
The most accurate. I think he nailed it, right? He said Texas was the most likely spot.
He did. Yeah. And Herman pulled himself.
Because at that point, Tom Herman was feeding that team candy and lies, you know?
Oh, yeah.
He was telling them, like, no, I'll never leave. Like, he went all in on getting that job where he would go and dominate for years and years and years. It was his dream, and he lived it out. He sprinkled his pixie dust and everything.
He dominated. Yeah, that was great. The Herman interview right before the Memphis game, where he left like 2 days later, and they're interviewing him right before the game about the rumors, and boy, was he put off by, I think it was Cole Kubelik.
Somebody would suggest he could ever leave. Like, yeah.
How do you? I remember one of the questions, like, how do you relate this to your players? Like, how do you convey that you're staying, or how do you convey your situation to your players? And I remember going, honesty. What a slime ball, man.
I think Ed Oliver still hates him. I think Ed Oliver still feels betrayed by him. Yeah.
Good.
I saw he made a comment in an interview last year. I was like, "Oh wow, that's doesn't sound like that's subsided at all." Yeah.
Good news. Good news on the text page. The Jack in the Box taco is the only thing known to man that has avoided inflation. 2 for $1.69.
Oh wow.
But that's been a long time ago. I don't eat a lot of Jack in the Box tacos these days, but 2 for $1.69. That's not bad.
I don't think I've ever had a Jack in the Box taco.
It's very different. It's very different.
It's not like your classic taco.
No, it's got a greasy fried element to it, like literally. I'm not saying it's bad, but it comes like wrapped in like a paper wrapping there, and the grease kind of seeps through the wrapper, and it doesn't have cheese like shredded cheese on it. It has a slice of American cheese inside of it, pressed up against one of the sides.
Yeah. I kind of like that. It's kind of like, the original McDonald's apple pie wasn't like any other apple pie you ever had.
Right.
And it was just awesome.
Yeah,
Which is still, I don't understand. McDonald's kids, back in the day, there was a documentary called Super Size Me, and it went in hard on McDonald's. And, like, McDonald's took the brunt of a lot of the focus of, like, somehow they were the only fast food that was really bad. But, like, one of the things they did was they changed their apple pie to a baked apple pie. Like, the one menu item on you're like, okay, nobody's thinking that this is health food or anything like this. This is a delicious, crispy, crunchy, deep-fried apple pie. Like, you don't have to, let's not put on airs and act like it's anything other than it is. And yet, somehow still, as McDonald's has abandoned various other healthy offerings that they've offered along the way, they refuse to bring back the original apple pie. And I miss it so much. The Whataburger apple pie comes close, but there's nothing quite like the original Apple's McDonald's pie.
This is as fired up as you've gotten in a while, man. The McDonald's switching to a baked apple.
Made this concession that wasn't effective in what they wanted to do or anything, and they cling to it. Like somehow people think of McDonald's as health food now, because they got rid of the best apple pie that ever was.
It was that different, huh? Tastes that different.
You don't remember?
I wasn't. I don't. Yeah, no, I remember the old McDonald's apple pie. I'm not eating the new one. Yeah.
No, it's baked, Sean. It's baked, so now it's healthy for you. Like with 18 buckets of sugar in it. It's baked, so now it's good for you. My God, can we stop the insanity?
I feel like this is if there were a presidential candidate that ran on this platform, get Seth his fried apple pies back, he'd vote for the guy right now. Right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast, 3 big questions. This is a good piece by Chandler Rome on The Athletic, because the Astros are facing a day of reckoning here when it comes to what are they in 2024. 3 big questions heading into the trade deadline. How big are these? Seth and I will assess. We'll do that next.
Bayway Chevrolet, you talk about paying the same price for tacos that you used to.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Question on the text page: how does Sean get invited to food eating competitions? Has a son-in-law. Well, let me pause right there. He's not my son-in-law, not yet. Who's on Survivor, and I can't even win tickets from 610. I don't know, man. I find myself in strange situations around interesting people a lot, you know?
Yeah. I guess, you can't really claim credit for Charlie making it on Survivor.
Nope.
But you shouldn't, I suppose, but you can. So, yeah, I would claim credit for that. Claim credit for Charlie being a second-place winner on Survivor.
Yeah. No, I don't want to take credit for it. If he won, I would take credit for it. But second place is first loser, man. Yeah.
I'll say as a tip of advice.
Just kidding, Charlie, if you're listening, yeah.
Just say, I have a hard time because sometimes, you'll see various quotes about super successful people that say the key to success is saying no to lots of things. Mm-hmm. But I think it does also, there is also, you got to say yes to a lot of things that, if you want to do interesting things, you got to say yes to a lot of things that you might otherwise balk at. You just say yes. There are a lot of really, really interesting things you can do in life, but you don't realize that, I just have turned down opportunities because I was scared, because I was uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. So now when you do that, you're also going to end up in a lot of really embarrassing and uncomfortable situations. But as long as you learn how to handle that, then you also get the benefit of some really unique experiences.
Yeah, you'll be more interesting, there's failure and success are both very interesting, so
be very careful in what you say yes to and no to, but just open up, just say yes to some things that you might, if your knee-jerk reaction. I always try to be like, if my knee-jerk reaction is to say yes, I analyze it. And they're like, wait a second, why am I saying yes? If my knee-jerk reaction is no immediately, I check myself there. I'm like, wait a second, am I just being scared?
Yeah.
Am I a coward?
Yeah.
And then I get mad at myself and I say yes.
There you go.
And that's why I owned so many alpacas at the height of the alpaca craze.
There you go.
Listen. You might have a career in the NFL, but then you might blow your fortune on alpacas, okay?
It happens.
There's a yin and a yang to this thing.
It happens. But you know what you are, Seth? Interesting. Interesting.
I didn't own alpacas, by the way. I tried to talk somebody out of alpacas, and he was so disgusted with me that I couldn't see the future was alpacas. I'm like, because I asked a simple question, like, well, what is their actual worth for their wool and their meat? And he couldn't give me an answer, but he needed to buy as many because the price ain't coming down, Sean.
Yeah,
price ain't coming down.
That's kind of an important element to any investment.
What's their worth? Lots of people want them because they can make money on them.
Right.
But why? Yeah. Because you can make money on them.
Yeah. It's
no, but that is for investment advice. Second, why am I so excited about it? Am I simply excited about this investment product just because there are a lot of other people that are excited about making money on this investment product?
Crypto. Hashtag crypto.
Well, crypto gets tight. I had a long conversation with one of our listeners. It gets complicated.
Let's talk about the Astros. Okay, How's that sound? Okay, so Chandler Rome has 3 questions. I want you to tell me of these 3 questions, Seth, which one is the most pressing for the Astros as they head towards the trade deadline? Who's in charge?
Yeah.
I.e. the 5-headed monster of decision makers.
Because these are the 3 questions.
These are the 3 questions. You tell me which one is the most pressing for you. How much will Jim Crane spend? Mm-hmm. He's almost, as you pointed out earlier, to that second luxury tax threshold, which is
where he has to pay an extra 12% on top of the 20% that he's already paying. Yeah.
Third one, will this team play like one worth going all in for? Which is the most pressing of those 3 questions?
Okay, so a very, very big question, but one that isn't the most pressing right now, I think, is the who is in charge. Because you don't have a lot of clarity on that. We don't feel good about it. It's a long-term problem, I think, but it's not as pressing right now for me as the other 2, which is how much will Jim Crane spend and will this team play like one worth going all in for? That last one, will this team play like one worth going all in for? That's the most pressing one, because if they continue to hum along at a 500 pace, I'm not going to feel like that Jim Crane should go all in on this. And even though I'll criticize him and his board of wise elders on the team's composition right now. It's not as pressing as like, okay, is this team going to actually start performing like a team that can make a run in the playoffs? And it is worth going all in on, because it's like, even as much as Abreu is a black eye and a black hole right now on this franchise, there are other issues above and beyond that. So, like, to go all in on Pete Alonso and swap him out for Jose Abreu somehow, it's going to require that the team go on a tear, with or without Jose Abreu, over the next several weeks.
That would be, I think that's the most popular move available to them right now, because as you just kind of pointed out there, like, Pete Alonso represents not only a major upgrade at that position, but it probably represents the end of Jose Abreu's time as a Houston Astro.
Yeah.
You know, he would directly be replaced. There is literally, if you go get Pete Alonso, there's already very little reason, if any, to have Jose Abreu on this baseball team. I mean, practically zero. Maybe the guys like him. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with something. He's not good at baseball right now, which is a big problem when you're the employee of a baseball team, I'm told. Yeah. So Pete Alonso's bat in this lineup, like that power bat that you get,
right-hander with the Crawford boxes.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the one thing about Pete Alonso is that he's having just a mediocre year.
Yeah.
But he was an all-star last year, and he's still young. I don't think it's going to be age-related, and that change of scenery, just get that pop out of him. And it's going to be better than Jose Abreu. Jose Abreu is not an average baseball player right now.
Yeah, I guess the question is, what do you give up for him? Because he's a rental. He's a free agent after this year. I mean, some of the articles I've seen about Pete Alonso being on the trading block is he gets traded somewhere and he's going to go right back and sign with the Mets. The Mets in the offseason.
I have no idea if this is accurate or not, but I'm just going to tell you about gut feel. When Singleton was out there 3 days ago and doing good things, it felt to me like, I wonder if there's people in the front office or on that advisory council who are kind of like, damn it. They're so whole hog on Jose Abreu that I almost feel like they're just they've got something against Singleton somehow. And it's not like Singleton is a Pete Alonso, obviously, either. It would immediately erase one of the huge things that seem systemically wrong with this team right now.
Yeah. I'm with you on the most pressing. That's the one. Like, if they don't start playing well, it's going to be, there's no good outcome from that, because either you just have a bad baseball team that's stuck in neutral or going backwards, or you make deals that are really just Hail Mary deals. And this is not a team that can really afford to do more damage to its minor league system either. Like, that's my fear. Like, Alonso, even with the season that he's having, it doesn't really matter if there's 3 or 4 teams that want him. You know what I mean? Like, his stats won't matter if there's demand for him. That do Alonso through the prism you just outlined, which is, hey, man, change of scenery, and in this ballpark, he's going to look totally different. If you have 3 or 4 teams that think that way, the market's going to get crazy for him.
So going into Tuesday's game, which the Astros had 16 of their next 19 games against teams that entered the day at or below 500.
Yeah.
So because this article was written on Tuesday,
or
put out on Tuesday, it's a stretch of games where, aside from going 500, against in your previous series, if you can't make hay here in this stretch of games, then what the hell are you doing?
Yes.
Astros. Just in the entire organization and the players on the field itself. What the hell are you doing?
Absolutely. They got to get it going, man. Got to get it going. All right, we head into the 8 o'clock hour. Payne and Pendergast with you. 713-572-4610. You want to hit us with a text. YouTube and Twitch, you can hit us there in the chat as well. Unexcused absences. What's an acceptable event that is important enough for somebody to miss mandatory minicamp? Do we feel bad for this coach? We will let you hear coming up next.
You will feel bad for yourself if you've been thinking about getting a Ram pickup and you don't go into Bayway Ram right
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here was Robert Saleh in front of the media at Jets minicamp, giving the update, two updates for two unexcused absences. Hassan Reddick, and then the big one, Aaron Rodgers. This is Robert Saleh earlier this week.
So we've got two inexcused absences. One obviously being Hassan. Spoke to him over the weekend. Appreciate the dialogue. He's in a really good place mentally, working his tail off like we already know, and but he's choosing to sit out this one inexcused. The second one is Aaron. Aaron and I spoke before OTA started. He's been very good in communication. He's been here the entire time. It's inexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated.
Both are inexcused?
Both inexcused, yes.
So are they getting fined?
They're both subject to the CBA fine schedule.
All right, so we'll get to Rodgers real quick.
Yeah.
Hassan Reddick tweeted yesterday, stop believing the foolery y'all see on these social media apps and news outlets running crazy narratives and y'all eating it up. I don't know that anybody's mad at Hassan Reddick or anything. He just wants more money.
He's got a contract. He wants a new guy. Yeah, the Jets traded for Hassan Reddick, and knowing that he wanted a new contract. One of the reasons he was disgruntled where he was with the Eagles is he wanted a new contract. So this is not like when the Texans signed Ed Reed and it turned out he had a broken hip. That he had an old man injury, a broken hip.
Yeah.
I don't think that this was. There was a buyer beware element to this trade for Hassan Reddick, and I don't think anybody's upset about Reddick. Like, it didn't seem like Robert Saleh said a couple times in that entire press conference that that's Joe Douglas's concern, not Robert Saleh's concern. The Aaron Rodgers stuff. Now maybe Hassan Reddick was talking about Aaron Rodgers. Oh. This is where I'm torn with it. It's because this is one of those classic situations where it could be nothing at all, or it could actually be a sign of everything that you feared when you signed Aaron Rodgers. It could be one of a million things. But if you're a Jets fan, you can't just blow it off. Like, the fact that Aaron Rodgers has been there through OTAs and everything, that's great and all, but he is still a guy that, does he need a break to go off to some ayahuasca retreat or something from his 4 snaps that he played last year? Has the grind had just been too much for him? The other part of it is, it's an unexcused absence. If it were a huge life event or something like that, it probably would be excused. Mm-hmm. You know, if it was like a funeral or situation, it would probably be an excused absence. A bunch of the defensive linemen were not there for the Jets camp, but it was an excused absence because they were going to some D-line summit or camp or something.
Okay.
Yeah, and Saleh basically said, look, for minicamp, I think what he was alluding to is that it's so uncompetitive physically that these guys will actually get more out of going where they're going.
Dude, and they can probably get a little physical there, too, if they want to, because it's an unsanctioned NFL.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's like going underground.
So that's the key distinction, is that there were excused absences. Yeah. These two were unexcused. And I go back to Tom Brady before his final season when he was missing time mysteriously, and Bucs fans would have told you, like, it's no big deal. People are making too much of this. What the hell? And then fast forward to him flipping out and throwing tantrums all season long on the sideline for the Bucs. That was something, you know. Like, it's not nothing when a guy that. And mind you, at that time, Tom Brady had already won a Super Bowl with that team and had been, obviously the offense was his at that point. Whereas this is still a Jets team that has uncertainty about whatever the hell Nathaniel Hackett, the offensive coordinator's role even is, and everything else that goes along with it. It's, if you're a Jets fan, you should be concerned about the fact that Rodgers, okay, great, he's been there for OTAs, but for the one mandatory thing, there was something in his life more important than that minicamp. And it doesn't feel or sound like a guy who's all in on trying to win a championship.
Have we found out yet? I saw some people.
I haven't seen it yet.
I saw somebody, I can't remember who it was, like somebody acting like they knew last night. Somebody prominent. I can't remember who it was. I saw, boy, when you, like, something to the effect of, boy, when you find out what it is, or when you guys eventually hear what it is, you're going to be blown away, blah, blah, something like that.
In a good way or a bad way?
I felt like a bad way, but that may have been how I was reading it.
Right. Well, because they could have meant it in like a Kate Middleton type of way. It was like, yeah, you guys are going to feel like jerks when you find out what it was.
Yeah, okay. Not sure. I applied my own tone to it, and I'm like, yeah, jerk, Aaron Rodgers. That's the prism I'm looking at.
That Craig Carton guy is always claiming he knows something, and then you never find out about it.
Yeah.
He likes to hint at all this inside information that he has, but
if you
never
only
actually,
knew.
it never comes out.
Yeah. If you only knew the dysfunction. Yeah. How do we feel? Do we feel bad for Robert Saleh through all this, or is this just what comes with being a head coach of the New York Jets? You kind of know what you're getting into. I don't know.
I think that I do feel bad for Robert Saleh because I do think that I thought they overperformed last year playing a hodgepodge of various non-NFL quarterbacks for themselves, for the Jets.
Yeah.
To win as many games as they did, I actually thought was a pretty impressive feat. And that if you just plug Aaron Rodgers in there on that team last year, likely, they could have been a playoff team. And none of this was, I don't ever really get the sense that Robert Saleh has been the driving force behind any of this when it comes to the quarterback. It's just been, it's Joe Douglas and ownership and everybody else that's deciding to use this instead for a year guy.
Dude, those defensive linemen going to that other place wherever they're going instead of minicamp have got to be that probably feels really fun for them. It's kind of like
you're going on a field trip.
Well, it's like for us when we got to go to the Greenbrier to go cover Texans training camp. No disrespect to our fellow employees around here. There's something kind of energizing and invigorating about doing your work somewhere other than the place where you're normally accustomed to doing your work. Change of scenery,
Yeah.
That's got to be fun for them. They're going out having big D lineman dinners every night and stuff like that. Yeah.
Not as big as the O-line fat man dinners that they have. They have all these O-line summits and D-line summits now where everybody gets together and exchanges notes. Nick had referenced it when we were talking about Will Anderson.
Yeah.
There's the technique on the defensive and offensive line when it comes to pass rush and pass blocking has just gone into supersonic speed over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
It's really become much more of a science than it ever was before.
He perked up when you mentioned shin angle on defensive linemen.
Did he? Oh, did he perk up?
I could kind of see him smiling when you were bringing up the little catchphrases.
I was shin. There's all this talk of shin angle now, which I played. I didn't retire that long ago, did I? It was almost 20 years. Only thing we ever said about shins was shin splints and indie rock.
Yes.
That was it. Now there's shin angle and ankle flexion and all these other things that go into rushing the passer. It's a foreign language to me.
We were talking earlier about the Joey Chestnut versus Kobayashi special that's going to be on Netflix. Well, they say we need a 6'10" hot dog eating competition. Who do you think eats the most in 8 minutes on our team here at 6'10"? Who do you think would win a Joey Chestnut-style hot dog eating contest amongst the staff here?
I think it might be...
I don't think it would be you.
I think it would be... No, I don't. I take my time.
Yeah.
I lost. The only eating contest I've ever been in was a pancake eating contest in college, and it was a few football for charity. It was a few football players versus a few of the hockey players, and the hockey players destroyed us.
Yeah.
Because those guys are machines,
Lean
man.
and mean, yeah.
Yeah, and they don't know how to do anything except like 90 seconds at a time. You're like as hard as you can go, like a shift in hockey, Like you're going to go, and you're going to go as hard and as fast as you can. You might have a heart attack, but you're going to do it for the team.
Yeah.
And that's how they approach that pancake. Plus, they're Canadian. I feel like
Yes.
I feel like they have a natural advantage. There's like there's somehow like a Kenyan distance runner and a Canadian pancake eater. They're raised up in it. Like from the time they're little, that's just what they're focused on, is eating flapjacks or whatever they call them up there.
I think flapjacks. I think I would do okay. I don't know that I would win. Like as you point out, like lean and mean sometimes wins this thing. So
I think Clint.
You think Clint would?
I think Clint's got the competitive fire and spirit, and choking, like trying to eat away the stress of having a young child.
Yeah, that's good. Sean Bijani.
That's true. Yeah, Bijani might, yeah, but
yeah,
like a bull rider, like a bull rider will surprise you. He's a lot bigger than he looks. I think Bijani's that way.
Yeah.
He's bigger than he looks. Like you're bigger in spirit, I think,
Yeah. Brandon Scott is the leanest one on the staff. Brandon, who was in for you the last 3 days, he's our digital guru. So he's part of the team. He's the leanest on the team. I don't know how he would do with the hot dog.
I never see him eat. I don't think he's ever eaten.
No,
I've seen him eat.
I've seen him eat. You know why I've seen him? I saw him eat yesterday because Brandon Scott has now proven that you can make it from this studio down to the deli on the 3rd floor and back up with a breakfast taco during a break in our show. This is groundbreaking stuff that he's discovered here. Yeah, he did a couple times. He left, went down to the deli, and came back up with a breakfast taco. I said, "Where did you get that?" He said, "At the deli." I said, "Just now?" Yeah.
Did he order it ahead of time?
That's a good question.
Because there's a line down there a lot of times.
Yeah, well, not super early, not like at 7 o'clock.
Not when they first open. Oh, they open up at 7? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's part of the problem.
Yeah, that deli's dangerous, man. That's it's a little too easy, and it's a little too right there for me.
Brandon said he added up all the money that he spent at the deli at one point, because like anything, it's how I wind up with subscriptions to 25 different things. I'm like, oh, $8.99 a month, sure.
Yeah.
$5.99 a month, give it to me.
Yeah.
$10.99, inject it in my veins, give it all to me. Yeah, and then I look and to the same credit card because then it adds it up for me every month, and I really inspect it much closer. Brandon said that he sat down one time and kind of sharpened his pencil and got out how much he spends in that deli, and he's like, wow, I spend a lot of money on breakfast tacos. Yeah. My vice is
for me it's apps. I've got 29 pages of apps on my phone if I were to scroll through.
Do you pay for them, or are they mostly free?
Well, Sean, the thing about apps, especially when they're in the startup phase, you can get a lifetime membership pretty cheap. Sure, it's 10 times more expensive than just trying it for a month or something, but it's a lifetime membership. But Sean, do you realize the bargain when you can pay a relatively nominal fee to not use something the rest of your life? I've got 4 video editing apps that I've maybe used a total of 9 times in my life, but I've got them for life.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not for me. It's not apps. Mine bad one that I sat down with my credit card statement and added up one time was how often I use touch tunes when I go out to bars, like the jukebox.
Yeah.
I am really literally hundreds of dollars a month, because I want my music.
Hundreds a month?
Yes. I added it up.
Why don't you just bring in some earphones?
Exactly. No, think
about the earphones you could have bought with that money.
I dialed it back. Once I did that exercise, I dialed it back. I don't do it as much as
I do. Yourself.
I do.
Yeah, obviously you're not a headphone in the bar type of guy. You want to actually interact with
talking to people and stuff like that. I have, when I get to a bar early and I'm one of the few people there because it's early, it's 2 in the afternoon. You and I are lucky. We have a schedule that allows us to go drink at 2 in the afternoon. I have started doing that, of just taking whatever music I'd listen to and I just put my AirPods on. But then when people get there, especially because it turns into a bit of a competition, I'm like, I need to get in front of these people on the touch tunes line. I put my own in, but it's like $15 or $25 a pop just to get a nice pile of credits. You know what I mean? That's
all. Yeah, that either speaks to, that's one of two things, Sean. Either you need to control your spending on your touch tunes, or maybe not spend so much time in bars. You could probably do the same amount of touch tunes, per bar visit, and not spend as much if you weren't in the bar every single day.
I've gotten better at both things. I've gotten better at both things. But
now drinking in the bar is better than drinking at home alone. So, but for you, it's more about, you don't drink at home alone.
I don't. No, I like being out. I like being social. But I've been home a lot more. But yeah, I drink my Zevia, man. I drink my Zevia while I'm at home. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Text in. What's your vice? What's your thing that you added up? What's the thing that you're spending money on that you go, oh my God, I can't believe I'm spending this much on this?
Like that you don't even know is a vice.
Yeah.
It's like when a serial killer first realizes he's a serial killer.
Yes.
It's like, holy crap. I have 9 of these things by now. a little bit of an issue. This wasn't just the first few made sense, but now I'm doing it just to do it.
Exactly.
It's the sense I get.
Someone said on the hot dog contest that Tyler would win. Tyler Milner.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Give him an
Tyler's
edible.
Got that look about him.
Give Tyler. He's super competitive. I know that. Give Tyler an edible and he'll win. Would that help if you getting in that mode, like an edible mode?
It can put you into a voracious app, I'm told.
The munchies, yeah.
Honestly, Sean, to where you, no matter how much pain you're in, you're going to keep eating. At least for some people, I'm told.
It's almost
you're thinking, I'm in so much pain right now. Or they're thinking, I'm in so much pain right now that I don't know how I could eat any more, but I'm totally going to eat that whole box of Honey Nut Cheerios.
Oh, my God.
To fight through pain, through just sheer voraciousness, yes, I think it would probably help.
We debated
for an amateur. A pro, it would probably screw you up, but for an amateur, yes.
Amateur, yeah, for sure. Chasing CJ rookie cards. Somebody's been spending a lot of money on C.J. Stroud rookie cards.
Yeah, that's probably. I know the trading card, trends come and go, and we're still in the middle of a hot one, right?
It's on an uptick right now.
Yeah, I would say as long as you go into that knowing that it ebbs and flows, and that you're not planning on paying your kid's tuition next year with the earnings from it. If it's an actual passion.
Yeah,
that seems like, because one thing about chasing CJ Stroud rookie cards is that, okay, long term you're probably, if you hold on to it for 20 or 30 years, if you're looking at it as an investment, I'm sure you're going to be just great. But the other part of it is it's something that you didn't choose CJ Stroud at random. That's something you actually care about.
You're passionate about it.
It seems like they are mindful purchases.
Yep.
It's not necessarily something that you're just doing out of reflex.
Multiple people texting in the one that I think if we put this to an actual poll, what's the thing you spend more money on? The thing that you got shocked you spent so much money on when you actually added it up?
Yeah.
Golf.
Oh, yeah.
Golf adds up fast.
Yeah, golf adds up fast. And the golf, it's not even... you got to delude yourself into thinking you're not spending massive amounts of money, because usually the stuff, everything's pretty damn expensive.
Yeah.
But it does. I'll tell you, because I know I've just read a little bit about, people that are passionate about cycling, just that anytime people can improve their performance through technology, even if it's infinitesimal amounts, they will spend so much more money. And as a golfer, this in your brain. As a golfer or a cyclist or anybody else like that, the best thing to improve your game is to go out and hire an instructor and to actually really work your ass off at it.
Reps.
More so than get a new set of clubs.
Yeah.
And yet, that promise, just like a cyclist, lose 20 pounds before you go spend $5,000 on a lighter frame. Yeah, it's just, you know how you can get that frame lighter? Lose some weight off your head. Nope, you'd rather spend the $5,000 on a new frame.
I feel like you're talking about somebody specific right now. I don't know. It felt like you were calling somebody out there fatty.
Yeah.
Hey, fatty.
There is something about cyclists that's just... It's when they've got all the gear, but don't have a cyclist body. I'm like, dude, what do you? Oh yeah, it's the air drag that's holding you back. You know how you can minimize air drag? Get rid of those gigantic love handles.
Bingo.
Yeah, I don't mind. I love that. I mountain bike more than road cycling, but it's when people go all in on having to look like you're in the Tour de France. That's what annoys me.
Two forms of fan behavior that we discussed on the show yesterday. I want to get Seth's take on this. I actually put this in a poll. Which is worse, standing O for the opposing team or the wave in a close game? What do the people say? What does Seth Payne say about this? That is next.
It is?
Trajan Wealth, baby.
Oh, my gosh, Trajan Wealth. I apologize.
Standing entries.
Sports Radio 610 Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, so Seth, we got into this yesterday. Brandon Scott and I did, and I'm anxious to see where you land on this. This was the Cardinals-Pirates game a couple days ago where Paul Skeens, the young phenom for the Pittsburgh Pirates, pitched 6 1/3 shutout innings and was pulled from the game in a scoreless tie. Here's what it sounded like.
We'll hand over the baseball, 103 pitches. He'll leave with a runner at second, 1 out.
Look at this, Greg.
Yeah,
we got
Cardinal fans giving him a standing ovation.
Incredible.
Incredible. Just incredible. These Cardinal fans are incredible.
Those Cardinal fans. How many Cardinals fans were giving a standing ovation? Was it the entire stadium? Or was it?
It was not the entire stadium. It was enough to where it was okay for the announcers to acknowledge. It was enough to go like, wow, you don't see this very often, that kind of thing.
Right, it wasn't just one thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you and I are going to disagree on this, but not for the same reasons.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Usually are the best discussions when we can argue about two separate things. But I honestly love the show of respect by an opposing fan base. And Sean, I don't know about you. Maybe you love communism or something. Maybe you're a huge Stalin buff. I don't know. But I thought that there's unanimously in approval of the final scene of Rocky IV, in which the Soviet audience is chanting Rocky, 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 Rocky over and over again.
It's true.
In defiance of their overlords and everything else. I thought we liked that.
Yeah.
But now here I am. I look at the show prep this morning, and Sean's basically going all in on the Soviets. Yeah, basically it was the beginning of Glasnost, Sean. It led to the fall of the Berlin Wall ultimately, and you're sitting here acting like that wasn't one of the most powerful and potent moments in American history. They teach it to our kids today.
That's a fit
about what a moment that was.
Rocky?
When Rocky Balboa tore down that wall.
Yes, they teach it in our schools. When Rocky Balboa ended the Cold War. It gets taught in schools, yes.
Everything wouldn't be so awesome in Russia right now if it weren't for Rocky Balboa. They wouldn't be our enemies, allies. Well, I can't keep track. We'll have to wait until November to,
I got to say, you're making a lot of good points on this. The Rocky IV thing I'd not thought of. That is an iconic, I'm not going to say movie scene. That's an iconic bit of American history right there. Okay?
It is. They put it if they still made, do kids still use textbooks or is it all online now? I don't know.
Yeah. It's all AI.
But that was a big moment. So I'm for it. Now, so my objection to it is, okay, it was a nice start by a rookie pitcher who went, how many innings?
6 1/3.
6. I don't think that's standing ovation worthy. I think it's I feel like maybe give him a clap, but like let's can it with the fourth grade recital obligatory standing ovation. I'll tell you one thing. I don't stand up. I rarely give a standing ovation at any theatrical event because I want them to earn it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah.
I can't go to a high school musical and I'm watching these clowns up there. There's like 3 good singers and 19 tone-deaf bastards. I'm not going to give that a standing ovation.
You're not afraid to be the only adult that stays seated at a kid's play or musical in high school?
No, God, no. I
like that. You're not going to
let. What am I going to give him a participation trophy?
I like this. Seth Payne's not going to let America get soft. Not on his watch. Not on his watch. For me, the more annoying part of it was who was giving the standing ovation. I can get
they're the classiest. Fan base
they're the
baseball.
Smartest and the classiest, and
I couldn't
St.
tell
Louis.
from the view I saw because I didn't know it was the whole stadium because I just saw one clip where it was like the people in front of the person holding the camera.
Yeah.
Were there more than 5,000 people at this Cardinals game?
There were. It was, boy, I tell you, for a city that just prides itself on being dyed-in-the-wool baseball fans, dyed-in-the-wool Cardinal fans. There were a lot of fans disguised as empty seats at that bad boy. I will
Best
tell you
fan
that.
base in baseball, is what I'm told, as long as they're winning, apparently.
That's what I'm told, yeah. Best front-running fan base in baseball, for sure.
They're still sixth in attendance this year.
Are they?
Not
Okay.
too, yeah, it's just jarring sometimes when you see. You know what I think? What people have done with the Texans at times, which is they'll take a view of the seats at kickoff and act like it's only the fact that like that's the attendance for the game, and they ignore the fact that in Houston, when teams are really good, it's a late arriving crowd.
I'm basing this off the clip that I saw in the 7th inning of that game with Skeens walking off the mound. It was a scoreless tie. It was a good game. So the question that I posed to the audience and that we discussed yesterday was, which is worse fan behavior at a baseball game? Doing what Cardinal fans did, giving a standing ovation to an opposing pitcher who is dealing against your guys, or doing the wave in the late innings of a close game? Which is which I put a poll up. I don't know if you've looked at it.
I think I didn't know. I don't look at your polls because I want to be able to guess.
Yep.
So I think that the overwhelming majority was doing the wave in the late innings of a close game.
Bingo. Ben, I need a ding if you can give it to me. Now, Ben's busy doing something in there.
Okay.
Yeah, what percent?
I sent Ben a bunch of audio before this segment.
Oh,
so there
okay.
you go.
Gotcha. What percentage?
Ben, stop doing your job and do your job.
Don't. Ben's fine. I just need Ben. Now Ben's all perked up. He's looking in here. I just needed give me a number so I can know if I can ding you on this. You said you think the wave wins heavily.
I think 73% think the wave is worse.
Give him a ding, Ben. 77%.
Yeah, I'm pretty good on these. I've got the pulse of our listenership.
Very
or at least your pulse on Twitter following.
Yes. 77 and change. 77.6, 22.4. Think standing ovation is worse fan behavior.
The standing ovation? Oh, they think the standing ovation is worse?
22% think that's worse.
Okay.
77%
Gotcha.
think the wave is worse, yeah.
I love when the competitors themselves show respect, like boxers hugging each other at the end of a 12-round bout or something like that. I love that.
Yeah.
I think that's the best thing in the world, yeah. So I do like, and I also think, if you're a learned fan or just like somebody who appreciates good competition, when you watch, without having watched the game, I'm guessing there were some battles against some of their better hitters. And so I think so as a show of respect to a young player who it wasn't just the box score. There had to have been some battles at the plate that pitcher won, and it was a show of respect to him.
And Skeens is viewed as a future star.
Yeah.
And he's dating Livy Dunn. I would give him a standing ovation on that alone.
He rizzed up Livy Dunn?
He did, yeah.
Okay.
He did. Look at you. He did.
I know the lingo.
A lot of people weighing in, Seth, with the things that they spend way more money on than they thought they did. That we were talking about that. Mine was touch tunes. Seth was apps on his phone. A lot of people saying DoorDash. They add up how much they spend. Like we have someone saying, my wife and I were spending $800 to $1,000 a month on DoorDash.
Whoa.
And we had to dial it back.
That's nuts.
I would say step on a scale, too. There can't be good stuff coming in on DoorDash.
I would check my gummy expenditures there, too, because that's probably it might be a relation there.
Yep.
DoorDash, Uber Eats, any of that stuff, it's addictive if you get it. I went through a phase where when I was traveling, I was doing Uber Eats a lot, and I realized, A, how much money I was spending, and then B, also, why am I traveling? If I'm so I can enjoy, this Marriott is way different than the exact same Marriott in Sacramento. I can sit here on this bed sheet ignoring what came before me on that bed sheet and just, so to speak, and enjoy it in this city as opposed to another one. Let me get some chain restaurant food from DoorDash.
Right, from DoorDash.
Yeah.
Served right up, yeah. Sports cards are getting a lot of run on this topic, man. A lot of people on the sports cards. They said, someone says baseball cards. That wasn't fun going over how much I had spent with my wife. LOL. Well, that's good. But you're bonding. When you say how much you spent with your wife, I'm assuming you mean that the two of you really enjoy collecting baseball cards.
With all of these things that add up, there's always some little glitch in the matrix that makes you abandon your restraint. And I think with DoorDash, that's an easy one. Like, oh, it's good food. I deserve a good meal.
Yeah. And
but
I'm hungry.
I don't want to go out and get it. Like, yeah, I'm hungry. That's a human need. I've got to eat, right?
Yeah.
I've got to eat. And how could I possibly eat other than ordering DoorDash right now?
That's the only way.
But I need my rest too. I can't be out. Traffic is dangerous.
Yeah.
We have natural disaster. I don't know if a tornado driver die instead of me. I think with your what's it called, the touch tunes.
It's alcohol.
Well, like I'm helping out. It's alcohol, and
It's
adding to the ambiance.
Yes,
In your mind, you feel like, oh yeah, I'm spreading joy around the world. I'm like a Johnny Appleseed of pop music.
I gain pleasure from doing that. Humans are here to do two things: seek pleasure and avoid pain. Man, that's it.
With my apps on my phone, like usually it's anything kind of job related, or so for my apps. I'm always in my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, well, I'll use this and I'll be more efficient at my YouTube channel and I'll make more money. But I don't really think it out, so I end up having like all these different video editing apps that I never use.
And now it's just a matter of which of these 10 apps that I use to do this. Yeah.
It's a business expense. It's basically free. Yeah.
It's a write-off. All right.
Seth, are you in the black on your YouTube yet? In my mind,
yeah.
Yes.
What does that mean? Nick Caserio joined Seth and I last Friday. This is the first chance that Seth and I have had to kind of go back and chop up some of the things that Nick said, because Seth's back in studio today. Nick's approach to getting the Nico deal done. I feel a whole lot better listening to this GM talk about negotiating contracts than the previous GM talking about hating the way negotiating contracts goes. We'll discuss that coming up next. Men's T Clinic, mensteclinic.com.
sportsradio610.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We heard from Bill O'Brien a little earlier in the show saying how much he hated negotiating contracts, which is fine. He wasn't great at it. If someone doesn't like doing something, then don't do it. Nick Caserio feels far more meticulous and I would say pragmatic in his approach to negotiating contracts. In fact, he just recently negotiated a new contract with Nico Collins. What is Nick Caserio's approach to getting deals like this one done?
In the end, anytime you negotiate, everybody wants to feel decent about how the negotiation went. Mm-hmm. We're not trying to, quote-unquote, win a negotiation. We're trying to do what we think is best for the organization, slot the player in accordingly. We have to balance, and the hard part for us is we're worried about the Houston Texans and how our team is put together. Sometimes a player and the agent are looking at it from an individual lens, and they're focused on it, and no problem at all. And then they're looking around and what's going on with the rest of the league. And we're certainly cognizant of that. Like, it'd be ignorant of us to not, consider that.
Yeah.
You have to factor that in.
I think the biggest thing about that is I don't think that's unique to Caserio or anything, but I think compared to the way that fans or that we like to think about it sometimes, it's that, there's different types of negotiations, and it's when you're negotiating with somebody with whom you're going to have a working relationship afterwards, that's when, you want it to be win-win negotiation. Like, okay, if you're talking about, buying a used car or something, that's not necessarily, okay, you want to win that, and, you don't necessarily worry about how well it's going to, is the car dealer going to hate you afterwards or what have you. Then it doesn't make as much sense for it to be win. Now, the dealership, though, is thinking, we want them as a customer for life, so are we thinking okay, is this somebody who's going to come back and buy more vehicles? So the dealership might want to treat it more as a win-win negotiation.
Yeah.
The thing that popped into my mind immediately, Sean, was Steven Nelson, which is that sometimes just knowing the person you're negotiating with and whether or not they're going to be the kind of person that 6 months from now feels like they got wrong, then you can do about it. They're just going to be that way. Nico Collins strikes me as the opposite of that type of guy.
Yeah.
I really do think that Nico, Nico says all the right things about his contract negotiation, but it's not in a way that feels like he's just saying the cliche or perfunctory thing. It feels like he genuinely wants to focus on football, and he's going to let his agent take care of, and he's got a good agent, Drew Rosenhaus. He's tell him whether or not it's fair and whether or not it's right. And I think so when you're in that position and you're dealing with, and Caserio's dealing with Drew Rosenhaus, they can have those conversations where you're just trying to figure out, okay, what does this side want? What does this side want? How can we find a deal that makes sense for both of us?
Yeah, it's funny because you're right. There's the type of negotiation you're talking about where you're going to be in business with this person moving forward. You're going to see this person every day.
Yeah.
Nick also negotiates with other teams when you're trying to do deals. You're trying to make a Deshaun Watson trade. You're trying to make a Will Anderson trade. And I think about that. Now, that's obviously a different working relationship than the one you have with your own player. But I think about the Browns. I'm like, if I'm Andrew Berry and Nick Caserio's number comes up on my caller ID, am I hesitant to pick up the phone? Because this dude got way over on me on this Deshaun Watson trade.
Well, that's where it's interesting with GMs dealing with other GMs. I think some of that comes into, all right, a GM, like when you're negotiating with another GM, you might withhold information or you're going to withhold some information.
Yeah.
But do you mislead that other GM?
Yeah.
And after a while, if other GMs, if you're trying to be cutthroat in every negotiation with every other team, and you're doing it by any means possible, you're going to start running out of trade partners, So, there has to be a little give and take there. It reminds me a lot of just commercial real estate. I was thinking about going into commercial real estate, so I had a good friend who's very successful in it, and I shadowed him for a while. And I was amazed at the negotiations, how they're very much like, okay, your layout, okay, this is what I need and this is what I'm hoping to get out of it. The other side says, okay, well, this is what I need. This is what I'm hoping to get out of it. And then how can we creatively figure out a way to get this deal done?
Yeah.
So it's almost like you're working together on a project to create this contract where the people's most important needs are met.
Yeah.
And it's and you end up doing business with those people.
That's
in the
healthy.
future.
That's a healthy way to do it. Yeah.
Right. It's not the movie version of negotiating.
No. No.
So I think that's where Nick is really well suited to it, and how he's able to set aside emotion pretty easily. I think he can just look at the numbers and also understand, okay, some players care about some things, other players care about other things, and how can we satisfy that player's wants, needs, and desires in a way that's also good for the organization.
This next one we've got on the list here, Seth, is actually something that Brandon Scott and I touched on multiple times while you were gone, to the chagrin of a few listeners who were like, you guys are going awfully deep on this topic. Yeah, we're about to hit it again one more time, all right? Nick Caserio, not a fan of war room standing ovations.
I mean, I'll probably get cursed out for this. I have to make a pick, and then the camera's in the room. Like, they have the whole room stand up and clap. Like, I mean, give me a break. But we just
call him out, Nick.
We just picked the phone up. Hey, we're on the clock. We're about to pick you.
Okay. So we had a listener who has a Twitter account, Houston Stressens, at Texans commenter, that made a short video with that clip, the YouTube clip of the three of us, you, me, and Nick, talking about this, and spliced in were the Colts, Jags, and Titans war rooms, all in unison standing ovations. And I did a deep dive on the Colts myself a couple nights ago.
Yeah.
Literally have video. I'll send you the video. I need to post it. Literally video of the war room for the Colts. Wide shot of all 30 guys, all clapping out of nowhere while Shane Steichen's on the phone with Latu. And then on day 2, Chris Ballard walking back into the war room after drafting Adonai Mitchell.
Yeah.
Clapping, and then everybody stands up and claps.
It's got such a feel of like a dictatorship where, oh, wow, look at that. They filled the entire plaza with people, and they're standing and cheering for the great leader. Sure, yes, they know they'll be assassinated as soon as they get home if they don't. But, yes, they very much in support and approve of this pick. Yes. Yes, great leader. Thank you.
Yeah, man. AFC
break.
Exactly.
I think part of it is, now, like, I think that the war room stuff, when there's a player you've identified, and if you maneuver, that would feel like, okay, that part of it, because the hay is in the barn by the time you get there in terms of your evaluations and everything. Yeah. But when you decide you want to go somewhere and move somewhere in the draft to get there and you're not sure if it could, I could see that being a genuine kind of like, oh, yeah, we did it.
Right.
And so, like, that I would believe. It's when they do it every single time, like apparently in the situation.
It's when they do it prompted. Like they stay, like now is when you clap. Like it's Nick's right. It's stupid. It's dumb.
Break.
Exactly, well, Nick.
Part of it, though, too, is I think that Caserio views each draft pick like what it is, which is a gamble.
Yeah.
And like a pro, does a pro poker player like get up and congratulate himself every time he wins a hand? No, he's got it calculated out what his odds are and what his chances are, and he's playing the odds and percentages and whatever little tells he can pick from other people. But you can't be congratulating yourself for a guy who still hasn't proven he's a good football player.
Right.
Half the first round picks are going to be busts, and no GM who's being honest with you can tell you that he knows exactly which ones will and won't. Oh. It's a gamble every single time. Every GM could tell you why every single first round pick might fail. And I think that the ones that lose sight of that are the ones that also get really excited for themselves when they pull off like somebody that they just know is going to be an awesome NFL player.
Ballard said that they landed the best defensive player in the draft at 15.
Best pass rusher,
the
best pass rusher in the draft.
Yeah, just like he's chuckling about it. Yeah,
okay. I think I like Latu a lot. But he's got a lot to prove before he's an actual NFL player. Not a single one of those guys is a good NFL player yet.
Right, yeah. Before the GM. And if there's a GM that knows there's a camera running right there, it's Chris Ballard. Like before, like that's bold, man. Put that out there and sit on camera and say that. Payne and Pendergast with you, man. A lot of you spend a lot of money on some really frivolous stuff. I got to read some of these texts in the next segment. Let's circle back to the Astros. Jose Abreu went 0 for 3 in yesterday's loss. Jose Abreu has continued to be a black hole at the back end of the Astros lineup. Let's pick a date. What's the date where we've got to eject on Jose Abreu? I'm pulling out the schedule right now, picking a date. And we're gonna hash this thing out.
April on your calendar? Okay.
Given the situation we're in now, what is the date that we expect? We'll try to make a prediction here on Jose Abreu in that situation, and we'll do that next. But so to weight loss right now. If anybody had predicted back in June of 2020 that I would drop
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Hope you're having a great day. The Astros. Oh, we were supposed to bump in with the final call. You know, Ben, hey, sorry about that, Todd Callis. Here's the final call on yesterday's Astros game.
0-2 the count. And he tries to hold up. Goes too far. Ball game over. Swing is called by Rob Drake, the first base umpire. That'll be a strikeout for Duvall to end the game and end this series with a Giants 5-3 victory. Giants take 2 out of 3 here in this 3-game set. The Astros end the road trip 3-3 on their West Coast swing to Anaheim and San Francisco.
All right, so we got...
Yeah, I can't believe you made us miss out on that, Sean. Sorry. You can't believe you almost robbed me of that.
A little bit the stage for this segment.
I'd like to relive that. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So the Astros go 3-3 on this road trip. A road trip which I believe you and I, Seth, said last week that we needed 5-1. We didn't care which series they swept, but they got to sweep one of them, and they got to win the other one.
Yeah. You got to do something to show that this is a team worth making aggressive moves at the trade deadline for.
Correct.
And it's not looking like that. Not looking like that team right
No.
now.
So they and Framber looked good early, man. Nice 9-pitch first inning. I'm like, all right, this is the Framber we're getting today. And then it all kind of unraveled. It was 4 innings.
Afterwards, he explained that his mechanics were a little bit off, and it's been a weird year for Framber where he's had a few really bad performances but then been otherwise solid. More than half of his runs have come from 3 of his starts. And I think the encouraging thing is that he's rebounded from them. He rebounded from that last disaster really, really well in his next 2 games out. But then he has a poor performance yesterday. I think that part of the equation for the Astros getting back on track has to be Framber getting back to peak Framber form. He's got to be 2022 Framber, and I haven't given up on that just because of everything I just mentioned. I don't worry about his emotional stability or anything.
No, and he's shown not even flashes. Like lately, his previous start was a complete game. Like he's had really retro Framber outings lately.
I would bet his next game is going to be a good one.
I would too.
I think he'll rebound from it really well. He'll fix whatever he needs to mechanically, and he'll probably have a really good game. He might pitch another complete game,
especially because he's pitching against the White Sox in his next game.
Yeah,
that's a good prediction.
Yeah, they're facing some. This stretch of schedule is like not a brutal one. They've gotten the real brutality in their schedule out of the way. So if ever there was a time to just start looking like a team that's worth being aggressive on your roster, it would have been nice to start this road trip, but like right now is still in the peak of that time.
Home for Detroit starting tomorrow for 3 games.
Yeah.
Then they're at the White Sox for 3 games. Well, they have a lot of days off, man. They're off on Monday again. If you're going to try to navigate things with a 5-man rotation with young guys that are going to be hitting innings thresholds here pretty soon, this is pretty friendly. It's not only a friendly patch of schedule they've got going here from an opponent standpoint, it's a friendly patch of schedule from a workload standpoint. They're off today. They're off on Monday. They've got 3 against Detroit this weekend. Then they travel to Chicago for 3 games. They come back here. And then they play Baltimore for 3 games. And Baltimore's the only one, though, to your point, in this stretch here where you go, all right, well, this could even be the best version of the Astros right now. That's a better baseball team than the best version of the Astros possibly right now.
Yeah.
They're really good. Then they've got 2 against Colorado, and they go to New York to face the Mets for 3. That's the rest of the White Sox. It's Baltimore, Colorado, and the Mets. Like you play 3 of your next 5 opponents are among the worst teams in baseball.
So the Orioles would be the one that I'm really looking forward to.
Yes.
And saying, all right, like let's when the Orioles come into town on Alex Bregman Navy rainbow throwback jersey night, then
is it really?
That's when they got to turn it. Yes, that's when they need to turn it around. It's Alex Bregman Navy rainbow throwback jersey night. Yes.
I would say if you're going to pick a series where you go, okay, what are we? what are we worth investing in? And I'm talking about the Astros talking to themselves in the mirror. Like, are we a team that's worth sending a prospect, 2 prospects, something substantial to make ourselves better? Are we, because that's the measure. The measuring stick isn't the White Sox. The measuring stick, and I know it's only 3 games, but man, we're just we're running out of time. And I think that Baltimore, you got them at home, which has been better lately than certainly it was late last year. I think that Baltimore series right there, that's the measuring stick probably for, okay, do we go ahead and do something? And then you know what they do, Seth, then, is they wait until they're in New York at the end of the month and make the Pete Alonso trade then. We know the Astros like making those deals where all the other guy has to do is walk over to the other dugout and start his new job.
They do, yeah. Those are fun.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of that would be an emotional victory in a lot of ways.
Yep.
One of the people on the YouTube stream, Zach uses the argument that I hate most and says Abreu isn't the reason we are losing. Like, anytime you say, like, well, that's not the single reason we're losing. Right. Like, you can say that about any team anywhere ever in the history of sports.
Right.
Like, there's never just one reason.
Right.
I do, though, think that Abreu is an offshoot of and is indicative of some of the backwards thinking that's potentially contributing to the demise of this Astros legacy. It's that you're clinging on to something that obviously is not working out, hasn't worked out. Even worse than Maldonado last year. Maldonado still brought a lot to the table as a catcher, even as he was diminishing physically as a catcher and couldn't stop. He was letting balls pass him left and right. Like, he still could call a really, really good game. Abreu does nothing for you at first base. He does nothing for you at the plate.
Yeah.
There's just nothing that he can offer other than the memory of what's now almost a year in the rearview mirror when he surged in September in the playoffs last year. But you're actively losing games right now when he's grounding into double plays or giving you 3-pitch at bats. It's just just a gigantic drain, both in the outcome and I think probably emotionally on the team.
That's a bad way to look at things. What's his name? Zach, you said in the YouTube chat? Zach?
No, yeah, whenever you say, well, that's not the reason they're losing. Right. There's never one single reason.
Yeah. This is somebody, Zach, I don't know if I'm describing you in this case, but your mentality is one of somebody that let's say individually, head to toe, physical, aroma, things like that you have a lot of things wrong with you. You don't look good, you're heavy, you stink, all those things. Yeah. It doesn't mean you go, hey, the reason women don't like me isn't because of my beer belly.
Right.
That doesn't mean, there's a lot of reasons. It doesn't mean you shouldn't get to the gym and go fix it. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah. You could do that with your entire life. You could point out, like, well, that's not the one single thing that's holding me back.
Yeah.
Right. Just like there's never one single thing that makes you successful.
By that mentality, you shouldn't be improving any of the things on the team.
Right.
That are
By
wrong.
that mentality, there's nothing wrong with anything ever.
Yeah.
Because it's worth getting rid of because it's never one thing.
That's silly. Zach, I'm glad we had this talk. I hope you got enlightened in the last 2.5 minutes because that is a poor prism to look through at anything, man. You can make little improvements to anything. You don't just sit back and let all the things that suck continue to suck.
Right.
Stupid. I'm not saying Zach. I'm not saying you're not stupid, Zach, but you're saying stupid things.
The whole thing. Well, it used to bother me with rule changes in baseball, where like they'll make one or any rule change really ever in sports. Like they'll make one rule change and they'll say, "Well, that's not going to save baseball." Oh, that one thing's going to save it. No, nobody's saying that that's the one thing that's going to save baseball.
Yeah,
it's a multitude of things.
Bad outlook, man. Bad outlook.
That's the whole, like what was the dollar that made you rich? It's never, somebody that gets, somebody goes out and earns it the old-fashioned way, where they, accumulate wealth over time. It's a number of little things that they do.
People kind of improve 1% or get a little bit more cognizant fiscally. We have a lot of people responding to our question from earlier when Seth and I were laying out what are the things that we spend an astounding amount of money on that we didn't realize we were spending. Like when you sit down and add it up, like, wow, I spend a lot on this. Dude, and I'm this way too. Boy, if y'all are going to make me go to my credit cards and go look at how much I'm spending, like little snacks and food at gas stations.
Oh, yeah.
Like you pull in, you get your gas, and you're like, could use a bag of chips and a Topo Chico right now. You know, like I do that. Rarely do I stop and get gas and just get gas. I always go in and get something to nibble on and to snack
I'll tell you,
on.
You know what gets me is just like bottled water at a gas station.
Yeah.
Because you're like, well, I got to stay hydrated. According to reports, I'm going to die if I don't get 16 ounces of water in me in the next 2 hours. And so, sure, $4 for a bottle of water seems reasonable enough to not die.
Dude, yeah. And then you go to the grocery store, and it's $4 for a case of bottled water. Like, they are making so much money on the bottled water, man.
Convenience store. I'll tell you where it gets rough, man, is like, I feel bad because this isn't it's like rural poor people who live in areas where it's like a rural food desert.
Yeah.
Where or there's food deserts in the city too, where like it's a haul to get to a supermarket where you can make good financial decisions on food.
Yeah.
It's like it's not always realistic, but then they end up making a bad problem worse because they spend all this money on convenience store food.
Yes.
That is just so overinflated. Yeah.
Yeah. Or living.
But I see like in my wife's hometown, which is like pretty rural and pretty and you'll see people that you know are getting assistance walking out of the convenience store with grocery bags of food to walk back home, and oh my God, I feel bad.
There's a couple. You're right. No, you're totally right. Coors Light for me. I spend a lot on Coors Light. Thanks, Clint, SMH. That's pretty good.
I feel like spending money on a lot of beer is like, of all the vices you could have where, you know, like, okay, I'm drinking too much.
Yeah.
At least buying beer for yourself at home is more cost effective than like going to a bar.
Yes.
And not that neither of them are healthy and it's not desirable, but at least if your alcohol problem is light beer, then that's probably that's probably a better than some of the other ones.
Oh, yeah.
Wash your mouth out with a little bit Coors Light.
That's right, Linda.
Yeah.
That's right. Somebody says on the text page 33891, Buc-ee's gets me every time, especially in the summer when I'm traveling with my family a lot. Yeah, Buc-ee's, that's another one, man. You don't just stop and get gas at Buc-ee's. You got to go inside and get a floral arrangement, a welcome mat, 3 Texas T-shirts, and 5 bags of beaver nuggets. You know?
I kind of, the Buc-ee's or other like big travels, like whenever you go in for something where you think it's going to be just a quick stop and I'm going to pee, we're like, oh no, but I need these three commemorative T-shirts so I can remember my time in Bucksnort, Tennessee.
I never knew how much I needed this trucker hat.
Yeah.
That says, I'm with stupid on it with an arrow pointing at my wife, something like that.
Yeah, you're Jim Carrey coming out of the convenience store.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're stupid,
big
Amy.
Foam hat
I'm not saying you're stupid. If I thought you were, I would have bought the hat, but I didn't. Someone said, this is a good one. Okay, we're going through the texts of people who spend things you spend an astounding amount of money on that you really didn't realize till you added it up. Concerts. I'm a big metalhead, the texter says. Yesterday, I spent $460 for a front row ticket to Judas Priest. Last month, I only went to 4 shows. One was in Dallas, and I bought 3 VIP meet and greet packages. Oh, that piles up, man. If you're doing the full Monty of the good seats and the meet and greet to go with it, that does add up.
It's just a constant battle with humans between living for today, but also just being mindful of the future. It's hard, man, because you can talk yourself into like, carpe diem. I could be dead tomorrow. Might as well just, and then tomorrow comes, unfortunately. That's the problem. That's the problem with personal finance, is that tomorrow comes.
Yes.
So the vast majority of the time, tomorrow will come.
It will.
So like if you live like there's no tomorrow, inevitably you're disappointed when the sun rises the next day, and you're like, I'd convinced myself I was never going to see you again.
Yet I feel skittish wishing against it. It's.
I remember Lance Armstrong talked about that in one of his books, which is just that you go through cancer and you realize like, man, how much you have to appreciate life, and it teaches you a lot of lessons about living in the moment. But you take that too far, and then all of a sudden your life's a shambles. You gotta figure out some way to balance it. With him, it was testosterone and EPO, but for others, it might be.
With him, it was alienating the entire biking circuit. That's what got him.
Okay, let's get one thing clear. He was just Lance Armstrong. Lance Armstrong has been vilified for doing what every other cyclist was doing while he was competing in cycling.
True.
That's the bogus thing about Lance Armstrong's legacy is that, like, basically he in a field full of cheaters, he was just the best cyclist amongst them. But it's a lot easier for everybody to say, like, oh, well, yeah, he cheated and beat all those other cheaters. But let's not think of it. Yeah.
Weed is getting a lot of run on here. Multiple people saying weed is something they spend a lot of money on. You must be from out of state. I'm assuming in a state where it's legal that you're texting. I'm not going to say your area codes on the air. Someone said, what about porn? I would tell you there's plenty free out there to go be had if you're spending too much money on it.
I read an article about this the other day about why people do go to subscription sites or what have you, or just the OnlyFans stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
The OnlyFans stuff, people, if you've got all this other stuff available for free. With OnlyFans, it's the actual kind of personal connection you feel, potentially, especially if it's simulating the something that's missing in your life or that you want in your life or whatever fantasy it is.
Yeah.
But I bet that would probably add up really.
People
quickly.
have said OnlyFans on here. There are a few people who've said OnlyFans. Yeah,
they're just helping a young girl out get her way through medical school. It's I'm just trying to do a good thing here, and
To be clear, they haven't said they're going to stop spending money on OnlyFans. Just that they spend way too much money.
Something that they always
on OnlyFans. Yeah,
I've gotten pretty good in my life at knowing things, like just to not ever even. Like I will never in my life try a hard drug like heroin or cocaine or anything. Like even if I didn't have any legal or ethical objections to it, I never would because I just know I'm a weak human being.
Mm-hmm.
And like that that world of OnlyFans and everything, no, I'm a human being. I'm weak. I don't need to tempt myself with something that might end up leading to my destruction.
Titillating personal connection. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, top 40 quarterbacks. One of the most anticipated lists. I respect this person who puts this list out because he's been able to cut through, and this list is viewed as one that is respected. Did C.J. Stroud get the appropriate respect in this list? And, boy, when you look at some of the names further down, wow. Some pretty shocking ones on here. We will get to that coming up next. Texas, sinus, and snoring.
from D&M.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. Good to be with you. So Chris Sims put out his world famous top 40 QB countdown list earlier this week. Seth, he's got our guy, man, C.J. Stroud, 7th on the list, 7th on Chris Sims' top 40 quarterback list. Here are the 6 that are above him, and you tell me if you take issue with any of these being considered by one of the best-known NFL analysts. Chris Sims done a nice job cutting through in his post-playing career. Do you have an issue with any of these being ahead of C.J. Stroud heading into the 2024 season? Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford, Justin Herbert.
Okay, I don't have a huge issue just because C.J. Stroud is still just a second-year quarterback who doesn't have a body of work. I would say that Justin Herbert did not play as well as C.J. Stroud did last year. And like Herbert, if I look at the trajectory of his career, he goes from throwing 30-plus touchdowns in 2021 to now where he's been hovering around the 20 to 25 mark these last 2 seasons. And I don't know if he's regressed, but he certainly hasn't progressed the way that a lot of people thought he would. And you can make excuses for him, yet at the same time you can make a lot of excuses for C.J. Stroud and what he was working with last year, including their decrepit rushing attack. So I would put Herbert below C.J. Stroud right now, even though C.J. Stroud's still a rookie.
Yeah, I would too. I feel like we've been having the same conversation about Justin Herbert for like 3 years now. I know he's 4 seasons in. He was Rookie of the Year his first year in the league, so first impressions mean a lot when it comes to subjective stuff like this. I just feel like we've been having the same conversation, me and you and everybody, with Justin Herbert about he looks the part, dude. Like nobody's toolsier than Justin Herbert. Like he's a great athlete. He's got a cannon for an arm. Seems like a great dude. Teammates really like him. Puts up numbers, although the numbers, as you pointed out, have dialed back a little bit the last couple of years. And
Jim Harbaugh says he could play any position on the field.
And yet, is that what he said?
He could be a rush end, yeah.
I mean, he's a great athlete. He really is. And he's huge. He's a big, strong dude. I just, name me your seminal Justin Herbert moment. You know what I mean? Like, he just hasn't – what has he done? Like, he hasn't done anything.
Yeah. So at some point out all of the variables and the things that have kept him from maybe achieving his potential. But I think that one people underestimate in his first couple seasons when he was really, really good is just how much his athleticism helped him. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that you just, with rookie quarterbacks, the more athletic they are, the more hesitant I am to crown them, because at some point you got to prove that you can do all the other stuff really well too and do the higher level stuff. I think that's why so many people are so bullish on C.J. Stroud, is because he demonstrated a lot of the higher level mental stuff as a rookie, and he got better at that higher level mental stuff as the year went along. And B, his athleticism helps him almost zero. You know, in terms of modern NFL quarterbacks, he's not an athletic quarterback. He's more athletic than people wanted to give him credit for or thought he was when he was in college, and he didn't have to run all that much. But it's certainly not what made him good last year. Yes, he was able to extend plays at times and what have you, but it's not like he's a running threat. Mm-mm. And that means a lot when you're able to have success as a pure passer that he is.
Should any of these guys right behind CJ, and I'll say who they are here in just a second, should any of these guys take great issue with being behind CJ Stroud? CJ's 7th on Chris Sims' list. Here's 8 through Aaron Rodgers. 8, Dak Prescott. 9, Jalen Hurts. 10, Jared Goff. 11, Trevor Lawrence.
For Trevor Lawrence,
yes, that's why I paused. I'm like, oh, all right. 12, Kirk Cousins. 13, Jordan Love feels a little low compared to what a lot of people are feeling about Jordan Love. And then 14 is Aaron Rodgers, who's a total wild card because he hasn't played in 2 years.
I think with Aaron Rodgers and with Kirk Cousins, there's the fact that those guys they're elderly NFL players with Achilles tendons
Yep.
Injuries that they're coming back from.
Yep.
They're both unprecedented. It's just that Aaron Rodgers is more unprecedented.
Yep.
Give me the long list of guys in their upper 30s or early 40s who have come back as quarterbacks from Achilles tendon. It's a very it's a big experiment they're running with these guys. So I get why they're lower. I mean, all things being equal, it was Aaron Rodgers of 2 years ago. He should have been ahead of C.J. Stroud. But I feel like Dak Prescott is being punished for something that C.J. Stroud hasn't had an opportunity to do yet, which is to disappoint in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like he hasn't had as many opportunities. It's kind of like when people point out all the times that Tom Brady lost the Super Bowl or something. Like, okay, I suppose that's a mark against you, but you got to make it to the Super Bowl to get it. It just that doesn't feel fair necessarily. So where I am with these things, just like with DeMeco Ryans and the coaches' rankings.
Mm-hmm.
When you've only done it for 1 year,
yeah.
I don't think you deserve to be in the top 5 or maybe even the top 10. I would probably, and yet, CJ.
I'd much rather have CJ Stroud than Dak Prescott.
Yeah. Yeah, CJ Stroud.
I think CJ. In general, I agree with your thought process there. It may just be that CJ's that exceptional, and I don't think. If someone were listening out of market right now, they're like, oh, the one guy who's exceptional, the exception to Seth's rule about rookies getting pumped up in these rankings is the guy that you guys cover and watch every day. Huh,
yeah.
That's weird. But I think there's plenty to back that up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that we're looking at C.J. Stroud through, Texans-colored glasses. And when we say these things, he did a lot of things that statistically were unprecedented for rookies last year.
I think a lot of it, and part of it might be just in defense of Dak Prescott, I think that some of it is that part of succeeding as a quarterback is who is your coach or who's your coordinator. And I'm not saying that Bobby Sloak has proved himself to be, a brilliant offensive coordinator yet. But I do think that he and CJ are perfectly matched and suited for each other.
Yeah.
And I think the working relationship they have gives you more of a feel of a guy like CJ has a feel for the game. And part of that is because in the play calling in Bobby Sloak's system, the plays are all tied to each other. You're never running one play without it setting up another play.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, you have the Bill O'Brien version of calling an offense, which is just a hodgepodge of, let's see if this works.
Yes.
So if Dak had been with the same coordinator or good coordinators, it might be different, but I think that is part of what holds Dak Prescott back is just never quite being 100% on board with a guy that you feel is like, oh yeah, this guy's going to take us to the promised land.
How about Deshaun? 24th in between Daniel Jones, guy who everybody wants out of New York, and Justin Fields, who's not even starting on a team where Russell Wilson is the starter.
And just 2 spots above Will Levis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why the mighty have fallen. Do you think Deshaun has a good year this year? Or do you think he's done?
I think they might play winning football.
Okay.
And Deshaun in that system and with the running back that you have might not have great numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I think he could have a really good year, but it's going to be a lot of running the football. It's going to be dealing with weather conditions. I mean,
that's what I was going to.
He's always going to have that. That's why I don't think. I think whatever options or anything else he has on his contract, I don't think he's long for Cleveland. After this contract's up, I think he wants to get the hell out. Even if they're winning, I think it's not the best. The weather's. I just can't explain this. How miserable the weather is in that stadium at times. And as a quarterback, half of your home games in a season, like when the weather starts to get rough, might be ones that are not conducive to putting up good numbers and being an MVP caliber quarterback.
What was it? Denver?
It's different than Buffalo.
Yeah.
It's different than anywhere else in the north. It's different than Green Bay. It's because it's right on the lake and it's right there where Cleveland gets all those that come from the west and southwest, pick up all that moisture from the lakes and just dump it on Cleveland and blow their wind. It's just the open face of that stadium just invites in all that miserable weather.
I give Chris Sims credit for having the courage to put Brock Purdy 17th on this list when it feels like so many other analysts out there want to take Brock Purdy and make him a top 5 quarterback. I don't think Brock Purdy's a top 5 quarterback. I think he plays in an awesome offense, and I think he does a really good job stewarding that offense. I think the 49ers would trade Brock Purdy for at least 10 guys above him on this list right now.
Which one here? Like, 'cause Sims will throw some wild stuff out there at times. Is there a ranking on this ranking of top 40 QBs of Chris Sims that makes you feel like, okay, I wonder if he's just trying to rile people up?
What's the one everybody's talking about, that kind of thing? I haven't seen any, like, you know what, probably Justin Fields as a backup being 25th right now. Having the 2 Pittsburgh quarterbacks within 3 spots of each other right there. Ryan Tannehill's 31st on the list and isn't on a team right now. He's still out there. You think Ryan Tannehill looked at what Joe Flacco did last year and, man, I'm just going to lay out and see what good team needs a quarterback in December and then go play for that team?
Yeah, probably right. Yeah, or just, reads the lay of the land with rookies or backups and everything. He's probably making a calculated decision, but it's not like he's highly sought after. Frankly, I don't think Ryan Tannehill is like one that I don't think Chris Sims put this list together thinking like, oh yeah, being 31 is going to be the thing that puts this list over
I'm just spitballing stuff I thought when I looked at the list. Purdy might be it at 17th. That might be the biggest thing. That's pretty far down for a guy who just took his team to the Super Bowl.
The thing that's going to rile people up the most, I think, and probably the most arguments here will be Josh Allen being second and Lamar Jackson being fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Like 2 guys who both can't beat Pat Mahomes in the playoffs. But I think Lamar Jackson coming off of an MVP season and being 2 spots below Josh Allen, that just feels a little off.
And Burrow's still getting that top 3 love, even though he's missed. He's had season-ending injuries in 2 of the 4 seasons that he's played. So maybe something like that up there.
I do think that Justin Herbert will look a lot more like he did in his second season when he got MVP votes.
Harbaugh will be great for him.
Harbaugh will be really good for him.
Yep.
They're going to get they'll use the play action really effectively, so you're going to get some beautiful deep balls from him this year. That's more important, Sean. And when it comes to in the mindset of the public, how nice is your highlight reel?
Hell yeah.
People love to claim that they've broken it down and they've thought about, no, judgment is what I care about and everything else. They want highlight reel throws. There'll be a bunch with Jim Harbaugh.
That's what chicks like, the sizzle reel. All right, Nick Caserio was on with Seth and I last week. Great story about a young player on this team who we know Nick loves. Just another story, another anecdote showing that. And a really funny stuff from Nick on one of the best players on this team and their college tape. We will have that for you.
If you're looking to build your dream home, go to Kirk Holmes.
apply. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. In the Loop starts top of the hour. Here was Nick Caserio. This is a great story he had. I'm excited to see Cade Stover and see him when the pads go on. He looked good out at minicamp. Cade Stover, the rookie tight end out of Ohio State. Good friend of C.J. Stroud back at the collegiate level. They get to continue that here with the Texans. Here was Nick Caserio with a great story, basically telling one of the coaches on the staff now when they first met. Well, take a listen. I'll let Nick do the talking.
He landed in Indianapolis in the lobby at a JW Marriott. Hey, Billy, great to meet you.
Hang on, Ben. I did a poor job of setting that up. He, pronoun, is linebackers coach Billy Davis. So new linebackers coach with the Texans met up with Nick Caserio for the first time at the Combine in Indianapolis. Now go.
He landed in Indianapolis in the lobby at a JW Marriott. Hey, Billy, great to meet you. Great to have you here. So we had some small talk. We said, hey, look, I'm not telling you how to do your job, but there's one player that, we need to get in this football team, or should get in the football team, be Cade Stover. He recruited Cade. I said, Coach, don't worry about it. We're on it. So this was a player that we knew that we
exactly.
So it really kind of confirmed what we were thinking.
That's cool.
And then every step along the way, was confirmation about Cade.
That's wild.
Yeah, and the thing about Billy Davis there, too, is that, I knew he had coached at Ohio State for a couple of years, actually at Ohio State with Cade Stover.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he was affiliated with them in some respect, even after he was a coach, maybe a little interim basis or something. So, he knows people in the Ohio State program. I think that's the way, and he was there with Ryan Day at Ohio State.
He was.
So, I think Cade Stover is one of those guys that, even though he's not the same caliber of prospect that a Will Anderson was, he's talked about in a lot of the same ways, including by C.J. Stroud himself. CJ just loves Cade Stover. I thought that was interesting. The one guy that Billy Davis chose to mention the first time he met his new boss in Indianapolis at the Combine was Cade Stover and how much he likes him. So, and as a guy that's a linebackers coach and kind of looks through it through that lens of okay, who's going to be a pain in the butt for us? There's a lot to like about Cade Stover.
He was I didn't know this, so you pointed this out to me before the show, and you just mentioned it now, that Billy Davis's timeline at Ohio State is you said, 2017 and 2018, he was the linebackers coach. So he'd been gone on paper on his Wikipedia page from Ohio State. He was the linebackers coach in Arizona from 2019 through 2022, the Cardinals. And he's out of football for a year, and now he's back here with the Texans. That makes it even more impressive to me about Cade Stover, because you're talking about somebody who, even if he were a position coach at Ohio State when Cade Stover is there, let's pretend that the 10. Think about one of the very first things he's doing with Nick Caserio in meeting the GM of the team for the first time is telling you really need to draft this guy.
Well, if you think about it, he was the linebackers coach in 2018 for Ohio State.
Yeah.
And Cade Stover started off at Ohio State as a linebacker. So he may have been recruiting, or at least keeping an eye on, depending on the timeline there, keeping an eye on Cade Stover. He'd caught his eye in watching film just as a linebacker.
Yeah.
And again, you do all the background research, all this stuff. So I think the fact that he transitioned to tight end and Billy Davis still is vouching for this kid that he never actually coached, but I don't know, maybe recruited in high school.
The first few minutes that you're meeting the GM, or the first time you sit down with him and you're a new coach on the team, and one of the things you're bringing up is a tight end that you weren't even in the program while he was there. You thought that highly of him. That's really encouraging if you're a Texan fan.
I think Cade Stover will get playing time this year, and I don't know, I'm not forecasting Hall of Fame career or anything like that at all for a guy who's just a rookie right now. But the fact that he only played 2 years at tight end and he's got a lot more polish as a route runner than a lot of guys that have been playing tight end a lot longer than him. I think that's the really exciting part. And then the blocking is a work in progress. But there's elements when you watch him where you can see that, okay, he needs to fix tricks, a few bake, but all of the tools that are there to be a good blocker in the NFL are there, and you just got to trust he's going to work at it. And again, you go back to all the word of mouth, same way it was with Will Anderson. Like, you don't doubt that those guys are going to work at it. Whatever they need to improve at, they are 100% going to work at it. It's just it's a matter of the coaches focusing all that energy in the right direction.
You want to set this one up with Nick and Will Anderson, since I did such a poor job of setting up Billy Davis and Cade Stover right there?
This was just Nick and I talking about how, really, Will was and still is very raw as a true edge rusher.
Pass rush is an art, and it's about technique.
Well, yeah, and you can see, because Will played in a lot of 4-eye and 5 techniques.
He looked like a frog in a stance sometimes.
When he was in college, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because that's what they had to read and react and everything. Yeah, so when he was playing in a 3-point stance, a lot of the times he did look like there's a read and react stance and there's a pass rushing stance. And in a pass rushing stance, you're getting upfield and going. Read and react, you're waiting to see where the offensive lineman is going. You're playing off of him. You gotta, and then if you realize it's pass, then you start your pass rush. And I get frustrated sometimes when I watch people breaking down, the internet and the YouTube scouts and everything. They'll talk about guys like, well, he doesn't get across the line of scrimmage very quickly, and I'm watching the play that they're talking about. Yeah, because he wasn't supposed to on that play.
Right.
And you had a lot of instances like that with Will Anderson, where he's playing in a defense like it's wrong or anything. It's just the style of the defense in Alabama is a little bit more gap control, read and react. It's not as aggressive as D'Amico Ryan's mindset that he has for his defensive ends. And you can see it's something I've noticed through the years. When all of a sudden you liberate a defensive lineman to play more aggressively upfield, it seems like, oh yeah, it's like letting that dog out of the house, right? He's just going to run around like crazy and run free. No, it's a whole different mode of thinking, and it takes a while to really get it grooved into your muscle memory. And I think part of Will's transition this last year was getting that grooved into his mentality of just, okay, it's okay for me to just haul off and get upfield and focus singly and solely on the quarterback in certain situations. Yeah. The other part of it, too, is that some of the more polished things he does as a pass rusher, it's when he's slanting down inside and he becomes really quick and lethal with his hands. But to do that on the outside in college, this is one of the knocks against him in the scouting report would be a lot of his sacks are just him running past an inferior offensive tackle without even having to hit a move. So he didn't have the polish of a guy like Letu, the guy that the Colts drafted. Yep. That guy's got polish. Mm-hmm. He is just silky smooth with his pass rush moves. Will just wasn't quite there yet. And the stuff that Will said about everything he's working on with Danielle Hunter, it's cool because it's actually almost like a carbon copy of when JJ has talked about how he learned how to be an outside pass rusher and to be a true edge rusher in the NFL, because that's not how he started. Will is saying and talking about the exact same things. It's just a matter of, okay, you got to drill it 10,000 times before it becomes natural.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you. Adam Spillane with John Lopez today on In the Loop. Fellas, it's good to see you as always. We've been putting this to the audience today. This is on the heels of it. This started with Brandon Scott yesterday telling me, man, if I add it up, I spend a lot of money on breakfast tacos down at the deli downstairs.
Yeah.
And it got me thinking about my kind of moment where I sat down and looked at something I felt like I was spending a lot on, and then I got confirmation that I was spending even more than I thought on it. Touch tunes. That's sort of my vice.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Seth's was apps on his phone.
Yeah,
Seth
lifetime subscription.
I could totally see that.
Yeah, lifetime subscription.
Totally see
Seth
that.
can edit a video 50 different ways for you because he's got 50 different apps to do it.
Yeah,
right?
It's an even bigger bargain when you consider the fact that I've got an entire lifetime of not using that app where I don't have to worry about paying for it monthly.
Right. Peace of mind.
It's not like I'm oh crap, I paid another month of something that I'm not using. It's no, that money's long gone, way in the distant past.
Yes. So I'll put it to both of you. John, I'll start with you. Do you have any anything that fits. Oh, I really spend way more on this than I thought I did.
If you got on my boat, now I'm not going to say like fishing equipment because that's
a hobby.
That's a hobby and
Yeah.
all that. But on my boat, I probably, and in my little storage down in Aransas Pass, I probably have 3,000 to 5,000 soft plastic baits. You know, the little like plastic worms in bass fishing.
Yeah.
But in saltwater fishing, we call them plastic baits.
Why do you buy so many of those?
Because I could walk into any fishing shop anywhere, and for another total reason, I need whatever, a shirt. You know, I need this or that. And I'm like, hey, look, some plastic baits. That's a color I don't have.
So that's like the candy bar in the checkout line for a fisherman, right?
It's the impulse buy on plastic. I could live 5 lives and not use every plastic bait that I have.
But you're going to keep doing it.
And I buy them every single
Okay, that's an interesting
Is
one.
part of that, like, do you at least try them out once?
No.
Or do you just, really?
No.
You never even.
No.
It's never even close.
No, I'm like, that
Sounds
looks like a cool color.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'll bet a big fish would catch that, would bite that one.
Sounds like you got quite the backlog. Yeah.
I'm going to send you guys some pictures.
Oh, please do.
You know those big Costco pretzels? Because I eat pretzels all the time, the little peanut butter pretzels?
Yeah.
The big Costco pretzel jars?
Yeah.
I've got 4 of them full of plastic lures.
Are you serious?
100%.
Oh, yeah. You'll never you have to live to be 180 to use all that. What about you, Spo?
So I'm pretty cheap, admittedly, and I'm pretty cognizant of every dime that I spend.
Yeah.
However, I have started to get back into the collecting old games, like old sports games trade.
Oh,
And
you
I-
mean like board games?
Old NBA playoff games.
Okay.
Like getting the full games from
okay.
people. And so that was something that I did when I was younger. Like I would record the games and
Yeah.
I would keep the tapes.
Yeah.
And I've got a bunch of them in a storage unit. But then I started putting them. I used to sell them on eBay. I made a ton on eBay.
Selling tapes?
Oh yeah, selling. Remember that Ohio State Michigan game from like 2002?
Yeah.
When Ohio State got to the national
Tread lightly,
championship game.
Spo, man. That's probably.
You're bootlegging?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Spo's a boot. He don't even care. He's got a huge
Is it
smile on his
bootlegging?
face. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
it is.
I got
Come and get me, boys.
I got kicked off eBay multiple times.
I'll tell you what, though. No, Adam, I'm glad you mentioned the storage unit because I bet that's a huge one that a lot of people like. There have been some like I've had, like you realize like I've got this storage unit full of the types of stuff that we're talking about here that I'm paying like a couple $100 a month for,
And it always
what
goes
the hell
up.
am I doing?
Always goes up.
Yeah, so just that's my stupid purchase is monthly fees on a storage unit.
Storage unit to store all the stupid stuff that you spent all that money on through the years.
And it's out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah,
so it's
dude.
even, like you just I got that stuff. It's like my pirate's booty out there. So
I immediately thought of Storage Wars. You better keep that payment up. You ever seen that Storage Wars?
Oh, yeah, Storage Wars is great.
Dude, yours would be a mecca.
And they bid on it. They have to stand way
they
back.
can't go in.
They have to bid on it. They can put eyes on it, but they can't go in. Right. And you have to bid on it. And like sometimes they get it at a
cool
super
stuff.
cheap price, and then you peel away some of the newspapers and boxes, and they're like, holy crap! There's a
$10,000
here. Oh my god!
But so to make a long story short, there's this guy, this European guy with a website. He has basically every single NBA playoff game known to man, and I'm just buying them up at like $350 a pop.
Okay, wow, this is like underground stuff, Spo.
And it's got to be you like having the physical copy of it.
No, so it's basically now an MP4 file.
Okay.
So now they're all on files, and you can just download them. Like I've got a game up here right now. This is Warriors Sonics from 1992. I just kind of I'll watch a few minutes. I'll watch a few minutes here and there, and you get through a series.
Well, Xavier McDaniel for you.
That's at least.
I'm trying to think
cheaper.
I always think who's on the team. Go ahead, Seth.
No, yeah, I just said no. You're saving money on storage at least if you've got a bunch of thumbnail drives.
Hey, those add up though.
Yeah.
We're all sitting here on 10-foot by 10-foot storage units to keep our stuff. Spo's got it on a little USB thingy. All right, we are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, great to have you back. And antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and season highlight reels on Betamax to you.
Betamax, I love that. All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning, John.
Good morning, fine sir.
And good morning, Figgy. Let's start. Astros.
Oh, you know where we're starting.
And Giants. Yesterday afternoon at Oracle Park, Astros lose to the Giants 5-3, and they lose a series.
Yeah.
And another 6 games comes off the schedule, and you go 500. And really just another disappointing loss on this trip where They look back at it, and they should have at least gone 5-1, and you could have easily said that they could have won yesterday's game and gone 6-0, and maybe you put a nice big dent in that hole that you're trying to dig yourself out of. And what happens last night? Seattle wins again, and you dig yourself an even deeper hole.
Well, you know where my mind went with this immediately, and because I was telling you before this show. You ever have someone look you dead in the eye and tell you something that you know is not true?
Yes.
Like they look you dead in the eye. And they know
I'm a reporter.
I was there.
Yeah. And they know. What'd you say?
I cover teams in this city, so yes, it happens all the time.
Maybe even that team.
It happens on a daily basis.
I'm a reporter. Is the greatest answer ever.
And maybe even that team. So they look you dead in the eye and they tell you something. They're trying to convince you, right?
Yes.
And you know they're lying, and they know they're lying.
Yes.
And they're still saying it.
Yes.
So this is where my mind went. You cannot look us dead in the eye, figuratively speaking, and say, we're trying to win. We're trying to get back into the race. We're going to be buyers and keep trotting Jose Abreu's ass out there. You can't do it.
See,
you can't do it.
I was on the whole, let's give it some time.
Yeah.
Let's see how it looks. And it has been slightly better, but we're 13 games into this thing,
yes.
And it's just bad, and it probably needs to come to an end. But here's the problem with this, and the Astros have multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
They don't feel like in the organization that they have anyone better.
I don't care.
And that's the problem. That has been the problem with this team now for a couple of years, is that there is no depth. And so this is why you are in this position. And this is why on Monday you have a left-handed hitter on the bench, but you still stick with Jose Abreu because you don't think that left-handed hitter is better than Jose Abreu.
Look,
that's the problem. That's the issue, that they have not gone anywhere to try and upgrade the roster in other areas, and that's why you're stuck with this.
I get that. And we've talked about this ad nauseum. And you're not wrong, but there has to be something else, or else you're just lying to us. When you say we want to win and you keep trotting his ass out there, you're lying. You're just by default. Yes, there are other things. Okay, we have issues. We don't know who to bring up. There are things you can do. There are things that have been mentioned and asked of the manager and asked of Dana Brown. Can so-and-so play first base? Have you thought about, this at first base or you've talked about the roster spots. Well, we're really tough, or we're really short a roster spot. Well, you know who's wasting one? That guy. Yeah. That guy's wasting one. And I got I'm not even going to say irrationally upset, because I think it's very rational. I think it's very rational at this point. He's batting 167. And to your credit, I didn't agree with you, because I thought he was done, when he went down to West Palm Beach or wherever it was. But you kept saying they can't do it. They can't just release him, DFA him right now. They have to, bring him back up, and they have to at least find out. Adam, they found out.
It's been 13 games.
They found out.
In all honesty,
Yeah.
it's been 13 games at this point. It's not a big sample size, but it's not a small one either. And again, he's got a 186 on base percentage,
167 batting average since he came back.
He's worked one walk since he's come back. The only reason the OPS is a little bit higher is just because he hit the 2 homers and he had the double. But again, the OPS has now come down about 100 points since Sunday when he had the good game against the Angels. It's just not. It's not going to get any better than this.
Yes,
and that they got to eat the money somehow, and they need. If I am them, which obviously I'm not, I am in a sense overhauling a portion of the roster before tomorrow's game. I am sending down.
Thank you.
I am.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt, but I just said I don't care. There is a way to manipulate this.
Yes.
If you eat his salary, you're the guy that's there all the time. You're the guy that knows their farm system. You're the guy that knows the young players. Give me some options. Well, because there has to be something.
Again,
but there has to be something that's better than this.
It's not great.
No, I'm talking about even, hell, I know, hey, Dubon doesn't really play. I'll take that.
So if I am them, I am sending down Chas McCormick before tomorrow's game, and I'm going to DFA Abreu, and I'm going to see if I can get some new blood in this roster or do something, or maybe you find somebody from outside the organization, just something different. If you want give Pedro one of the problems. Leon plays kind of a redundant position to where you're already pretty strong at right now, which is center field. But hey, stick him in left because right now left field is a wasteland when Yordan Alvarez is DHing.
Yeah.
So you got to do at some point. You need to do something different because here we are. How many games in are they now? At this point, they're 60-something games in. They're 8 games under 500. They're 8.5 games back of the division, and they keep on going business as usual. We're at the point where you can't do that anymore.
Yes.
You're getting to the point where you need to be acting like you're in desperation mode and that this thing isn't going to just magically turn around. Like, you actually have to force the issue a little bit. And so doing something with the roster, that's the only way to do it.
I feel like there, and then this is not necessarily a shot at Joe Espada. I know it's kind of a backhanded shot or subtle shot, but I feel like other people in charge of the day-to-day operation, whether it's general manager or manager, sort of instilling his will on some, would find something. Like I feel like part of the problem is Joe Espada and Dana Brown, as we've talked about a lot as well, are kind of just sort of subservient. They can't say, damn it, slam their hand on the table. We need him out. We need to do this. Even position switches at this point, I would take. Because, let me ask the loophole, 713-572-4610. If you want to text in, obviously also on YouTube and Twitch. Do you believe him? Because I can't believe them anymore. Do you believe that they are, as long as Jose Abreu still goes out there? I can't believe them anymore. They're lying to us.
Now, the decision to eat the Abreu money belongs to one man, and that's Jim Crane. And so the only person that's going to okay that type of move is him. Now, if you're Dana Brown and you see this season slipping away, at some point you have to go to the boss and say, hey, man, it's just not working, and it's hurting us. It's hurting us at the major league level. We have other guys who are down in Sugarland, or there might be this guy that we can bring in who can help this team and help us win games. Because if the whole point of this thing is to win games, he's not helping at this point. And again, it's not just Abreu. I want to make sure that I point that out. It's not just Abreu.
That's also first base, man.
Yes, Abreu is the one who's going to get most of the blame just because of the contract and because of the position that he plays. But he's not the only guy who's been underperforming badly, and that's why. With McCormick, you need to get. I
actually like that.
Down.
I hadn't thought too much about that.
So, if the guys who aren't playing well enough and who aren't McCormick can't even get on the field at this point. Bring somebody else up who can. Do something. Do something just to switch things up. Do something to show guys in AAA, hey, you will get an opportunity to come up here if you perform at a high level. And they do have guys in Sugarland that are performing at a high level. Loperfido obviously being one of them. They don't like Loperfido as much as they've kind of let on when they brought him up the first time. But, hey, they gave Pedro Leon $4 million a few years ago.
Yeah.
Let him come up. He's been in AAA now for 3 years. Let him come up and show what he can do. Give him that sort of an opportunity. Just do something.
Can you do something, bro?
Yes.
It's slipping away, and it's slipping away
Let Blake
fast.
Snell play first base. He's having a rough go of things right now.
Well, there's some money that goes there. So just do something. They've got, this is a big stretch. Again, every stretch for them right now is big. They've got a tough series coming up against the Tigers, who have good starting pitching. Right now, as it stands, Jose Abreu will be the starting first baseman tomorrow against a really good left-handed starting pitcher. He will basically have no chance to do anything against that left-handed starter.
Yeah.
Do something. You can't be in a position where we are talking about, okay, you might start this guy at first base, but then you can't be worried about pinch hitting for him later in the game.
Who does that with a first baseman, with a corner infielder?
There are very few teams that do. There are some, like the Dodgers. The Dodgers would do that before Freddie Freeman. But again, that's an outlier, and that roster is incredibly deep and very different than the roster that the Astros are working
studs
with.
Back
there.
Yeah.
So you need to do something to try and shake this thing up, because right now it's just not good enough.
And what are you telling those guys, like you said, at Sugarland and in the minor leagues, guys that are just busting their ass that you've given money to, as you mentioned with Leon? It's like, dude, what do I have to do? That guy's awful up there.
And the other thing is, they saw Abreu close up when he did that little short 2-game rehab. I think they know what he is. They see what he's doing at the major league level, and it's got to be a little frustrating for those guys, because they would like the opportunity to show what they can do.
Yes.
And you have this guy just soaking up at bats and soaking up starts, and it's just not getting better. It's just not.
It's reached that point. And last night is when I'm like, they say we're in it to win it when he's in it. And again, he's the kind of the tip of the arrow there, but I think he's also one of the more important ones because that's a very important position. That's a position that should be batting 4, 5, somewhere in there every night as a corner first baseman. I mean, that's a guy that you have to count on to drive in runs, and you're pinch hitting for him in crucial situations with a guy that's batting 225.
Or you should be pinch hitting for him, and you can't for whatever reason because you don't have somebody on your bench in which to do so. The question that needs to be asked, it's not like, some guys when they come back from a layoff, it's because they were hurt and they were rehabbing, and so you can excuse maybe a little, like McCormick, you can somewhat
You'll give him more than 13 games.
Yeah, but he wasn't rehabbing an injury. Yeah. He was basically went down there to clear his head, get a bit of a mental break, and kind of get back to basics. But he wasn't coming back from an injury. He got plenty of at-bats before he came back up here. Mm-hmm. And it's been getting worse. Like, okay, what he did in Anaheim over the weekend, that's a good step. Mm-hmm. He left Anaheim with a 629 OPS, like that, in the time that he had been back. That's something that you can build on. But then to have that number drop 100 points in the 3 games in San Francisco, no, that shows you that what happened in Anaheim wasn't real. And that was just a one-time thing. Yeah. And that what he has been throughout this whole stretch, that's basically who he is now.
Yeah, and the other part of this, that again, goes back to my whole premise on this team this year, unfortunately, about all the things that they can't really have, they don't really have like they have in the past. The offense isn't really picking him. We've seen a lot of players, hell, Bregman this year, long stretches. But if the offense, and they weren't doing it this year, but they have in the past, long stretches where the other guys in the offense can pick him up. You don't also have like pitching that is just lights out. It's better, but I was looking at this because you have to score runs to help that pitcher. You have to score runs to pick up the guy that's slumping and has been on this prolonged slump. Well, if you look at these starting pitchers, that's the other thing. You don't have an ace. There is no ace pitcher on this. In the last 5 starts, for every starter on this team, the Astros. I'm not talking about their record. Verlander, the Astros are 2-3 in his last 5 starts. Framber, the Astros are 2-3 in his last 5 starts. Ronald Blanco, 3-2. Hunter Brown, 2-3. Arrighetti, 3-2. So yes, the pitching might have been better, but you're not scoring runs, and the pitching has not been consistent because some of those losses have been on the pitcher.
Or the bullpen has flamed out in the late stages of the game. Yeah. It has been a very confounding season, obviously. It's not the type of season that anybody expected that they would have. Yeah, here we are, 60-something games in, and they aren't doing anything to try and change it. It's
69 games in.
They are just running out the same. It's the same stuff every single
night. It's early, man.
69?
Not anymore.
First of all, nice. And then, it's not early anymore.
You're going to be at the halfway point next week, or I guess in a week and a half. They are guaranteed to be under 500. Basically guaranteed to be under 500
at the midway
through the first 81 games of the season, unless they run off some streak that they have not shown any signs of being able to do. And it's just, at some point, you are who you are, and they need to force the issue. That's the only way they are going to get back in this thing, is if they force the issue. Because like what you brought up with the offense, why is the offense struggling right now? It's because they have guys hurt. And
that too.
That's what was so concerning about the way they started the season, is that they weren't scoring runs then, but their best hitters were all healthy. Now all of a sudden, Kyle Tucker fouls a ball off of his leg.
Still limping around.
He's out for more than a week, and he's going to need more time to come back than the 10-day IL stint would have indicated. Yeah. Yainer Diaz has missed basically this entire series, and so now you've got to really dip into the depth that you don't have, and you're seeing it where your corner outfielders in this series, that's a rough way to go, where you've got Trey Cabbage having to play multiple games. And again, it is hard for them to significantly improve because of what they have within the organization. But they can make little marginal improvements, and that would help at this point of the season.
Well, and the other thing is, not that they could trade Jose Abreu, but just to illustrate, everybody else talks about how thin the margins are. We've talked about it, whether it's pitching or hitting or whatever. Well, they're beyond thin. You've mentioned it several times. They got 5 pitchers. That's it. The depth chart on the position.
They've got 6 starting pitchers on the 40-man roster right now.
Yeah.
One of them is Blair Henley, who wasn't even mentioned as a possible starting pitcher if were to get some, that's how thin they are.
Yeah. So you don't even have assets to try to bring someone in. I'm talking about at the major league level. Forget prospects and all that stuff. Like if you could somehow, some way find someone, it's not going to happen. It would never happen. But you don't have anything to get a guy. So it has to be either position switch, so to speak, or someone down there to come up. But it has to be something, man. It has to be at this point. You're not fooling anyone. I mean, the text board, the YouTube messages are all on the same page. I mean, hell, somebody said, bring back Jeff Bagwell. I'll take that over this dude. I mean, yeah.
Can you do something, bro?
Do something, man.
Yeah, it's Astros Tigers coming up over the weekend. Again, they're going to face really good starting pitching in that series, and the Tigers aren't good, but the Tigers can compete, and the Tigers can easily come in here and win this series.
They're ahead of you,
and you can't. The Astros have won some games. The Astros are the last 43 games. The Astros are on a 90-win pace, which is good. But at some point, they need to go on one of those like 110-win paces for 30 games.
Yeah, but you can't ignore the first 19 games or whatever.
Yes, and the problem with this stretch where they've gone 24-19, a lot of those wins have come against the A's, the Rockies, and the Angels, and you don't get to play those teams very often. The Astros' record against teams that are above 500 is awful, and you're going to have to start dealing with. You can't just rely on, well, we got the White Sox coming up here. We can pick up some wins against them. Well, that's 3 games.
Yeah.
Like, what about the other?
After the
games?
White Sox, you got the Orioles. But then you ended up down the stretch. You get into July, trade deadline time. Blue Jays, Twins. Rangers. Who knows on that? Mariners. It's not going to be a cupcake.
These are all teams that have been better than you all season.
Yeah.
And now, again, 30 games, okay, that's a bad month. It happens. But we're now 69 games. Like, that's not a short stretch. At some point, you are who you are, and right now the Astros have been they just have not been a good team, and there's no reason to think that they are going to climb out of it. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, the NBA Finals are basically over. And after the Celtics won Game 3 last night in Dallas, one leading NBA voice absolutely torched Luka Dončić. We will play that rant next on In the Loop.
Nick Caserio, not a huge. wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. H-Town.
Sport.
All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. Astros off today. They will be back in action tomorrow against A.J. Hinch and the Detroit Tigers.
Thank God.
Yeah.
They need a couple more off days.
Coming off a 3-3 road trip out west to Anaheim and San Francisco. But let's shift over to the NBA Finals, which, unfortunately, it's been a rough end of the postseason. I think, John, for me, I don't know how you feel, but to me, the best playoff series this postseason is going to wind up being Knicks Sixers in the first round. It's not great.
You might be right. I'm going through them in my head right now.
I was thinking that, or either Knicks and the Pacers.
Yeah, you can argue the
Knicks Pacers was pretty dang good.
Denver Minnesota, just because it went to a game 7. Mm-hmm. But for me, I loved every second of that Knicks Sixers series.
Yeah, and then the back and forth. And
the crowds were great for that series. But the conference finals, bad. One sweep, one series that was 3-0, and then wound up ending 4-1. And then this finals is going to probably might not be a sweep because you got Scott Foster tomorrow night for Game 4. But this thing is probably over in 5 at best, as Dallas losing to the Celtics last night. They had a lead at halftime, and then Boston just blitzed the hell out of them in the third quarter and went up by as many as, I think it was 21-22. Dallas stormed back to get within 3. But then Luka Dončić, who's not had a good series, especially offensively, he fouls out, picks up his 6th foul with 4 minutes left to play, and he was not exactly real excited about the officiating, and Tim McMahon asked him about it.
I mean, I don't know. We couldn't play physical, so I don't know. I don't want to say nothing, but, 6th foul in the NBA Finals, where I'm like this. Come on, man. Better than that.
It's interesting. He says we couldn't play physical. Oh, you could. You chose not to.
Well, the thing is,
you were late.
He complains about everything on the other end of the floor.
Oh, for sure.
They must be physical with him. So it's just, he's obviously an amazing talent and one of probably the 5 best players in the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
But what hurts him is some of the effort stuff defensively, which I can excuse to a certain point because of how much they rely on him offensively.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the stuff with the referees. It's just got to stop. And he looks so bad, and he just looks like a baby more than half the time. And there was a play last night where he thought he got fouled on a 3. He stayed down on the floor, yelled at the referee.
Yep.
The Celtics just take off in transition. They have a 5-on-4, and they're able to create an open 3, which they hit. And Doris Burke absolutely crushed him on the broadcast in the moment for this.
Yes, and he knows that he's got this reputation as a complainer. He knows he's begging for calls. You can't do that. Well, and that's what he was implying. Well, okay, but you also shouldn't be just whining and being that white noise that just gets in a referee's ear, sort of crying wolf kind of thing, because I thought that the last foul on him was fine.
Yeah.
It was fine. I mean, that he got late. He got there late. He tried to act like he was still. He wasn't. And that's it.
It was close, but when you have been yelling at the officials,
he's crying wolf.
Yes, but also when you yell at the officials the way that you constantly yell at them, play after play after play after play, they're not going to give you anything. Like, these are human beings at the end of the day, and they will absolutely hold grudges. Now, Brian Windhorst is as measured a reporter that covers the NBA as there is. He absolutely torched Luka Dončić after last night's game.
Yeah, I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, "You better bleeping challenge it," as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things how did. His performance in this game is unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him, because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Okay, so first of all, I was like, that's Brian Windhorst? You just said how measured he is. That's a good way to put it. He never does stuff like that. He's a solid reporter, giving you the facts, telling you this and that in terms of what people said, and he just obliterated him. My favorite part, he goes, that's where the winners are over there.
He sounded like a former player, man.
Yes.
Like he won a championship at one point.
Yes, that's where the winners are. In other words, you're a loser. And he frankly did say that. Like, until you're a great player, but until you can get over yourself, a shout out to Greg Popovich, until you can get over yourself, you're going to be doing this a lot.
It just looks so bad on this stage to be yelling at just possession after. Just go play basketball. Like, how about that? You're not going to get every single call. This is the NBA Finals. They're going to let a whole lot more go in the finals than they are in some fringy regular season game in the month of March against the Sacramento Kings. Like, just go out and play. If you want to go win, go out and play, and stop worrying about what the three referees are doing. And that's where he's gotten himself in trouble with this really his entire career. So any goodwill when you treat officials who are human beings like that, and that's what he has done, and that's why he fouls out in 4 minutes with 4 minutes to play last night.
And here's sort of a pulling back the curtain, and I know you've experienced this. I've experienced this dozens, if not hundreds of times. When you form an opinion like that, you generally bounce it off someone. If a lot of the opinions I have here, and people will say this is nonsense, but I'm somewhat educated on them, having texted someone or called someone or spoken with someone. Hey, this is what I think. So what I'm getting at is, I guarantee you, as good a reporter as he is, he was kind of either thinking this or whatever. He didn't just pull that out of thin air either. Like, he got confirmation from some Mavericks people saying, what the hell is that guy doing? We can't have that. Because there's that part in there where he said, maybe someone else can get to him and convince him, because the Mavericks ain't doing it. Someone told him that, or at least indicated, sure, that to him. So that's the big red flag right there.
That team has tried to level with him when it comes to this stuff. That it does not help you in any way when you treat officials like this. You're not going to get more calls just because you yell at them time after time after time, and it still hasn't gotten through. I want to bring up one more aspect of last night's game. And that's the TV broadcast.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with the play-by-play guy or the analyst. It's how they handle the rule stuff. So Dončić fouls out 4 minutes. This is probably the biggest play of the Dončić foul out in Game 3 of the Finals, down 0-2. They go straight to commercial. The Mavericks challenge the call. ESPN goes straight to commercial. Show me some replays. Like, let's break down this play and what could be the biggest play of the entire season. And then they did come out of commercial, and they have a couple minutes as the referees are reviewing the play. They have a couple minutes. They're running replays. You know what I want? All these NFL games, college football games, they have the rules analyst. Where's the rules analyst for the NBA Finals?
Yeah.
Where is the independent former referee that you can have right there at the table who can break down this play and explain to me whether or not it is a charge, whether or not it is a block, and whether or not the best player on the floor is about to foul out in the biggest game of the entire season? Now, the NBA has used, like, Turner, and ABC will use, like, Steve Javie or Kane Fitzgerald, but I believe they're working for the league. So they don't actually tell you what the call should actually be. They're explaining to you why the referees went with the call that they went with. Give me some independent former referee who knows the rules and can explain this stuff, because that's the sort of thing that enhances the broadcast. And I think it's done wonders for NFL and college football.
Oh, for sure. Put a pin in that, because that's going to tie into one of my confessions at 12:20. But the best part for me, Figgy, the look on Brian Windhorst's face, like he was legitimately agitated, frustrated, just like he looked like frankly, I put this on the doc, he looked like a dude that lost a bet.
That's what all the comments were saying. Oh, it looked like he lost some money on this.
Like that's where the winners are, you a-hole on this. He looked like I've looked like that. I mean,
that's probably how Drake looked too.
I look like that. Oh, that's right. How much? 500,000?
Yeah,
that's a drop in the bucket for him.
Yeah,
man, they get swept like that.
It's 500,000.
I might be in that locker room.
Yes.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, John has stated many times he thinks the Texans will add to their roster before the start of training camp. We'll look at who is still available and if there's anyone available that could actually help the team. That's coming up next on In the Loop.
Sports Radio 610, celebrating 30 years as Houston's official sports leader.
This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got, a month or so until the start of training camp? I don't think there's been an actual day.
I'm going to say 5 weeks, just a shot in the dark.
So you have been, John, you have been on the opinion that the Texans will add to the roster before the start of training camp.
For sure.
And I don't know. It's pretty late at this point, and you've already gone through basically your whole offseason, and I feel like it's a weird time to add guys. But listen, if you think they're going to add guys, I won't disagree with that. So I went through just kind of a list of possible free agents that are out there, and let's see if these guys might help the Texans. And I kind of just went mostly by position. Like I wasn't by receivers or anything like that because I think the Texans are pretty well set at that position. Do you think, is there a world where the Texans try and add another quarterback?
Oh, no.
You think they're good with Davis Mills and Case Keenum, and that they feel confident that if something were to happen to C.J. Stroud, those two guys would be adequate replacements?
Case Keenum is a coach, in essence, and might become a coach. And a world of experience, knows this offense like the back of his hand, etc. And Davis Mills has started games for this team. That's why they have C.J. Stroud. That's why they got Stroud. So no, that is probably DFL. That's the last position I think they would add someone.
See, I thought that it might be something that you at least think about.
Yeah.
Just because we know what Davis Mills is at this point, and that's not somebody that you want starting game. Yeah, but listen, quarterbacks get hurt. You just saw it last year. C.J. Stroud missed 2 games last year. The Texans were able to win one of those games, but it wasn't because of the offense. It wasn't because the offense was able to hold its own.
Yeah.
The offense was not good in the game that they won. So, and it wasn't even Mills who started the game. Like, you want Case Keenum starting a game for you if you need to win a game. So to me, that's an area that I at least have a meeting. Like, I at least say...
Are you thinking Ryan Tannehill? Is that what you're saying?
Ryan Tannehill obviously is one of the names that's out there. Trevor Siemian is out there as well. Listen, I'm not saying that I would 100% do it, but I don't want to be in a position where my whole season goes to hell if one guy gets hurt. And listen, it's not like Ryan Tannehill is able to give you half the production that you get from C.J. Stroud. I think is better than the 2 backups that they already have on the roster.
I think marginally better, and marginally better isn't going to change my opinion if C.J. Stroud goes down.
Yeah,
see, that's the thing. Like, if C.J. Stroud goes down, I'm going to come in here, knock on wood, by the way, but I'm going to come in here and say, well, that's it. No matter who's the backup.
But if let's say he's got to miss 2 games.
Now, that's different.
Yeah.
If he misses 2 games, I'm probably good with Mills and or Keenum. I think Tannehill, was he 36 now, maybe?
Is he really that?
35, 36. At best,
35.
Yeah,
he'll be 36 when the preseason starts.
Okay, so marginally better, maybe. So it's not going to change my opinion on that. Now, where I'm thinking is where everybody's thinking, and that is the running back position. We talked about it yesterday. The outside of C.J. Stroud, the position that you just don't want to have to rely on a backup. And I said running back was number 1 by a long shot. So number 1 by a long shot in terms of players you can bring in. And by the way, I think a lot of teams, and the Texans have done this in the past, they do bring in players either right before or during training camp. It's not real common, but they do bring in players. Cam Akers is out there. Dalvin Cook, for what it's worth, is out there. Latavius Murray is out there. Jerick McKinnon is still out there. I don't know how much I would, who or any of these guys I would absolutely take over Dameon Pierce, even at this point. But I would take another warm body, to get into the race. And Cam Akers, to me, is actually a pretty good option.
So the one that stood out to me was McKinnon, because that's somebody that can help you in the pass game. And as we've talked about, Dameon Pierce isn't somebody that's necessarily going to help you there. So if you lose Mixon for any amount of time, That's a big part of your offense that I think that you would lose out on. Just the passing aspect, using a running back out of the backfield.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's something that Dameon Pierce would be able to do, or at least do at a decent enough level. I think that McKinnon could. That's why I think that's worth as just like, hey, you're not going to play. You're basically just the in case of emergency guy. And if something were to happen to Mixon, it would be Pierce on first and second down, and then you'd be on the field for third downs.
For me, it's Akers, kind of like a running back version of Jeff Okudah. He's still 24. Yeah. Like, he's young. He was drafted in 2020 and had a decent enough rookie season, kind of been hindered by injuries and such of late. But in 2022, your season before last, he ran for 786 yards and averaged 4.2 yards a carry. Bring that son of a gun in. Let's see the competition.
Yeah, he had the Achilles thing. He was bad with the Rams at the start of last season. They released him. It allowed him to go to Minnesota, and with the Vikings, he was okay. With the Vikings,
but again, injured. But okay,
yeah,
bring him in.
That's somebody that. But to me, though, that's somebody who pushes Pierce. Like, that's somebody
that's what I want.
Yeah, see. I want somebody who's going to be able to do some of the things that Mixon can do. Just because
I get it.
Mixon hasn't been the healthiest guy in the world, and I don't want my offense to – I don't want to completely lose that aspect of the offense if something were to happen to Mixon. And I think the way that it's set up right now, they completely lose anything out of the passing game from the running back position if Mixon gets hurt.
Yeah. Is there anybody else, any other position that you could see perhaps – bringing in another warm body, and I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, you're
safety.
Thank you. That's where I was going, Figgy. That's where I was going. Justin Simmons is still.
I can't believe he's still out there, man. What's going?
Still out there.
Is he on TMZ or something? Man, I can't believe he's still out there.
Who was it we were talking about? And then we said, "Oh, that's why he wasn't."
Xavier Howard.
Yeah, Xavier.
Yeah, he's on the list.
Justin Simmons, man, Pro Bowl safety. I get it. He's 30.
We was talking about him in free agency.
Yeah, let's sign that son of a gun.
And he's not the only safety that's out there. You have Eddie Jackson. You have Micah Hyde, Condre Diggs. Jamal Adams is kind of just an interesting name just because he's another big name. And I don't think he's that old, even though he's got a checkered injury past. I was looking more at front seven guys. Jerry Hughes is still out there, and I don't know if he has officially said that he's going to retire, but knows the defense, knows everybody on the team already. He might be one of those guys that just wants to sit out and not deal with training camp, and so maybe that's somebody that you look at further down the road. But I think that way he can come in and give you a handful of snaps here and there, and obviously he knows what you're already doing within the system. So that's one guy that I looked at. I think corners are another area where they could use some help just because you know about Stingley, but then it's question marks or rookies after that. Adoree Jackson, Stephon Gilmore. You got some older guys with Stephon Gilmore and Patrick Peterson. J.C. Jackson has kind of underachieved ever since he left New England. But these are other guys that you can at least look at and maybe push some of just again, you don't want bad players on the field. Like, you don't necessarily need great players on the field at all times, but when you have bad players on the field, that's where you start to lose games because then you have guys that teams can attack. You don't want guys that teams can just say, hey, there's that guy. Go after him every single snap. That's what you're looking to avoid.
Yes, you are absolutely right. I think when you look like, okay, bad players on the field, we're still really just talking about backups here. So when you're when you're talking about that, keep in mind players are going to be either released or whatever from other teams pretty early in training camps as well. So there's some options and that's where it's most commonly brought.
That's where you get the waiver wire and that stuff.
That's where you most commonly add players. So the Texans are going to be doing the same thing. They're going to release some players and there's going to be some others out there. So that I just feel like this. There's still a lot of meat on the bone in terms of adding players.
Yeah, and you'll get good players that'll get released early in camp because they know that they're not going to make the roster.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
it'll happen early enough.
So teams will kind of will do
they'll do them
a
a solid
favor. Yeah, exactly. And offensive line, I think that's always an area that you're looking at. We've talked about just tackle. I think that they're okay there to a certain degree just because I like Blake Fisher and Charlie Heck seems to be okay. Is there any other position that you say, you know what? they probably need to shore this up just a little bit.
Yeah, the top two by far are running back and safety. Linebacker. You know how I feel about these linebackers. I mean, now maybe one of these guys is going to absolutely star. I think we've seen enough to know that they won't. I mean, Jake Hansen, solid. Neville Hewitt, pretty much done. Special teamer now. Jamal Hill, 6th round pick. Henry Toto, we mentioned him in recent days and weeks. Somewhat uneven. Linebackers are in a high impact, high injury position, even if it's just for a game or two. Mm-hmm. You got to have guys there.
So the best remaining free agent linebackers right now would be, it looks like Shaq Leonard, Zach Cunningham, which is obviously probably going to be a no-go here. I think Quan Alexander, who I don't think that would be a bad direction, or at least a bad guy to take a look at, because I do think that he could probably still help you at this point of his career. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we all know teams drop out of the playoffs. Teams make the playoffs one year, drop out the next year. Last year, it was 6 of 14 playoff teams from 2022 did not make it in 2023. Who are the teams that made the playoffs in 2023 that will not make it in 2024? We'll look at that next on Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio. Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. There are usually 96% of the teams that make the playoffs one year don't make it the next year. Last year, it was 6 of the 14 teams that made the playoffs in 2022 missed the playoffs in 2023.
Happens every year, man.
So it's going to happen again. Let's say that we just get a repeat and we get 6 teams once again that missed the playoffs in 2024 that made it in 2023. I want to go through who you think the 6 teams could be. I think, and you look at the NFC, I think I think the AFC, there are 3 pretty clear teams that will probably fall off.
Okay.
I think the NFC, it's a little bit harder.
What do you got in the AFC?
So the AFC, I think the bottom 3, the last 3 teams that made the playoffs in the AFC might be the 3 biggest candidates to miss the playoffs again this year. Pittsburgh, Miami, and Cleveland. Pittsburgh, I don't know how Pittsburgh gets into the playoffs every year. I don't know how they wind up going 10-7 or 9-8 year after year after year. When you look at just the talent's not great. It's not a very deep team. It seems like TJ Watt has trouble staying on the field a lot of times. And now the issue that they had last year was at the quarterback position, and they've entrusted that with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. I don't see it, especially in the AFC, which is really good, and that division is really good.
I'm with you on the Steelers for sure. I mean, Russell Wilson, you just mentioned it, and all that other stuff. Browns are interesting to me. I don't think they make the playoffs. But because the
Bengals should be healthy.
And they should. It all depends on Joe Burrow, and the Ravens aren't going anywhere. Otherwise, like you're looking at some of these teams, and you're like, a lot of teams that didn't make the playoffs, I fully expect will be a contender this year. So who's going out? I still like the Dolphins. I think they're just always slept on. So if it's not the Dolphins, then who is it? Who is the other team that doesn't make the playoffs? You know, out of the AFC.
I think it is Miami. I think Miami misses. It wasn't a good offseason. I have questions about Tua, and the one thing that you see from Miami year after year after year, they will start hot and then they fade, and it has been that way now. Really, ever since Tua got there.
Yeah, but now they're starting their meetings on the 24s.
Well, then great. That'll change.
They've been doing this for 24 years, man.
Exactly.
That'll change everything. So for me, it's Miami, it's Cleveland. With Cleveland, I just worry. Well, I shouldn't say worry because I don't care.
Yeah.
But I wonder if the defense, because that team was really carried by its defense last year, and I wonder if that team's defense is able to carry it again this season, because sometimes you get a variance when it comes to defense. Like the Browns defense, the Browns defense in 2022 was awful, and then all of a sudden last year it was the best in the sport. So I don't know. I feel like that the defense falls back down to earth, and I don't know if the offense is good enough to make up for it.
If I had to pick another one, where I was going with that is the Buffalo Bills. Just too much going on, man. Lost too many pieces. Josh Allen is awesome. How awesome is he? I think there's a little bit of disarray in the whole organization over things. I could see the Bills just either falling dead flat or missing the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think so. I just think Allen's too good. I think Josh Allen is just too good and can carry you, and he's always on the field. He never gets hurt. I think that now they got question marks. That defense is a big question mark, but I do think that they found something offensively. Like obviously they lose Stephon Diggs, but Diggs wasn't much of a factor for them when they went on their run just to win the division last year. So I don't think that Diggs is a big loss for them, but they did find something with the offense and the run game that I think they're able to carry over this season.
See, I think Diggs is a huge loss for them, and I think that's overstated. They completely changed coordinators and offenses and ran the ball so much more. He was just nails for all this, the first 10, 11 games, or maybe nine, yeah,
first 5 games,
something like that. But if you go to his game by game, his numbers were there. Then they just started running the ball a lot more and using other weapons. So I think he is a big loss. I do. I think I could see the Bills doing that. Now in the NFC, not going to be the Eagles. I don't think, for sure. A lot of people think the Lions are going to fall flat. I don't. I don't think. I think the Cowboys are the number one pick if I had to say.
For me, Tampa Bay is number one.
Yeah.
That was the team that probably should not have gotten in the playoffs last year, but they took advantage of the weak division. And that division is still bad, but it feels like Atlanta is going to be better this year, and I think Atlanta winds up overtaking them for first place. Listen, the whole Madden cover and Christian McCaffrey thing, not great. It's not what I'd want if I'm San Francisco. But they're not that. But they're making the playoffs.
You really value that.
I do. I might be wrong. It's one of my. We're all done with some things. But I do think that the Niners are good enough, though. That they'll be fine. The Cowboys are a good one, but I've been low on the Cowboys the last couple of years, and all they do is win 12 games.
Yeah, but they didn't do anything.
No, they had a bad offseason, and it feels like Mike McCarthy, you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop there, and he's a lame duck.
He's looking over his shoulder already.
Yeah, for sure. He should be looking over his shoulder.
It should be a farewell year for him.
Yeah.
So I think that is probably just, especially the way last season ended, it almost feels like that things are headed in that sort of direction. But they still have so many high, you have Micah Parsons on there, can completely just take over games. CeeDee Lamb is great as long as they can actually get him into camp. I think Dak Prescott is a little bit better than what people give him credit for at times. So I don't know if the Cowboys, and plus that division is not very good. Especially like the Eagles, I think will be worse this year. The Eagles are a team that could,
but I
think they could.
I mean, they're going to be really,
and plus they've got a weird coaching situation too, where they change both coordinators once again, and they lose a lot on the offensive line. They lost a lot of leadership on that team. You lose Fletcher Cox and you lose Jason Kelsey in the same offseason. They're obviously they added guys. It's just they kind of moved the deck chairs around this offseason, and just the way they would be a little concerning.
I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm saying they're a lock to make the playoffs. Cowboys are in disarray. We just talked about that. What do you think of the Giants and the Commanders? Come on.
Yeah, I mean that is.
I mean they're not going anywhere.
That's the reason why I think the Cowboys might be kind of safe when it comes to this, just because the division, the bottom two teams in the division aren't very good.
Yeah, but the Eagles aren't falling off anywhere. I mean, they might be falling off
again,
but not
it's
out of the playoffs.
It's a team that started 10-1 and then lost 6 of its last.
They're well aware.
Yeah, they were bad, and then they didn't they didn't even compete in that playoff game. So that would be a little concerning for me. The rest of the NFC, Green Bay, I think, will be better this year than last year. The Rams are an interesting one just because they caught a lot of people by surprise.
Yeah.
Can they keep Matthew Stafford healthy for a whole season again? And how do they replace Aaron Donald? Because you lose that type of a playmaker on your defense. I think that might be tough for them to overcome. And that division is a little bit better than I think it's given credit for.
I think for sure. Hell, even Arizona is going to be able to do a few things. Now that they got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler's going to be back and all that stuff. Yeah, no, that Rams might be susceptible. I'm with you on that. But I think their offensive weaponry is just off the charts. It's just off the. And by the way, if you didn't hear yesterday, the Texans and Rams, I think it was confirmed yesterday as well, are going to have inter-squad practices here on that Thursday. I think it's 22nd of August.
Before that preseason game.
Yeah, that's going to be really cool. That's perfect for the Texans to experience with Nakua and Kupp and the individual matchups. That's going to be great.
Invitation for Sean McVay to join the show.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
whenever he wants.
We'll get him on there.
Okay.
We'll get him on there.
Okay.
Lions, to me, everybody seems to think, well, they're.
No,
the
I
Lions.
think they're fine.
I think they're really, really good. And I know it's kind of hokey with, the way they do things over there and Dan Campbell, but I think they're really, really good.
And keeping the coordinators was huge.
Yes.
Just because you just keep so much continuity.
We know
that
building.
Here. Yeah, that sort of stuff matters to where you're not having to learn new systems on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
So that was big for them. Now, you have teams that come out. Who are the teams that are going to come in? And I want to bring this up first. You go back to 2017. A team that has finished in the bottom 5 of the standings the year before has jumped up and made the playoffs the next year. So that's 7 or 8 straight years where that has happened. I think there's a good chance that it happens again in 2024.
I mean, it will happen.
Again, 1 year it won't. There will be 1 year where it doesn't happen. And I think this year it might be a little bit tougher because of Carolina. I don't think there's any chance that Carolina makes it, so you can just go ahead and cross them off the list. So you're basically you got 4 teams. So your 4 teams that are in this: Washington, New England, Arizona, and the Chargers?
I think Arizona could be a real threat. Superstar player that is already getting big-time reviews. They pretty much kind of mailed it in last year, but they do have a lot of pieces coming back. And this isn't bottom 5, but a good safe bet would be the Chicago Bears.
We're
you're talking about
bottom five. And the Bears had the number 1 pick, but they weren't a bottom 5 team.
Yes,
they just had the number 1 pick because of the trade. Arizona's not a bad one. My one question about Arizona is the division. That's a good division, as we said. But getting Kyler, they were a frisky team the last half of last year. Once Kyler Murray got healthy, and they almost surpassed the Vegas win total. They missed a field goal on the very last play of the last game to not get to the 5 wins. They add Marvin Harrison. It seems like that coaching staff is pretty good, and they keep them all together.
Yeah.
I just wonder, defensively, they're bad. And I don't know if they did a whole lot to address that over the offseason. So to me, just the fact that they play in that division, I think, will make it tough.
Chargers.
Yes, that's
Chargers.
I think that's the easy one.
Yeah.
You get a real head coach in there with Jim Harbaugh, who's had, even though he's coming from college, he's had success at the NFL level. You get Justin Herbert back. The weapons that they have on that team for Herbert aren't very good. I think that's a concern.
Lost Keenan Allen.
But and they lost Mike Williams too.
Yeah.
But adding the offensive tackle Joe Alt in the draft, I think helps Herbert out a lot because it feels like that he's just been running for his life his entire NFL career. So I think that will help him, and that will only make the weapons that he has better if he has time to throw the football. And I think the defense has some talent. Yeah, it has some talent. They were so bad at the end of last year, and especially. They fired Saleh, which they had to do, and they weren't very good. I think they wound up winning a game with the interim coach. But yeah, that team I think is poised to probably, if for me, that's the team that's most likely to do it. If I had to rank, Arizona would be 2. It's just kind of reverse draft order. New England would be 3 because that division, as we've talked about, might not be great if Buffalo falls off.
It's susceptible.
And if Miami drops off the way I think Miami's going to drop off, and who knows what's happening with the Jets. And the Patriots already have a good defense. It's just a matter of can they get quarterback play. And then I think Washington would be the 4th most likely, and then Carolina is just kind of dead money at this point.
Yeah, I don't think Carolina's going to get anywhere this year. Washington is interesting, but I also feel let's look at that division in the AFC East. The Jets, to me, they're flirting with train wreck right now.
No, they have been. It's been a decade now.
They are. I'm talking about for this upcoming season. Yes. You think everything's good? Aaron Rodgers shows up for OTAs, which is a voluntary. Everybody's happy. They get players back. All this other stuff, and then all this nonsense happened. Robert Saleh looks like he's somewhat lost in terms of what story he wants to tell. Dolphins, you mentioned. I like the Dolphins, but I get the point. Tua has never been. That guy, they tend to fade at the end of the year. I think the Bills are going to fall off. So if you look at the Patriots, and nobody wants to hear this, I mean, they might be able to make a little bit of a run in there.
It all comes down to the quarterback, and their quarterback play has been so bad. And really, the coaching staff, the offensive coaching staff has been bad. And I do think they had a good defense last year, and that was with them losing some guys. Losing Belichick hurts.
Yeah.
I think that people have just kind of forgotten that he knows how to coach a defense, and so they've got to recover from that. But when it comes to just over there, I think they will be. I mean, they lose Bill O'Brien. That's addition by subtraction there. So I think that helps the offense. The fact that they're not going to have Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi at quarterback will help them. The receivers can't be worse than what they have been for that team for a while. But yeah, a lot of it tends to be just the competition. Like the Texans were aided last year by the division. You when you're a bottom 5 team, you're playing an easier schedule, and for some of these teams, they are playing in bad divisions. The Texans were able to take advantage of a pretty average division last year. That's how they were able to win it and go to the playoffs.
We haven't even mentioned the AFC South very much.
Yeah.
There's at least 2 teams there that, I mean, they're not bottom 5, but there's at least 2 teams there that could conceivably bump the Texans out. And the division got a lot better. And the schedule got a lot. I think it got better, and the schedule got a lot tougher.
Yes, the schedule is the big thing. The schedule, absolutely. You go from that extra NFC game for the Texans last year was home for Arizona.
Yeah.
This year it's at Dallas. That's a step up in competition.
Well, all of them. And you've heard me talking about just the quarterbacks you're playing. I know you don't go head to head, but those quarterbacks know how to win games. It's just one right after another on the Texans schedule. So, no cupcake, but they, good thing they had a hell of an offseason because I feel still real good about them.
And we talked about this yesterday, but Anthony Richardson obviously changes things for Indianapolis. And that team was already pretty good last year. They were better than I thought they were going to be.
They were real good.
I thought
they were a play away.
They were, the Colts were a 6.5 win total team last year. I thought they were going to go under within the season.
And we're a play away from the playoffs.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
They were.
So
other teams, you mentioned the Bears. That team was terrific at the end of last season. And the trade that gave Carolina the number 1 pick, that got them Caleb Williams, plus they add another receiver with Rome Odunze. I think that really helps that offense. The defense really started to come into form last year under Matt Eberflus. They make an upgrade at offensive coordinator. I think that was important for them. But you look at the rest of the AFC, Cincinnati, obviously that's a team, if they're healthy, that you think should be back in the postseason this year. I think that's it, though, for the AFC. Jacksonville, we'll see. Indianapolis, we'll see. I don't think the Raiders will be very good. I don't think Denver will be very good. The Jets, huge wild card. Tennessee, not very good. We already talked about the Chargers and the Patriots. And then over in the NFC, Seattle's a team that I think would be able, we mentioned, I think, 3 teams in the NFC that could miss. Seattle could get back in there. I don't know about New Orleans, but if New Orleans does, it would be because they just win the NFC South. Same thing with Atlanta. Chicago can make it. I don't see the Giants or Commanders, Panthers, or Cardinals. Cardinals an outside shot. That's the second most likely of the bottom 5 teams.
You know what we're saying here, Mr. Spillane, is there is a path, as tough as the schedule is, especially in the AFC. When you look at all these divisions, Chiefs are the Chiefs, separate them from everybody else. Bills vulnerable, Dolphins vulnerable. I'm looking at the tops of these. Ravens, not going to say a bad word about them. Nobody else. Steelers out. Browns, no confidence there. You're talking about an AFC race where it's going to be, in my view anyway, it's going to be an easy argument for Chiefs, Ravens, and Texans again at the top, and that means the Texans are going to have a shot.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, the Joey Chestnut saga continues, and a streamer has stepped in and basically taken my idea. That's next on In the Loop.
I actually have. D&M Auto.
Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
I just saw this on Twitter a second ago. We're going to get to Joey Chestnut in a second. But somebody on Twitter asked the question, how did the Astros go from 7 consecutive ALCS appearances to complete dog bleep in the matter of one offseason? This invoked an answer from Gina Luno.
Okay.
Simple answer, Jim Crane fired Jeff Luno. Karma sucks.
Oh, brother.
So, Jeff Luno's wife chiming in.
I get it. You know, and obviously trying to help him. I think they did all right after Luno was gone. I think they did all right.
Continued to go to ALCSs. Who do you think set the team up for years of success? The well finally ran dry, and there's no one there to tell them how to fill it back up. No offense. So, Gina Luno.
That's a good point.
Oh, come on.
Gina Luno
the well did run dry.
Well, okay, so the real answer is, first of all, it's going to catch up to everyone.
Yes.
There's never been an infinity dynasty, you know.
Yes.
It could have been.
It just doesn't.
I mean, you got to spend some money to make that happen.
What are you doing, Figgy?
Yeah, nah, I'm just playing.
There's no such thing as an infinity dynasty, so it catches up for everyone. Secondly, yeah, I mean, I think most people, if you can set some of the other stuff aside, and maybe even if you don't want to, would still want Jeff Luno here. But I still think it's going to fall apart at some point, maybe not this year, with Jeff Luno. It just does.
I do think the farm sizzle probably could have been a little better if he was still here. He probably could have found some uncut gems or something like that.
But remember, they lost a bunch of first-round picks because of some of the actions that took place when he was here, and he also traded a lot. And he had a lot of first-round picks that didn't work out. And also, this is also just one thing to dispel. GMs don't make draft picks. Like, GMs aren't even in the room for a good portion of the draft. Like, that's left up to the scouting director.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think the Astros right now are a bit of a rarity because Dana Brown is a whole lot more involved in the draft than most GMs are. But for the most part, man, that's up to the scouting director who makes that decision.
Yeah, but I mean, they're involved.
But you'd be surprised how little GMs are involved in the actual draft.
Scouting director in baseball is one of the most powerful people out there.
People will tell you scouting director and trainers are like the most powerful people within an organization. All right. We spent some time this week talking about Joey Chestnut, who was banned or suspended or whatever from the Nathan's hot dog eating contest because he has a sponsorship with Impossible Meats.
Mm-hmm.
I threw out the idea that
your idea, damn it.
I'll take 1%. But I threw out the idea that he should just go do his own hot dog eating contest on July 4th.
And then what happened?
He is. And it's not just like a normal hot dog eating contest. It's a one-on-one battle.
I mentioned Kobayashi.
Yes.
Between the two of us, we did this.
Yes. It is a one-on-one battle between Joey Chestnut and Takeru Kobayashi, who just retired, who's coming out of retirement.
For health reasons.
Yes.
Oh, what could possibly go wrong?
He's coming out of retirement to do this. It's going to be on
Now,
Netflix.
that's kind of looking funny now. Because he said he retired because of health reasons. That's kind of looking funny at this moment.
Money makes you feel better.
Yes, all of a sudden, that Netflix money hits a little bit different.
I think they had this in the plan all along.
You know what? I was wondering about that myself. Like, this announcement came awfully quick.
Everything happened within a week.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
No, a couple days, really.
Yeah.
So here's the lead. This is the Wire story. There's a Wire story about this. Joey Chestnut and Takeru Kobayashi, the top dogs of the competitive eating world, are ready to eat in the same arena for the first time since 2009. So they're going to really play this up where you basically have this is like Michael Jordan and LeBron James would have played one-on-one in their primes. This is basically what this competition is going to wind up being on. It's going to be on Netflix. You know, Netflix is doing, live events now. They did it with the Brady roast. They're going to have live sports. They'll have those NFL games coming up. I think on Christmas. They're doing the NFL games on Christmas. There is not a site for this competition. I don't even know if there's a date just yet. I'm trying to September 2nd. It'll be September 2nd. So I guess that's Labor Day weekend. They're doing this, so it's not going up against the actual hot dog eating contest.
But it's going on Labor Day weekend.
Yes, it is going to be on a holiday weekend, so these two will compete. The best in the history of competitive eating will go up against one another.
Would you rather watch Figgy Mike Tyson against Jake Paul or Kobayashi against Joey Chestnut?
I ain't gonna lie, I might lean towards Joey Chestnut, man.
Just because of all the
all the hype.
Yes.
I would be pissed if I was part of Nathan's.
Oh.
I would be pissed. I'm like, y'all could have just came to talk to me. We could have set something up together.
They're gonna
would have gave you a one-on-one match.
They're gonna fade away. Or at least not be.
Well, it helps Nathan's that this isn't going up against it. Like this isn't July 4th.
Yeah, but who you talk about who's going to watch?
Yeah. I'm just thinking like, what are the big names that's going to carry?
That woman
Nathan's
is real popular, and I don't even remember her name.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know these people. I knew Joey Chestnut.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest. I wouldn't watch a hot dog eating contest for Joey Chestnut.
I am now.
Well, I like the one on. I like the one-on-one. The one-on-one's a little easier to follow.
Yeah, and they'll be going at each other, and they're going to blow it out.
Oh,
the best thing about the Nathans is the announcer, the introductions,
and millions of people will see it because Netflix has all their subscribers, and they'll all get emails about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll certainly be easy to watch if you have Netflix.
And by the way, Netflix, this just in, they're pretty good. Like their first two big live events are the Tom Brady roast. And then Joey Chestnut on the heels of all this.
And NFL.
And NFL.
And NFL doubleheaders on
they're
Christmas.
doing all right.
Yeah. They figured this live sports.
They're giving the bag out, man.
Yeah, they are.
I need to get a bag.
Yeah, you need to get some of that.
So Chris Mannix of Sports Illustrated went on the Bill Simmons podcast a couple days ago, and he told a story that I thought was really interesting. Remember last year in the Eastern Conference Finals, Derek White had that tip in at the buzzer in Game 6, and that won the Celtics Game 6 of that series. It forced a Game 7, and the Celtics were down in that series 3-0.
Yeah.
Well, so Chris Mannix tells this story that he called Dave Roberts after this, the Dodgers manager who was instrumental in the Red Sox 3-0 comeback against the Yankees in 2004. He talked to Dave Roberts, and again, a big play that helped extend that series. And he stole second, which led to the game-tying run in Game 4. He had a column all ready to go about this had the Celtics come back and won Game 7 and won that series. The column was written. It was ready to
I have
be
a
posted.
pit in my
that
stomach.
sounds familiar.
I have a pit in my stomach just thinking about that.
The Celtics lost Game 7.
Yep.
That column has not seen the light of day. So I
It's
asked
around here somewhere.
I asked you, John Lopez, the columnist, because everybody has
What's up,
this.
Albert Pujols?
Oh, my gosh.
How many, what are the columns that you have that you just did not get to run because of some result that didn't go the way you thought it would?
Like first of all, I kind of appreciate you asking me about this because I had just like all the great things I've been able to cover, all kinds of games that I had to rewrite and all this other stuff came to mind, but 3 in particular came to mind. The first one, I truly before we hear the event, when this happened, my column was done, like over. Like, all I had to do was wait for the final out and press enter. Instead, this happened.
0-1 to Poole. In the air, left field, and Pools has given St. Louis the lead. A dramatic, towering 3-run home run.
I still get sick.
Stunned in disbelief here in Houston. A single by Eckstein, a walk to Edmonds, and how about Albert Poole?
And you were a strike away in the Eckstein at bat.
Yes.
He had 2 strikes. I have the video of the Eckstein base hit.
Yeah.
I sat up in the behind home plate in the upper level. I had the video of the Eckstein base hit with 2 strikes that extended the inning.
Yeah, and the Astros press box was actually now suites.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It was the real low, real good
box.
seats. I had a bigger laptop back then, the bigger, kind of the second, third, whatever version of it. I literally like closed it with my hands and like raised it and shook it. Like I was so mad. I had to write the whole column in 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and I almost threw it out of the press box. Well, another one you got me thinking about, I actually had to write again. But it was an East Coast deadline, so I probably had a little more time, probably about 40, 45 minutes to write this. And I didn't mind it at all because it's in the moment, as this was happening, I was like overwhelmed by how awesome it was.
Miller's in his last 4 shots. Here's Miller for 3. Yes! Oh, Pat Riley calls for time. Just an astounding shooting exhibition being put on by Reggie Miller.
And by the way, that column wrote itself. I mean, there's Reggie Miller, the choke sign, and looking over at what's his name on the side, Spike Lee on the sideline. I was sitting next to George Vesey on the baseline. A long time NBA beat writer, used to get in fights and pick up basketball games. I'll tell you that story one day. And it was just like that just wrote itself, and I could tell that was an awesome. I didn't mind that one so much, and this one is a legendary moment in college football. It was already evening, but it wasn't late. I wasn't like on deadline. I was just overwhelmed. If you look at the goalposts when this play was made, right to the left of them, you can see my legs. You can see my legs.
3 wide outs at the top of the picture. Stewart with time. Lets it go. There, the ball's up in the air. Caught. Touchdown. Caught by Westbrook for a touchdown. Incredible.
When you get Keith Jackson to raise an octave, you got yourself a ball game. Because that was Keith Jackson. Didn't sound like him there at the end, but Cordell Stewart to Michael Westbrook. I think it was number 6 Colorado against number 3 or 4 Michigan. Last play of the game, Hail Mary. And there's a funny story on that one, Figgy. So I'm walking. The reason you see my legs underneath the goalpost is because the Michigan locker room is on the other side. That was on their sideline.
So you thought it was over.
I did an about face. As soon as he caught the ball, I kind of walked out on the field to see what everybody was doing and just did an about face, went to the Colorado locker room.
There should be a website, though, for these.
Yeah.
The story. I don't know if you still have any of these, but.
Oh, I can find it.
Yeah, you should post that one day.
Yeah.
Just like the Astros column that you had before the Pujols homer.
Yeah,
Post that one day.
I could find it. Oh, nobody wants to see that. That's like those. Like
19 years.
It's like those Mavericks championship jerseys going to Somalia.
Yeah.
In a couple of days.
I'm telling you, you should post that.
I know it's in there somewhere.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we'll play the hits. Randall Cobb had the reaction that we all had when DeAndre Hopkins was traded. We'll play that next on In the Loop.
advice.
And there's number 4.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's play the hits here. Round 1 of the U.S. Open is underway in North Carolina. And Patrick Cantlay, well, we've got 2 atop the leaderboard right now. Patrick Cantlay, 4 under through 16. Matthew Pavon.
Pavon.
Say it again.
Pavon.
How do you pronounce the first name?
Matthew. You had it right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who? He's from France.
Yeah.
He is also 4 under, and he is through 15. Scotty Scheffler tees off in about 45 minutes.
Let's go, Scotty. Tiger
Woods is 3 over par.
He was leading for 5 minutes.
Well, he's not leading anymore. He's 3 over through 16. The very bottom of the leaderboard, Phil Mickelson, 9 over par through 16.
Ouch.
And I believe he finished in second at Pinehurst 25 years ago.
It was that wasn't, no, who was it at Pinehurst? I'm trying to remember.
I can't remember the name either.
Yeah.
And Payne Stewart.
Well, no, Payne Stewart was in California, I thought, when he won his first one. Maybe not. I might have him confused. By the way, that was
Pinehurst, Payne Stewart.
Okay,
Pinehurst.
by the way, that fits in my category because back in the day, to kind of wrap up what we're talking about in this previous segment, back in the day, they used to play a full 18 holes. Do they still do the?
Yeah, I think they still do
18 holes for the U.S. Open as a playoff. All the riders broke. No cheering in the press box. Broke into applause when Payne Stewart made that last putt because otherwise we'd have had to stay another day.
Yeah, and you had to do more work too.
Yeah, he had to do more work.
Yeah.
So the media was cheering for Payne Stewart on that famous, when he pumps his fist. Yeah.
See, all media, they just want the games to end.
We want us. We're cheering for us.
We want it to end. We want to go home. That's how it is for every single game. We don't want extra innings.
Yes.
Just end the game and let us go home.
Yeah, loud cheers erupted.
So Cantlay 4 under, Pavon 4 under as well.
Go ahead. I'm just
kidding.
Sure. I'm just
kidding.
kidding.
Same thing. Tony Finau 2 under. He's in 4th place. Just kind of going through any other names. Brooks Koepka is even, which right now has him in a tie for 15th place. Leaderboard coming up a little bit later in the show, and by the end of the show, Scotty Scheffler would have teed off. Let's go to the Astros, who are off today, and frankly, they probably need it after losing 2 of 3 in San Francisco. They go 3-3 on the California road trip. They won 2 of 3 in Anaheim. Should have won the 3rd game Sunday. They lose 2 of 3 in San Francisco. They should have won the 1st game on Monday. Could have won yesterday's game. Framber Valdez was not good. Gave up 5 runs. Just the command was not good. He got hit around. And I'll give Joe Espada credit. He didn't wait around.
Was it 59 pitches?
Yeah, it was 4 innings, 59 pitches, and Joe Espada had seen enough. And the Astros bullpen did a really nice job after Framber had left the game. But there was one interesting aspect of yesterday's game that we haven't brought up yet. Austin Slater had a 2-run single off of Valdez in that game. And earlier, I think it was earlier in that inning, Framber had hit Mike Yastrzemski on the helmet.
Kind of grazed him.
Yeah, it kind of grazed the helmet. And Austin Slater had that in his mind when he was up at the plate.
How much of your plate appearance was kind of to get back at Valdez for grazing Mike Yastrzemski's helmet?
Definitely some of it. I can't really tell if it was on purpose or not. It did look pretty bad. But, I went up there with a process to get something in the air to at least score 1. And, he left a changeup over the middle of the plate, and I was able to get in the air.
Baseball players, man. I mean, they're so weird sometimes.
2-1 game, hit a gun on a 0-1 pitch. I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is just common sense. You might throw at a guy on 3-0, 3-1. You're not throwing at a guy on 0-1. There's just nobody in the world who is going to do that. But hey, whatever motivates you, motivates.
And they always do this. They remember things that are months.
Remember
old.
3 years ago.
Yes, they always do.
He threw inside on me.
Yeah.
Well, that Bryce Harper has that with I think it's Hunter Strickland, because Hunter Strickland threw at him in a game like 7 years ago.
Yes,
and then I think Hunter Strickland threw at him again either this year or last year. And he
That's ridiculous, man.
Great, it's great.
Baseball players are strange cats sometimes.
So Astros now we've talked about them needing to go on a run. 22-19 since Mexico City. That's an 87-game win pace, which is fine for a quarter of the season.
Mm-hmm.
It is not fine, though, when you are trying to dig out of a 10 games under 500 hole. And even you go back further, they won the 2 games in Mexico City, so 24-19 in the last 23, which is a 90-win pace. Again, you'll take that. But when you're 12 games under 500, you need to be better. And they just have not been able to shave enough ground, or they have not been able to put a dent into this number, and they keep falling further behind the division because the Mariners are playing well.
Yeah, I got a couple things that get off my chest at noon, so I'll wait until noon to really dig into what the real issue is with this squad right now, and why fans should absolutely be livid. I'll tell you that in about 14 minutes. But regarding like yesterday's game, we talked about pitching has been interesting because it's inarguable it's been better, like Arrighetti and Hunter Brown, but it's just been so inconsistent. It's been like the Astros have lost 3 of the last 5 starts that Framber's had. They've lost 3 of the last 5 starts that Arrighetti's had, and yet they're pitching better, so it gets back down to some of the other things that are involved, namely the offense.
The Los Angeles Lakers are interviewing J.J. Redick to be their head coach. I think that is, aside from the weird Dan Hurley detour last week, that has kind of been he's been the favorite to be the Lakers head coach. And I believe he does that podcast with LeBron James. I believe they postponed the taping of the podcast for this week. So that's a fun one.
Now, is Shams Charania going to be right or just end up right?
I think he's ultimately going to be right.
He's going to end up right because it's probably going to be J.J. Redick. But I don't know if it was always going to be J.J. Redick.
It seems like it always was. And I think the more and more you kind of hear, it doesn't seem like Danny Hurley was all that interested in the Lakers. I think that he wanted to just use that as leverage to get more money out of UConn, because it's not like the Lakers gave him some huge, the Lakers offered him $70 million.
Yeah.
But that would be like,
and it was like 6 years, right? 5 years?
But I
was thinking $20 million a year
on an annual basis. He would have been like the 6th highest paid head coach in the NBA. Like, he would be making less than Monty Williams. Like, if you really want to hire Dan Hurley, you've got to give him at least Monty Williams. Now, Hurley was on with Dan Le Batard. I guess this was today, and he claims that talking to the Lakers was not a leverage play by him, that he was actually serious and going to the Lakers, and that he just wanted to stay at UConn. Again, I am very skeptical of this. I think that this is the sort of stuff you do when you're trying to leverage someone. He went on with Mike Francesa and talked about how he was interested in one day coaching in the NBA, and then all of a sudden, here's Woj, who has a relationship with the Hurley family that goes back a long time, and now all of a sudden Woj is saying that he's interested in going to the Lakers. There's 1, there's 2, and then he gets more money from UConn, stays at UConn, and obviously Woj is able to take a shot at one of his competitors.
Now, this sounds like nuts, but speaking of Brian Windhorst, and we're going to hear some other things that he said here in a little bit. He was on another podcast yesterday and said this, and I was like, come on. And then I thought about it and he might be right. He said the Cavaliers' job is a better job than the Lakers' job.
I agree with that. 100%.
Figgy?
I think so. I mean, look, the only way you'll go to L.A. is just to go to L.A. and just live that lifestyle. But as far as the team and the organization, that's kind of like the old Knicks. The Knicks from a couple years where nobody wanted to go there.
The Cavs' best player isn't 40.
It's a better team in terms of personnel.
Are you talking Cavs or Lakers?
Cavaliers.
Yes.
And it's
in the West.
And it's an easier path.
And let's say he really do like these smaller towns.
Yeah.
L.A. Cleveland is a good town.
Well, I don't know about that.
If you don't want to go to L.A., if you don't want to go
but
to
it's not L.A. I mean,
I'm just saying,
it's a good Midwest town.
Yeah.
Again, up your brakes on that. Come on. Good Midwest town.
I always defend Cleveland.
Someone has to.
It's a good Midwest town. I know we had Joakim Noah.
Yeah, let's see what Joakim Noah has to say
Adam
about
Spillane and Joakim. Man, they're BFFs.
Y'all got a lot in common.
I've never heard anyone say I'm going to Cleveland on vacation.
I do agree with that, though.
Yeah.
I don't think people taking
it's
the
a cool
vacation.
town. It's a good city, man.
Yeah, I'm not saying pack your bags, let's take a vacation to Cleveland, but it's a cool little town, man.
All right. It looks like James Borrego is the leader in the clubhouse to get the Cavs job. But again, that's a pretty decent job. You've got Donovan Mitchell probably going to get an extension. Evan Mobley's a good player. And if they want to trade Darius Garland, I think they can get a pretty good haul for him. And it's frankly in the easier conference. You brought up Brian Windhorst. Figgy, let's play the Windhorst rant on Luka Dončić from last night after the Mavs lose Game 3 of the NBA Finals. This is really an all-timer.
Awesome.
Just especially
awesome.
And what makes this great is that everything he says in this, it's a minute, 20-something seconds, something like that. Everything he says in this rant is spot on accurate.
Yeah, I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Is it more disrespectful to refer to Luka Dončić as a hole on the floor or like a traffic cone defensively? Because I think that's probably
I like hole on the floor.
That's a good one. I haven't heard that one before either.
He's a hole on the floor. Winners are over there. Yeah. Winners are over there. I mean, the other thing that makes this so awesome, it's so out of character for him. Like, this is not what Windhorst does.
He is a very measured reporter who is inside, who
thoughtful too.
Yes,
like nuts and bolts.
And he's the type of guy who knows a whole lot more than he reveals.
Yes,
that's the type of reporter that he is, and he hates.
That sounds like an unofficial report.
Yes,
if you ask me,
sure. He spoke or heard from.
Yeah, so I don't know
Mavericks,
if you talk. I don't know if you talked to Jason Kidd or whoever in that locker room, but or a player. That's an unofficial report.
Let's say it was Jason Kidd. We don't know that. This is just for instance. Jason Kidd probably went off like freaking Luka, blah 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 blah. He needs to do that, and then that was the opening for Windhorst to say what he's been thinking.
Yeah, well, and the stuff about him complaining about the referees or complaining to referees during games, it's been talked about a ton.
Yeah.
And he is right. Like, I think anybody would tell you that they've heard that the Mavs, just as an organization, have tried to get him to stop, and he just won't do it. And it hurt them in this game. Like, there's one specific play last night where he thought he got fouled on a 3. He did not get the call. He stays down on the floor to yell at whichever official it was. And what happens? The game doesn't stop just because you're complaining. The game keeps going. The Celtics take off, and they're able to generate an open 3 in transition. They make it, and that stuff matters in an NBA Finals game.
It was 2 straight plays like that.
Yeah. Yes.
It was 2 straight plays like that. He thought he got fouled, and Boston ran and scored.
He allows himself to get way too frustrated by this stuff. It takes him out of games, and you can survive that in the regular season. You absolutely can when you're playing against inferior opponents in the regular season. But when you're in the finals and every single possession matters, that's a 3-point game with 4 minutes to go.
And they made such a comeback. They were down 21 in the fourth quarter.
So he's hurting himself. He's hurting the team, and they're down 3. They're not going to, and West is only getting better. So the idea that they're just automatically going to get back to this point next year, that's not necessarily automatic by any stretch.
Not by a stretch.
Yeah, so he's going to have to get better, and hopefully we'll see if he learns that. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we just mentioned the Astros a second ago. Something's got to change. We're 69 games into this season. The Astros are 8 games under 500, 8.5 games back in the division. At some point, something's got to change. I think we all know what that thing is, and we'll get into that next on In the Loop.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We're going to get to the Astros in 1 second, but there are a couple of stories that have just come across that I want to get to before I forget. Kelvin Sampson holding some media availability today at U of H just said that Jamal Shed will work out for the Rockets tomorrow.
Nice.
I can't think of a player that Ime Udoka would like more than Jamal Shed.
Perfect.
He's
the perfect guy.
He might even try and push for Rafael Stone to take him third. Probably not going to happen, but that's something to look out for. I think that's a perfect. The Rockets have the third pick. They also have a second round pick. I believe it's 44th overall.
Yeah.
But that's somebody that I think Ime Udoka would absolutely love. This other story comes from Brett McMurphy of the Action Network. He just said he's reporting the Big 12 is in discussions with Allstate on a naming rights deal to change the league's name. The deal could be worth between $30 and $50 million annually, and the name possibilities include Big Allstate Conference or Allstate 12 Conference.
The Allstate 12 Conference.
It really rolls off the tongue.
It's just so smooth. It's silky is what it is. You got to be kidding me. Look, I get, $40, $50 million.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of money. You're changing the name of the... Isn't there a line somewhere?
Well, obviously there's not.
There's not. The All-State 12 Conference.
The Big Ten has 18 teams. Okay, there's no line for any of this stuff anymore. They're just throwing stuff together at this point.
So the report is that they are negotiating or were negotiating. Is it going to happen?
They are in discussions.
The All-State 12.
The All-State 12. These are just some of the
Sound like a
possibilities.
high school tournament.
Yes.
It probably is. That's
Yes.
kind of what college. So how many teams are in the Big 12 now? I think are we at 16 now? We might be at 18. I don't know how many
Something
teams
like that.
now.
Yeah.
You lose track, but that'll be what, a handful of $1 million for all these schools if they wind up doing it. I mean,
For the All-State 12, guys.
the All-State 12 conference tournament.
All right, I got to go here because it's on a T. What would the SEC sponsorship be?
Oh. There's a lot of different directions that you could go.
The
in
Waffle
that
House, the Waffle House 14 or whatever.
Do they have 16 now?
16.
Yeah, they do have 16
whatever it
now.
is.
Send those in. Send the SEC.
The SEC
the branding.
sponsorship. If it's the All-State 12, what's that? What's that like? That roadside big in the Southeast.
Zaxby's is big in
Zaxby's,
that part of the country.
Yeah.
That's a big one. But hey, send those in. 713-572-4610. Okay, Astros and Tigers tomorrow. Astros off today. They lose yesterday afternoon 5-3, and now they sit 8 games under 500, 8.5 games back of the Mariners for first place in the AL West. And we're at the point now. This isn't a bad month. This is now almost 70 games. They'll be halfway through the season in less than 2 weeks. And there's no reason to think that they are going to climb out of this hole and get back into contention. There isn't anything that you've seen. They have gone on little stretches where it looks better, and then they give it all back just right afterwards. And so many of their wins during this stretch where they have gone 24-19 over the last 43 games.
Yeah.
But a lot of that damage has been done against the bad teams. They cannot beat good teams. Something has to change, and I think we both know what that something is.
Let me. I'm talking to the fans. We're men of the people here. I'm talking to the fans right now, and what I'm going to tell you, I think you need to really think about, and that is the Astros, not the players. The Astros organization is looking you square in the eye collectively and lying to you. They are lying to you. Now here's why. Like, maybe you still think, like you said, they're not really doing anything. They're not, kind of spinning their wheels. But even if you think, you know what, it's still early, 69 games in is not. But if you still think it's still early, or is there still time in this division to make a run, especially you people that still believe that there's time, they're lying to you. You cannot be serious about winning. The Astros tell you that they're serious about winning. They tell you, oh, no, we're not going to be sellers. We're going to be buyers. That's another lie. They tell you that hey, we can win 5. What did he say the other day? 5, 7, 10 games in a row. All of a sudden, you're in contention.
He said that more than a month ago.
About a month ago. That's another lie. And you know why it's a lie? Because you cannot be serious about winning and still trot out Jose Abreu's ass out there on a regular, if not daily basis. It's a disservice to you. It's a lie to the fans. More important, it's a lie to the dudes in the clubhouse. The experiment is over. I thought, Adam, like you and I were disagreeing on this back when they sent Jose Abreu down to West Palm. I got your point. Your point was, well, they gotta at least try one more time. They got to at least bring him back. Go down there, figure out whatever you're going to do, lift the light weights like they were talking about, which, by the way, was miracle light weights to get it all done in a week, and then come back up here and give him another shot. I got your point. That shot is done. Like they gave him another shot. He's 13 games in. He's batting 167. Don't lie to the fans, because you're lying to the fans when you say we can do this. We are serious. You're not serious if you keep putting him out there. You're just not.
A couple of weeks ago, I was in here, and I think he was 2 games into the return, and I told you I need to let it. I need to see
too early.
Yeah. I need to see. I need to see if it's I got to give him a chance.
Yeah.
I just have to, and it has been better, but it has not. But it's still bad.
It's 167.
It is.
He's batting 167.
It's an on-base percentage since he's returned. The on-base percentage is 186 in the 13 games.
Yeah.
The slugging percentage is up a little bit, but again, that's based off of a couple of extra base hits. there are times where you think, okay, hey, maybe he's there. Sunday in Anaheim, you thought that Sunday in Anaheim, maybe that he had turned a corner, and he had a couple hits, and he had a home run. I think it was in Anaheim, and his OPS on Sunday in his return was 629. Again, not good, but it's passable. That's something that you can at least kind of work with, and you can at least have him on the roster.
Yeah.
But then plays the 3 games in San Francisco, and the OPS in those games. And it's pretty apparent that this is it. And it's just not going to get better. It's not going to get playable. And they need to start doing something with the roster, because this roster is not good enough from 1 through 26. It is not good enough to compete with other teams, especially now that Kyle Tucker's hurt. You don't know when he's coming back at this point. They were hopeful that he'd be back tomorrow. That's not going to happen. They're hopeful maybe over the weekend. But again, he isn't doing baseball activities yet at this point. They need to do something with the roster. And it's not just Abreu. Abreu's the one who we've all been talking about, and part of that is just the contract.
He's the face of it.
And part of that has just been how bad he is. But if I'm the Astros right now, I'm making a couple of moves going into tomorrow's game. I am sending down Chas McCormick, who's just been dreadful all season, and he's been bad ever since coming back from the hamstring injury. Sending him down. I'm DFAing Jose Abreu. I'm just cutting the cord. Yeah. I have to understand that it's just not salvageable at this point. There is nothing really that you have seen over the last 13 games since he has been back where it looks like it's salvageable.
Yeah.
There might be a game here, a game there. There might be a couple of at-bats, but he has not been able to string anything together consistently. At this point, you just have to assume it's a sunk cost, and you've got to start winning games. Like John said, if you are serious about winning games, then you have to have guys on the roster that are capable of helping you do that. If that means you got to eat $30 million, then eat $30 million, because that's the point that they're at right now, and it's just not getting better.
You either, I'll put it this way too, you either release and replace Jose Abreu, or you rebuild. You know, if you're telling fans, you still want them to go to your games, and you either have to release and replace him, or you go ahead and start making some moves, or at least prepare to make moves in July to go ahead and rebuild. You cannot keep Jose Abreu on the field and tell people you're trying to win. Let me repeat that. You cannot keep Jose Abreu on the field and tell people you're trying to win. Because when you're building a squad, just squad X, Adam, where is your strength offensively?
Corners.
The corners.
The 4 corner spots.
Right field, left field, third base, and first base. You're giving away outs. Okay, then the question comes up, and I'm going to look at the message board here on YouTube in a second, but I can tell you, I can rest assured these messages are out there. They don't have anybody. You've said they really don't have anybody.
They don't think they do.
Right.
And that's been the issue, too, is that they don't believe the way that they have operated. You look at what they did on Monday in San Francisco, where they had Joey Loperfido on the bench in the 9th inning, and they have Jose Abreu up. They did not think that Joey Loperfido was a better option than Jose Abreu. Now, whether or not that's right or wrong, that's not on me to decide, but they don't really believe in him. I'm telling you right now, if I'm them, I'm bringing up Pedro Leon from AAA.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, before you go through your list, because I liked your list, and I think there's some possibilities there. You can't tell me that with a serious look on your face either. We don't have anybody. You don't have anybody that can bat over 167. You got somebody. Give me something. You got somebody. Now you actually had some. I think even some position switch. I know you got really high because he hadn't done it. Like Dubon doesn't play first base. Hell, put him at first base.
Dubon's
put him at first base.
He's okay at first base.
Yeah.
But again, you want like offense, and you want a slugger at first base, and that's not really who Dubon is. But if you have to go
301, he's got 2 home runs, 21 RBI.
If you have to go with a platoon at first, like if you cut the cord on Abreu, which I think it's time that they do, and you go with a Singleton Dubon platoon, that's fine. I can live with that. If you want, they keep saying that they think that Loperfido can play first base. They have not shown that he has not done it. Like he's not done it at this level. He's not doing it in AAA very often either. So they just got to stop saying that at this point because they don't think that he can play first base. If they did, he'd be playing more first
somebody.
Base. So just you have to do something.
Yeah.
Like at this point, you can't just sit back and do nothing. And that has been the approach that they have been taking for basically the entire year. So again, if it's me, I'm just cutting the cord.
Give me the whole. Give me all the moves. I think you can nail this. First of all, my move would be Dubon. He's got 8 more doubles, just as many home runs, 14 more RBI in fewer games. In fewer at bats anyway than Abreu did, or about the same. But you got to do something. But give me all the moves that something. Give me something, bro.
The problem is you look at this AAA roster, and the AAA roster is pretty bad. But I would, if I'm them again, I'll DFA Abreu, and I would send down Chas McCormick. Just give him a, I don't think Chas McCormick is dead by any stretch. But away from it for a little bit, and he hasn't been good. He's been just as bad as Abreu since they've both returned. McCormick from the IL, Abreu from the demotion. But give Pedro Leon a chance. Give him an opportunity. Let him play right field while Kyle Tucker is out, and let Trey Cabbage or whoever go play left field, or let Yordan Alvarez play left field on days where he doesn't DH. But let him just do something. They gave Pedro Leon a lot of money a few years ago.
Did you say like $3 or $4 million?
It was $4 million. I believe it's the biggest bonus that they have given to any international player. And he's been in AAA now for 3 years. And this year he's been good in AAA. 876 OPS in 60 games this season. The strikeouts are a little high, but not as bad as they've been in the past. But again, just give him an opportunity at this point. What's the worst that can happen? Because right now, it's just with Abreu playing at this level, and with McCormick's basically confidence just being as bad as it's ever been, you need to do something just to shake things up. Otherwise, another month is gonna come off the calendar, and you're gonna be in the exact same spot that you're in right now.
Yeah. It's very frustrating. It's been a very frustrating season, but you can't compound it by just lying. I'm looking at Leon's numbers now. I mean, you're more plugged in on this now. I'll take that in a heartbeat up here. In a heartbeat. And at first base, you can make do. Like anybody out there is better than what you get. And at least you're somewhat more serious about
on the win. You're going to try to test some stuff out.
Yes.
Because you keep doing the same. If you're saying you're trying to win right now, but you're not making any changes, and I ain't talking about trades and stuff like that, but just plugging somebody here, throwing stuff to the wall to see if it sticks.
Yes, exactly.
You got to do something.
That's at the position. That is the position that they're at. A couple of people have brought up Kevin Biggio. Kevin Biggio was DFA'd by the Blue Jays earlier this week, but he was acquired in a trade. The Dodgers traded for him, so he's not available anymore. Yeah. But that would have been a guy. Listen, Kevin Biggio hadn't been good this year. I mean, he hadn't been a good big leaguer. But again, that's kind of what you have to start doing right now is just look at the waiver wire. Anybody comes up that might be of interest, you need to do something to upgrade not just the 26-man roster, but the 40-man roster as well, just so that you have some options, just so that there are some guys that you can go to. And right now, just the roster is not in good shape. They have some high-end guys. The top 4 in the lineup with Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, Tucker when he's healthy. Yainer Diaz has been good. Jeremy Pena has slumped lately, but he's had a good year. Jake Myers has had a good year. But, man, once you get after that, it's just not good enough to compete at the highest levels.
No, not at all. And there are other. I'm sure there are other minor leaguers that are getting a bad message as well, that are performing pretty well. And up here you got the Astros with Abreu still beating their head against the wall, not getting any answers. You're sending a bad message to the entire organization.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. One of the things that I would like to ask Espada tomorrow is if you keep getting this same level of production from Abreu, at what point do you can't? It hasn't been a handful of games. And listen, you started this thing in Seattle with him. He's facing a bunch of really good pitchers, so I can excuse that to a certain degree. But he's not facing a bunch of Cy Young guys now. He just hasn't been. So at some point, it's a decision that they have to make organizationally. Are they serious? Listen, they don't want to eat the money. That's fine.
Well, that's how we started.
Yes.
You're not serious.
Yes, because you know what else costs you money? Not making the playoffs. It costs a lot to park at Minute Maid Park for playoff games. You're missing out on that revenue that you could be making. So it's just, you were on it early. I wanted to give it some time. I'm with you now. Yeah. It's time. It's time to make some sort of a change. Otherwise, they're not making the playoffs this year, and they're not going to get back to 500 this year if they keep going the route that they are going. All right, coming up next on In the Loop, we will do some lunchtime confessions. The NBA Finals are basically over, but John was watching the game last night, and he was missing somebody. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's do some confessions here. Take it away.
Yes, sir.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So last night I missed somebody really, really bad. Like bad. Lamenting it. Friend of the show. Longtime friend of ours. Could you imagine last night's game? All the Luka stuff. The officiating, the complaining. If Jeff Van Gundy was on the call, it would have been like, I'm still so mad that he's not doing this, because Jeff Van Gundy, he would have been, come on, his little his trademark little isms that he does, like they miss Jeff Van Gundy. Like we miss Jeff Van Gundy.
I think we miss Mark Jackson, man. I think Mark Jackson probably would have said some critical things about Luka as well.
You're absolutely right.
Van Gundy's going to wind up getting a ring out of this because he's on the Celtics staff.
Yeah, he is.
And he's going to move, I think, pretty sure.
He's a consultant now, but he's going to move into a coaching role.
I believe so, because Charles Lee, who's their lead coach job, I believe the expectation is that Van Gundy's going to return to the bench. It'll be the first time in 17 years that he will have been on an NBA bench, which is good.
Go ahead.
I thought he was going to wind up, there have been times where I thought he was going to wind up getting a head coach job. I'm surprised he still wants to do the coaching.
I'm hoping he go to NBC in a couple years, man.
I think he just wants to be in coaching again. I think he misses it.
I think he misses it, but he's better now for us as an analyst.
Oh, yeah. Sure. And here, go ahead and I'll tell you. Mine ties into that.
These are my confessions.
Yeah, I haven't watched a ton of the NBA Finals, but I've just been I'm kind of just disappointed by not just the Finals broadcast, but just kind of all NBA broadcasts to a certain degree, because there are certain aspects of it that you just miss and that I don't think they do a good enough job with. And for me, it's having the rules analyst.
Yes.
And I think that one thing that has really enhanced football broadcasts, both college football and the NFL, is having the rules guy in there. And even college basketball, they have one.
Yeah.
ESPN has it with John Perry. And John Perry sits in the booth with Troy Aikman and Joe Buck, and he can chime in whenever he wants.
Yeah.
Mike Pereira could do the same thing at Fox. Like, that's stuff that's invaluable. And last night, the biggest play really of the entire NBA season is when Luka Dončić picks up his sixth foul, and it's on a block charge. It's a 50-50 call, really. And it's challenged. And, man, ESPN just goes to commercial.
Yeah.
They play kind of one replay. That's it. They go to commercial. They come out of commercial, and then they play a couple replays, but they don't have a rules analyst that they can go to explain, hey, this is what it should be. This is why they're going to wind up calling it the way that they do, just like they have for football broadcasts. And it's bad for the viewer. And they have gone to a rules analyst, quote unquote, like they'll go to Steve Javie or they'll go to Kane Fitzgerald in Secaucus.
Yeah.
But they're basically just spokespeople for the league.
Yeah,
like,
they work for the league.
They're not independent arbiters of this whole thing. And then they do it like the biggest call of, remember that Dallas Oklahoma City series game 6 where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets called for the foul in the corner on the 3, which basically ends the series. And they have Steve Javie on. He's talking over the explanation from the referee when they actually give out the call. So that's one area where NBA broadcasts just need to be better.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm kind of glad the finals is going like this, man. It haven't even been competitive. And this is why. Because every time people talk about bad NBA finals, they always bring up the Cavs and Spurs, man. That's always the go-to. Like, that's the worst finals in history. So I feel like they might be let off the hook right here, man.
Yeah, that was 05?
07.
07?
07. It was a clean sweep. It wasn't even close.
So they're not getting let off the hook. That's the
I hope they do, man. If Luka will be.
That's the worst final team I've ever seen.
Not the Spurs, the Cavs.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I kind of hate, it was fun, but I kind of hate that Sean and Seth brought up this morning when we were talking during Cross about how the little things that they waste money on because it adds up to probably thousands of dollars, because it got me thinking about what I'm wasting money on, and now I feel so guilty. So Sean says every time he goes to a convenience store to get gas or whatever, he goes into the convenience store and has to buy something, bag of chips or whatever. Seth said he wastes that little money. I'm not talking about like big hobby money. The little money on apps. Like he'll register for an app for a year, and it got me thinking. I this is one I brought up, like plastic lures, plastic artificial lures that you use, kind of like worms and bass fishing, but saltwater fishing they call it plastic lures. Those big Costco peanut butter pretzels, the big jugs. I've got 3 of those filled to the brim with plastic lures. And I got more in my little shed that I keep. I probably have between 4,000 and 5,000 plastic lures that I use, every color in the book. Every time I go to a store, a fishing store, whatever, Fishing Tackle Unlimited, Anglers Anonymous, whatever. I'm like going for a specific reason, and I always grab a couple of bags of. Well, this color looks new.
How much do those run?
Anywhere from $7 a bag. So. It's like whatever, like buying something at a convenience. But I have like close to 5,000, I'm sure. It's ridiculous.
This is why I do curbside at the grocery store. Because I know that, like, I'll go to
impulse buy.
Yeah, I'll go to like Whole Foods sometimes. Just go to the salad bar, and you wind up getting.
The worst is going to a grocery store hungry.
Oh yeah.
Figgy, what's your little thing? Not like a hobby, like music and equipment, but like.
Honestly, I think I kind of agree with Sean. I got some of Sean and Seth, to be honest. Whenever I go to a gas station, I'm like, let me get a bag of chips or a little candy bar or something. Yeah. I gotta leave with something. I just can't go in and pay for gas and leave.
That stuff adds up, man.
And then the apps got me to the point. I'm like, look, Apple is taking a lot of my doggone money, and I don't even know what I'm paying for. I'm like, $9.99 for what?
Yeah.
So I got to go through everything to see what I'm paying for, man.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I will probably not watch 1 second of the U.S. Open.
Come on,
I'm
wanting it on right now.
Yeah.
Why not?
If you put it on in the studio, that will probably be the only time that I watch the U.S. I just don't care. It's just
the matter with you?
It's just not important to me. There's other things, like you look at this weekend, I will be far more into like the European Soccer Championships starting.
Euros, baby.
Yeah, I'll be far more into that than I will be into the U.S. Open. And then Saturday, Sunday, there's baseball. I'd rather watch the baseball than watch the golf. So yeah,
it's the U.S. Open.
Cool. Major like 2 weeks ago.
It was about a month ago.
Yeah, so they need to space these majors out a little bit more. I guess part of it is weather.
They get the 4 of them knocked out early on. April is always the Masters, and then you get into May is the PGA.
Well, they used to do the PGA later, which they should probably go back to that because again, you want it like tennis. Tennis spaces out its majors pretty good. Where you have Australia is in January, and then the U.S. Open is in September. That's a 9-month buffer.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the French Open and Wimbledon are kind of, bunched up together. But for the most part, tennis does a better job at scheduling the stuff than golf. I just don't care.
Okay.
Plus, there's no golfers I care about.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I'm kind of judging my coworkers around here, man. Not y'all.
Okay.
But so earlier this morning, I was about to walk over to my desk, and I heard some screaming. So I'm like, what's going on here? So I walked around the corner. I saw Cindy Barbano with her foot bleeding.
Oh, man.
And my man Valentine right there pouring coffee on her foot over the blood. And I'm like, what is going on?
Like dry coffee?
No, I think it was like a cup of coffee.
No, like dry coffee I could get.
I don't know. It might have been like real coffee, but maybe cold or something. I don't know. But he was saying, yeah, it's just stop the bleeding. And she was like, it hurt more. It hurt more.
That's got old wives' tale written all over.
Yeah, I was about to say. So my confession is that
when you have a cramp.
I've never heard of it, Figgy.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that a Hispanic thing?
I checked, still Hispanic.
I'm like, what is going on here?
I have never heard of that. Now, the dry coffee I could kind of see.
What is dry? Like
the ground coffee. Because wouldn't it coagulate or something like that?
I don't. I never heard. Yeah. All I do is just wipe the blood off with a towel.
Yeah. What's wrong with
like
that? Anybody ever heard of a Band-Aid?
Yeah.
Tough
it out. She said it hurt worse. So I'm like, what are they doing? Maybe it's some type of joke or something.
Yeah. I think he heard about coffee in an old wives' tale, but he didn't know that it was supposed to be ground coffee, not an actual cup of hot coffee.
Just tough it out.
Yes.
Do.
Put a Band-Aid on it.
Yeah, there you go. Rub some sand on it.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610. John yesterday went through some of the best picks that have been made in each position in the NFL draft in the last decade. We're gonna turn it around. Who's the worst number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft in the last decade? What about 2, 3, 4, and so on? That's next on In the Loop.
Sports Radio.
Market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop until 2. Yesterday, we went through NFL draft, I guess draft from the last decade, and went through who were the top players taken at each draft position. So, who was the best number 1 pick? Who was the best number 2 pick? Let's go in the other direction, and let's take a look at who are the worst players taken in each position over the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And for number 1, I think number 1 was hard up until the last couple of years.
Yeah, there were there's a couple of positions in the draft. This is all from the OG Stats and Information. Just a little bit of research I did this morning. I did like the top 15 picks. I don't think we want to get into like 31, 32 or whatever. The worst, and you have the website I was using up in front of you. I am open to discussion because some of these, like the number 4 overall pick and then the number 13 overall pick, there were strong classes, all 10 players. So you got to almost like parse out, who was the weakest of the strong players. But the number 1 overall pick, the worst one in the last 10 years, with a hat tip and a pause on Bryce Young because we don't know enough yet, it's got to be Travon Walker, 2022, right?
You just said yesterday that you were afraid of Travon Walker.
I said I'm afraid if it clicks.
Okay, well, then you can't be a bad pick.
It hasn't clicked.
So you're basically saying it's not going to, though.
Yeah. Nothing we've seen so far.
Yeah. I think
you still think Bryce Young is it?
Yes. Oh,
really?
Question. Yeah.
Figgy? It's one of those two guys.
Yeah, it's a little too early, but right now, if I had to pick right now, I would probably say Bryce Young.
There's no reason to think it's going to get better there because that franchise is just so bad, and they haven't really done anything to get him any help, and it just looks so bad last year. And I don't know if this counts, but then you kind of compare him to the guy that was taken right after. That just makes it look
that's what make it really look bad. It's not like Zach Wilson went after him or something like that, and you just grading on the curve. It's just like, look who they passed up on.
Yeah. Now I will say, you and I were talking off air yesterday, and I agreed with you. I don't think it's not just height. I think it's sleight of build. But I think it's way too early to just say worst pick of the last 10 years.
It's like me with Jose Abreu.
Exactly.
I just don't know what the tools are. I just don't know what tools.
Good arm, not great arm.
Yeah,
good mobility, doesn't really run a lot.
You need a guy with elite tools in that position, and I just don't think he's there. I think just looking at the list of number 1 picks, it has been pretty remarkable that you haven't had a lot of busts in the NFL draft. Like you did. I'm looking in the 90s, and you probably had 3. I don't consider Jeff George to be a bust because I think he was a pretty good quarterback for a while.
Yeah.
No, it was never great, but Steve Ettman was a bust in 92. Kajana Carter was a bust in 95. Tim Couch was a bust in 99. That's 3 out of 10 right there.
Yeah.
In the 2000s.
And some would say Jeff George.
Yeah.
Yeah, some would, yeah.
Courtney Brown was a bust in 2000. Jamarcus Russell was in 2000. Courtney, didn't they have the 2nd pick in that draft too?
I think so. I just remember him.
Well, it's back-to-back Browns number 1 picks, 99 and 2000.
I just remember being young and people calling him soft. Like, this dude is so soft. He always get hurt.
But then you had Jamarcus Russell in 2007, so that's only 2 out of 10 in the 2000s that were busts. And then you look at
the last 10 years have been pretty strong.
At the 2010s, Sam Bradford, I don't consider a bust. He was fine. He was playable for a lot of different teams.
It was where he was taken.
Yeah, he wasn't great, but not a bust. Cam Newton was really good. Andrew Luck was really good. Eric Fisher was good. Jadeveon Clowney was good. Jameis Winston maybe can be in that bust category. Jared Goff you could have had in there, but he's revitalized his career in Detroit. Myles Garrett, Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, so I think teams are getting better at drafting at number 1. Okay, let's go to number 2.
Number 2 overall pick, worst number 2 overall pick in the last 10 years. I got Zach Wilson. I've got Zach Wilson. And there were some good number 2 overall picks. You're looking at it now. I was going through it earlier. What do you think on Zach Wilson? I don't see anybody really competing with him.
So, Greg Robinson in 2014 would be on that list, and Now, this is outside your 10-year parameter.
Yeah.
And I guess Robinson is as well. He falls right outside
It's
of it.
right at. We can call it 10 years, yeah.
Luke Jokel in 2013, that's a rough one.
That was a rough one.
That's
Yeah.
He was really bad.
Yeah. Number 3, worst number 3 overall pick in the last 10 years. It was a little difficult, but I went with Trey Lance as the worst of the last 10 years.
I'm with you there, especially when you consider what they gave up to trade up to get him.
Yeah.
Like the 49ers gave up a haul.
Yeah.
It was 3 first-round picks to get him. So,
and he barely played.
Yeah.
He got hurt right away, and then they traded him, and now he's not playing at all. Like, it happened in a hurry. Like, he didn't even get much of a chance. I think they cut bait on him, and he got passed up by a guy taken in the 7th round.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, by Mr. Irrelevant. He got
That's part of the reason why he didn't get a chance either.
Yeah.
Now, look at the number 4 overall pick in the last 10 years. There's some players, man.
Strong group. And even you go back more than 10 years, it's a strong group.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Sammy Watkins, Amari Cooper, Zeke Elliott, Leonard Fournette, Denzel Ward, Andrew Thomas, Kyle Pitts, Sauce Gardner, Anthony Richardson, Marvin Harrison. So the one that I picked, actually, I mean, not horrible, Cleveland Farrell.
No, that was a bad pick.
Yeah, well, especially compared to,
and it was a reach too at the time.
Yeah.
Remember that pick was a Mayock reach at the time with the Raiders. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So that's the worst.
I think every Raiders pick was a bad pick, man.
Number 5 overall pick, worst pick in the last 10 years. You might have an argument on this one, and I'll hear it because some of these were difficult. Corey Davis, wide receiver Corey Davis.
Yeah, that's the one that stands out.
Mm-hmm. Who are some of the other guys in the number 5 overall?
So you have Devin Witherspoon, who's been really good with Seattle, Kayvon Thibodeau with the Giants, Jamar Chase, Tua Tagovailoa, Devin White, Bradley Chubb. Man, Bradley Chubb was taken 5th overall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking Nick Chubb for whatever reason. Yeah, Corey Davis, Jalen Ramsey, Brandon Scherf, and then you have Khalil Mack in 14, Ziggy Ansah in 13. If you want to go back to 2012, Justin Blackmon, that would be considered a bad one. But that's a pretty good one for the 5th round.
The worst number 6 overall pick in the last 10 years, I got Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's a real competition there unless you see somebody that...
You'd have to go back further than 2014. You'd have to go back more than 10 years.
Barkevius Mingo.
Mingo would be...
You remember him, too?
Oh, yeah.
Don't you remember him, too?
Texas in here.
Who's drafting all these guys?
Well, that was the Clowney trade when they got him.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, there's nobody really.
At least at that time, he was known as a special teamer.
He was a good special teamer.
Yeah.
He was not a good.
But he wasn't drafted for as a special teamer.
Number 7 overall pick, the worst in the last 10 years. I think it was Kevin White. Kevin White drafted hurt by the Bears, wide receiver. Man, that was a draft with Mike Evans, DeForest Buckner, both Josh Allen's, back to back, I should say, at that position in 18 and 19. So yeah, I'm going to say him.
I will real quick.
Yeah,
I will tell you, Evan Neal is going to give him a run for his money.
Yeah, well, it's still early.
Yes.
I wondered about that. Yeah,
I forgot about him.
He's going to give him a run.
Get back to me on that.
You had back-to-back Josh Allens.
That's what I'm saying. Back-to-back Josh Allens. And at the number 7 overall pick, 2018 by the Bills, the quarterback, 2019 by the Jaguars. All right, the worst number 8 overall pick in the last 10 years. I have. Well, I don't think this is much of a competition. Justin Gilbert, 2015.
Man, this pick was so bad. That was the year. I want to say that was the year Johnny Manziel was in the draft too.
Yeah, 2014.
And people,
yeah, it was.
People thought
they thought he'd go number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he went number 8 out of Oklahoma State. Hey, he never did anything.
He was so bad they let him go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
There's one other.
In the hunt?
Vic Beasley, he had the one great year for the Falcons, the year they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But aside from that, he did absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Well, Justin ain't even had one good year.
Yeah, who drafted him?
The Browns.
Is it me, or does it seem like the Browns are in here a lot?
It's not you. It's not you.
Browns, Raiders, Jags.
I told you they'd have been better off just not ever coming back.
I wouldn't go that far, but man. They might need to skip the draft.
Worst number 9 overall pick in the last 10 years. Now, this one had a little competition. I went with John Ross in 2017. John Ross, the wide receiver out of Washington. That's one I was wrong on. I actually liked him a lot at Washington, and I thought he'd be pretty good. Who else might you think would be one of the worst ones?
Eric Flowers.
I wondered about him, but he had a little bit of a – didn't he have a little bit of a run?
Not really.
No?
I think he attacked the team. Another one, Mike McGlinchey. Didn't exactly but that was 2018, so yeah, he would fall into that. Yeah. Mike McGlinchey could be in that, the tackle. Went to the 49ers.
Number 10 overall pick, the worst one in the last 10 years. For me, it was easy, but maybe you have something else you want to say. Josh Rosen, quarterback from UCLA.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it was his fault, just because they never really gave him an opportunity. He was not good.
He was a little out there.
No, he was. He was in college, too, at UCLA. Yeah. He wasn't good, and then they finished with the worst record, and they took any chances that he had. Quarterbacks taken 10th overall. Not great. It's not. You have, let's see, Blaine Gabbert went 10th overall to the Jags in 2011. Matt Leinart, 10th overall to the Cardinals in 2006. So don't take quarterbacks 10th overall.
Yeah. Figgy, this one you might remember. I think a lot of Texans fans will remember this. The worst number 11 overall pick in the last 10 years. I got to give it to Vernon Hargreaves, baby. Vernon Hargreaves, not drafted by the Browns, drafted by the Bucks. And there's a couple on here that would definitely give him competition.
I thought you were going to say Watt for a second. The way
That'll live in infamy. What was he doing? What was Hargreaves doing?
He was mic'd up.
When was this?
He was mic'd up. This was Vernon Hargreaves mic'd up.
Yeah.
When?
It was with the Texans, wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was with the Texans.
Miami?
Yeah, whatever team he was with before.
Yeah.
That was him mic'd up.
All right, number 12 overall pick, the worst one. I can be talked out of this one, but I think he's definitely in the hunt. That would be drafted by the Saints in 2015. Defensive tackle that you may know, and that would in 2016, Sheldon Rankins. Who else is on the list? Not Micah.
Danny Shelton?
Yeah, I would say that's worse.
Danny Shelton?
Yeah.
Who was he drafted by?
The Browns.
The defeated way that you said that was just, I could feel it.
It was the Browns. 13th. I picked at number 13, worst pick in the last 10 years. I have Rashawn Slater. It was also a pretty good group, though, to be fair. 13.
He's been hurt, though. I give him a little bit of an excuse.
But still, I mean, who are you gonna put ahead of him? Aaron Donald was drafted 13 in 2014. Laramie Tunsil, Hassan Reddick, Christian Wilkins, Tristan Wirfs, Jordan Davis. I mean, that's a good squad.
Yeah, it is.
That number 13 overall pick has been good to a lot of teams here. A couple more here. Number 14 overall pick, the worst in the last 10 years. I have Marcus Davenport, drafted in 2018 by the Saints.
They gave up a lot to get him, too.
They gave up a lot. It's not a real strong, as opposed to the number 13 overall pick, not a huge, real strong group of players drafted in the last 10 years at number 14 overall. And the worst, number 15 overall pick in the last 10 years, you know him, you love him, Kenyon Green. Is anybody even...
Oh, I disagree with this one.
Really?
Uh-oh. Corey Coleman?
Well, Kenyon Green, though, man.
I just want to get another Brown on there.
I'm about to say, at least Corey had at least like one maybe good year.
Yeah.
So.
It's got to be Kenyon Green. That's saying something.
I'm calling my shot.
It's still early. It's still
better career than Corey Coleman.
I hope so. Shot. I hope so.
Calling it.
Who drafted the Corey Coleman, Figgy?
The Browns.
God, they've been awful.
They've been bad.
They've been bad.
And there's way more picks they had that was awful, too.
God.
You got to try to be this bad at drafting.
And we didn't even mention Manziel.
No, they had some other picks.
What pick was Johnny?
They traded up to like 24, 22, something like that. Yeah.
It wasn't 24.
I know they traded up for him.
Man.
Nah, it's bad, man.
I'm going to find this.
You're determined to find Johnny Man. I think it was 24.
It wasn't 24. I looked.
All right. Well, maybe it was, let's see. No, I'm just keep looking at the Browns.
22nd. He was 22nd overall.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Because I want to say they traded with the Cowboys. They traded with somebody.
So the players taken 22nd overall. So it's Manziel in 14, Bud Dupree in 15, Josh Doxson in 16, Charles Harris in 17, Rashawn Evans in 18, Andre Dillard in 19, Justin Jefferson.
Hello.
Yeah, I think Johnny was the worst one in that mix. All right, coming up next on In the Loop, we will go around the NFL. There's more news with Aaron Rodgers, and it's not getting any better.
Nick Odyssey Sports Station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Let's go around the NFL, and the Aaron Rodgers saga has taken, I guess, another turn. It's exhausting.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Rodgers took part in most of the Jets' optional offseason stuff, but he was not in attendance at mandatory minicamp this week. And Robert Saleh said it was unexcused, but he told the team, he claims that they're on all this other stuff. Then you get into the speculation, okay, well, if he's not at mandatory minicamp, where is he?
Mm-hmm.
And Colin Cowherd said that he was on vacation. Someone else said that he was on one of those darkness retreats.
Yeah, that was Florio.
People pointed out that there's an RFK Jr. campaign event today, and maybe he's at that. So there's all sorts of stuff. Robert Saleh addressed this once again. I believe this was yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
You said that you were aware that Aaron was not going to be here before yesterday. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And Tyrod said he had only found out that morning. Is there any reason that wasn't communicated to him before? Or?
No, it's a one-on-one conversation. It's not something that the team needed to know about.
Blowback from media people about the use of the word unexcused, and because you were okay with him not being here, but you used the word unexcused. So I'm wondering maybe if you could clarify why you used that word. And also, did you tell did Aaron know he was going to be termed unexcused, and how he reacted to that?
No, you're fine. Talked about it yesterday, but Aaron and I are on the exact same page. There's no issue between Aaron or his teammates, for that matter. So, like I said, we addressed it yesterday. It's more of an issue for everyone outside the building than it is inside, and that's about it.
All right, so we know how this works as well. It's an issue inside. I mean, at some level, it might not be a big issue. They might say, hey, you know what, we're going to forget about all this. It'll be fine. Don't like it, but it is some kind of issue because this is a guy that played 4 snaps. And, all of a sudden, he already has a reputation that precedes him. And if it wasn't an issue, you would make it an excused absence. Like the most basic thing here is what makes it weird. Hey, you had a wedding. Whatever. Wish he was here, but we understand. Excused absence. When you make it inexcused, you're sending a message and you're setting up a fine for Aaron Rodgers. If it was all cool, bro, it wouldn't be inexcused,
And the fact that the backup quarterback did not know,
yes,
that stands out. Like, well, they're all expecting the quarterback to be there, and then all of a sudden he's not. That would seem like an issue. So that's a communication problem that they're having, and especially when it comes to the quarterbacks. Like, it's one thing if the safeties don't know that Aaron Rodgers is going to be at minicamp, they don't need to know.
Yes.
But I would think the quarterbacks would need to know. I would think that the offensive line and the receivers and the running backs and all the offensive guys would need to know that, hey, the quarterback's not going to be at minicamp.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that seems like something that would be important, and I don't really understand why that wouldn't be brought
now,
up. Yes.
This year,
So nothing can ever be done normal with the New York Jets, it appears, and especially with Aaron Rodgers. And as we've mentioned in the past, this is an important year for a lot of people in that building.
Yeah.
You have Robert Saleh, who is certainly on the hot seat and probably doesn't keep that job if they don't make the playoffs. And Joe Douglas has been there now for a while. Still, I think that most people would say that Joe Douglas has done a pretty good job when it comes to assembling talent, but they're not winning games. And he's the one who drafted, he drafted Zach Wilson, number 2 overall, and was able to survive that. Can he survive another disappointment? I don't know if he can.
Just kind of disarray.
Yeah.
Just confusion.
They seem to be a rudderless organization right now, and the AFC East is wide open for them to possibly win, and they haven't won a division title in more than 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Devontae Adams of the Las Vegas Raiders has taken a liking to Brock Bowers.
He likes him some Brock Bowers.
He was drafted, 11th overall by the Raiders in this draft. And he gave me the nickname for Brock Bowers is.
Yeah, he said, hey, BM, come over here. You know what a BM is? That's what doctors call...
It's a businessman.
Well, That's what he says it is. Would you want the nickname BM, bowel movement, Browers?
I was thinking baby mama.
Or baby mama.
I know a lot of people say that's my BM over there.
Either one is bad. Yeah. I don't want to be baby mama as a tight end in the NFL, and I don't want to be pooping. I don't want to be.
You don't want to be a bowel movement?
A bowel movement. I do not want to be.
But you'll take business, man.
Well, just say, hey, biz or business.
Just call me businessman.
Don't call me BM.
Well, everybody's got a different iteration when it comes to the nickname.
You want me to start calling you urine?
No, not really. Not really. But I don't even know how you would get that.
It's like, I don't know where I would get that from. Because you're in the loop.
Okay, there you go. No.
Come on.
Don't give it to him.
You got to give it to me. You got to give it to me.
No, I'll give that to you.
You're in the loop. Thank you.
Figgy's gotten way too late. The Patriots yesterday, they retired Tom Brady's number 12. And they'd already done a ceremony in front of the fans, but I guess, was this a Patriots Hall of Fame
I think it was kind of like a Hall of Fame, also a fundraiser, because they had a bunch of people there.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of
celebrities and everything.
Yeah.
It's a big event.
Jay-Z performed.
Yeah, and so they did this in honor of Tom Brady and attended. Drew Bledsoe's had a nice little summer here.
He's had a good year.
He had a nice appearance at the Brady roast last month, and then he was involved in this ceremony yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
Of all the great things about Tom, great teammate, greatest quarterback of all time, you were the worst backup quarterback in the history of the NFL. You never understood that when I got healthy, you're supposed to go sit the hell down.
He's had a really good summer. And he absolutely killed it at the roast.
Yeah, he was good.
And that's a great line. I mean, that's a fantastic line right there. He's owning it. I always say, just lean into it, man. Just own it.
There are some very entertaining former Patriots that you didn't really know it at the time, just because of how buckled down everything in that building tends to be. Tomorrow, we're gonna play some Matt Light, who's the old left tackle for those early that first iteration of the Patriots dynasty. He's absolutely hilarious. He did a podcast with Julian Edelman. We'll play some of that tomorrow.
Yeah,
but that was really good, and he's got the Belichick impressions are what get you more than anything else, just because of how spot on they are and how kind of they're easy to do, but they're all very funny. Edelman's great at it. Matt Light is really good at it too. We'll play you that tomorrow.
And the other funny thing about this is with Drew Bledsoe, like he can make a whole other career out of this, out of being the foil, because he was really good. Yeah. Like Drew Bledsoe was,
he got a team to a Super Bowl.
He was really good, and now he's kind of knowing his.
Let's see. Let's go to tampering. The Atlanta Falcons have been docked a 5th-round pick for tampering. I believe it was with Kirk Cousins. So the league did an investigation into that. I don't think losing a 5th-round pick is really much of a punishment at all, and I don't think.
And $250,000?
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be something that eliminates tampering. Like it happens in the NBA, and they'll dock you a 2nd-round pick. Nobody cares about 2nd-round picks in the NBA.
Yeah.
If you want a 2nd-round pick in the NBA, all you have to do is buy one.
Yeah.
And teams are more than willing to sell those. So if you really want to cut down on tampering, you got to do more than docking teams late picks, a 5th-round pick or a 2nd-round pick in the NBA. And also, the Eagles were also being investigated for tampering with Saquon Barkley, and the league did not do anything. The Eagles have been cleared of tampering for Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, and I want to ask you. I want to get to this with you because I think this is very enlightening and interesting. Randall Cobb was talking. Where was it? It was on a podcast. I'm sure.
Bussin' with the Boys.
Bussin' with the Boys. Yeah, he was on Bussin' with the Boys, and he was asked about. And we went to get this earlier, so I'm glad we're getting to it now. He was asked about the kind of the WTF things that were going on with the Texans.
My first red flag should have been when they traded D-Hop, right? They traded D-Hop while we were finishing up our negotiations, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't, like, why would they do that? Like, it just didn't make sense at the time, but obviously.
Crazy trade, too.
Crazy.
Like a 4th round. That was
round pick and David Johnson coming back.
God.
But yeah, so that happens, and then I end up signing But remember, that's the COVID year. There's no off season. Bill O'Brien's calling me like, hey man, I don't know if we're gonna have a season this year. Like, I don't know when to tell you to come down here. And then I remember he called me like a few days later, like, hey, I'm gonna need you down here like ASAP. Like this thing, we get ready to do it. I'm like, oh, okay. Like got everything loaded up, got to Houston, and we started the season 0-4.
It's true. That part's true.
Yes, it is.
O'Brien was gone.
It just boggles your mind that this is the world we lived in, and they knew it. We said it at the time. The players can't be liking this. They can't enjoy what's going on here. He actually had a lot to say on that podcast, especially the comments that when he went back to. Was he the one that said it felt like I was in prison or something?
Yeah. You know what's funny about the Hopkins trade? They were right for doing it because where they screwed up was just what they got back.
No, that doesn't make it right.
That's where they screwed up. Trading Hopkins at the time made sense based on just the salary cap stuff, but David Johnson, and it was a second-round pick, not a fourth-round pick. The return was terrible. Like if they would have gotten the same return that the Vikings got for Justin Jefferson or for
we
Stephon
wouldn't be
Diggs,
having this conversation.
Yeah, I think the conversation around it is very different, but just the return was so bad. That's what really killed
I did want to see DeAndre Hopkins season because it was a good year before, and unfortunately they just fell to the Chiefs. But if they was gonna trade DeAndre Hopkins, it should have at least been for a first round pick.
Yeah.
And why are you taking on David Johnson's contract?
I think the only person in the world that would have done that was Bill O'Brien, and then he makes a second mistake. Well, I mean, the Cobb contract was a mistake.
Yeah.
But then the Brandon Cooks trade was a mistake, giving up a second-round pick for that guy. So you get a second-round pick for DeAndre Hopkins, and then you trade away basically the same thing to get Brandon Cooks, and those two weren't on the same level. So there was you're just compounding mistakes that entire offseason.
And it was wrong also in the sense of you still thought you were going to compete, at that point. So just from the competition level, I get. He's still playing, he's still contributing. So, but he was on somewhat of a small decline there, or starting one. It was just bizarre from the start. It was Bill O'Brien, and they knew it. He knew it. He talked about how kind of dysfunctional it was, which is the exact word that we used.
Yeah. One other story. Sam Darnold right now is the Vikings starting quarterback. They're going to choose him at least for now over J.J. McCarthy. I've never been one who thinks that the first round pick has to be the starting quarterback right away. I think that there are multiple ways to do this, and I think it's a good showcase for Darnold. And maybe if Darnold plays well, you're able to get something back in return for him, and then you plug J.J. McCarthy in there.
I saw them, put it down. I mean, it's worth talking about, but I didn't even put it down on my stuff because it's all how you look at it.
Yeah,
like they're talking about Bo Nix, in Denver. Bo Nix, boy, he's just a veteran, and everything seems to be awesome over there. Well, that's the path they're choosing with their young quarterback. The path that they're choosing is not rushing him along. Is to bringing him along slowly. He's still going to be the starting quarterback.
Yeah, eventually.
I mean, he's still going to be the starter.
Yeah, I never really looked at him as that, get drafted and you're the day one starter type of guy anyway. So I'm fine with them playing it out this way.
Yeah.
Let him sit back, learn. Darnold's been around, and Darnold could maybe be you give Darnold Justin Jefferson, that changes everything. Like you give him that sort of a target, he could maybe be better. And again, maybe you're able to build up Darnold's value a little bit for another team. So I don't know. There's multiple ways that you can do this. All right, coming up next on In the Loop, the internet is going nuts, and we have another chapter to the Joey Chestnut story. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Celebrating 30.
leader, Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Back on Sports Radio 610, the internet is going nuts, and it's been going nuts on this topic really for about 3 days now. And that was Nathan's banning, suspending, whatever you want to say it, Joey Chestnut from the hot dog eating contest on July 4th because he has a sponsorship deal with Impossible Meats.
Yeah.
And that is a competitor of Nathan's. We suggested that maybe Joey Chestnut should start his own hot dog eating competition to go up against the Nathan's
Well,
one.
you suggested it. Credit to
Yes.
you. I just said maybe Kobayashi. You know, the one that just retired because of health reasons.
Now, it's not going to go up. It's not going to be in direct competition with the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. But Joey Chestnut and Kobayashi, who will come out of retirement, they will compete one-on-one in a hot dog eating contest that will be shown live on Netflix September 2nd.
Yeah. First of all, incredible work, Netflix.
Which is Labor Day. That is Labor Day.
Yeah, so that it's still a holiday. So it's going to be, they reacted swiftly. Maybe they already knew in advance. And I figure, brother, this has probably been in the works. But nevertheless, Netflix knows how to do live TV, man. They got the NFL, they got the Brady roast, and now they have this. And look, Nathan's has been around for, I think, damn near 100 years, if not more. But they're taking a severe hit here, and it's just silly for them to have done this. And now everybody's going to make more money, except for them. Yeah.
The viewers, if I'm Nathan's, I'm trying to talk to them like, hey, whatever they gave you, we can up it. Or, hey, how can we help you?
It's too late. They've already made a stance.
I know.
They already made a stance with the sponsorship thing.
And somebody brought up, might have been you, Figgy, yesterday during a break, that maybe it's because Nathan's actually has a meat substitute.
Yeah, they do have a vegan hot dog. I don't know how popular
I don't
it is.
care, man.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that wouldn't stop anything.
Hey.
If you want to get a sponsorship with them, cool. As long as you come to my show.
The NFL has more than one beer sponsor. You know, this is not. That's just details. They should have worked it out. They didn't. Now they're going to do even better as far as Chestnut and.
I wouldn't have banned them.
Hell no.
I would have. Yeah. If you want to keep doing this, go ahead.
Yeah.
Because you are a star.
All right, this came down about 90 minutes ago or so. Brett McMurphy from the Action Network is reporting that the Big 12 is in discussions with Allstate on a naming rights deal to change the conference's name. The deal could be worth between $30 and $50 million. Right now, the name possibilities include Big Allstate Conference or Allstate 12 Conference, according to McMurphy sources.
Tell me you're desperate. How desperate is the Big 12?
Oh, you're just trying to make money.
I mean, it's a lot of money. But it's hard to say no to that money. I know, especially after you lose big teams like Texas and Oklahoma. You're looking for every avenue you can get. It just doesn't feel right, man. It just doesn't look right. You look like almost minor league, which I guess you can argue they're kind of trending toward the minor league.
So do you have a problem with the name or
yes.
them using 12? Okay.
When you do that, I feel like you're just kind of, it's not even a sellout. You need money. Everybody needs money in these leagues, but you just kind of look like Bush, like Bush League. And we were talking earlier, what would the SEC do? Waffle House. It's just not the way it works. That's not the way it should be.
The Big 12 will have 16 members in 2024. They lose Texas and OU, but the Big 12 gains Arizona, Arizona State, Utah, and Colorado. So if it is $30 million, then that's $2 million basically per school.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff counts. Like that sort of stuff matters for these schools within these athletic departments. Every million matters. I don't think this will be. My guess is there will be other conferences that follow.
Yeah,
there is no doubt.
Do you think SEC, Pac-12? Now they might do something like the SEC. But it's still going to be the SEC. It's still going to be the Big Ten.
I mean, all these conferences
but not
are the same.
All-state conference.
They are all going to extract every single dollar
but not like that.
That's possible.
Like just completely selling out your name.
You never know.
I mean, all it takes is for a company offering you $1 billion or something.
Yeah.
If Comcast said, "Hey, we'll give you $1 billion if you make it the Comcast SEC,"
yeah,
I'm like, come on in.
Yeah.
Now, the SEC is a brand. That is a brand in and of itself, as opposed to the Big 12 isn't really a brand. The SEC is a brand. So I think if they were to, I don't think that they would go as far as to change the name of the conference, but they would absolutely do something.
Like I said, maybe like presented by.
Yeah.
Or brought you every week, by.
If it brings in another $50 million or whatever, and it'd probably be more for the SEC. I mean, the Rose Bowl went with a sponsorship. The Rose Bowl went without a sponsor for a very long time.
Yeah.
And eventually they fell. They took the same course.
But it's still called the Rose Bowl.
Else. Yeah, it's the Rose Bowl presented by.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's not
like when you change the whole name to the Waffle House League. That's Bush League. You change it to the All-State 12. That's Bush League.
Yes, All-State 12 just sounds bad.
Yeah,
but there will be others. I guarantee
like the Big Ten presented by. Whatever.
The American Athletic Conference will probably look to go in this route.
Yeah.
The Conference USA may try. There will be there are 30 something Division I conferences.
Yeah.
They will all look to make money. They will all look to try and extract as much money as they can out of partnerships because that's how they.
I got the internet going nuts.
Got a simple question for you. Very simple question, Figgy.
All right.
Very easy answer. Well, it could be an easy answer. Would you stay sitting on a toilet for 41 minutes if it meant your team would win the game? Let me give you the background. 65-year-old Aggie baseball fan was texting with his son.
I'm sorry, what kind of fan?
Aggie baseball.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Aggie baseball fan, 65-year-old, was texting with his son. Aggies were losing 8-4 to Oregon in an elimination game for Oregon. Would have extended the series for the Aggies if they lost. They were losing 8-4 going into the bottom of the seventh. His dad, the 65-year-old man, had to take care of business. Went to the toilet, sat down, got a text from his son who was in another house, city, whatever. Said, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you watching this?" And he said, "Well, I just came to the bathroom." His son texted him back, "Don't move. They just got 2 men on." Keep in mind, the Aggies ended up getting 9 men on. The inning lasted 41 minutes, capped off by a grand slam by Jeff Kent's son, Caden Kent. And so the guy stayed on the toilet the entirety of that at least 41 minutes until the Aggies got the grand slam and ended up winning the game. Would you?
No.
I would at least flush.
Nah, I just don't believe in that stuff, man.
What's wrong with Aggies?
It's not Aggies. It's a superstition.
Yeah. There ain't no Indiana Hoosier doing that.
I know. Find me an Ohio State fan doing that.
If the Indiana Hoosiers were on the brink of the national championship playoff, they're playing, let's say, Ohio State in the Big 12 championship.
Big Ten,
my bad. And you had to sit on the toilet for 41 minutes. You're telling me you wouldn't do that?
No.
Yes, you would, too. You absolutely would.
First of all, I know better. You'll never beat Ohio State. I haven't beaten Ohio State in 35 years. It's not about to change because of one action.
Yeah.
So, no.
I'm not a superstitious guy, but I totally get these things. I totally get
That's a little too far.
The toilet thing is a little bit much. The toilet, I mean, your legs go numb, right? Your feet go numb.
I don't know. I haven't been.
If my son or somebody told me that, I'm like, dude, get the hell out of here.
Deal with it.
Yeah, I'll see then. I'll see
the people who believe in no-hitter jinxes. Me saying that a guy has a no-hitter isn't why he just gave up a hit.
You know not to get me started on that. But yeah, I get the people.
You can't say
Don't say it. Don't say it. 41 minutes. Again, you got to at least flush. You got to break that rule. Yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with Aggies.
It's not Aggies. It's not an Aggie problem. Aggies are great people.
It's just, I'm not saying that. They're just weird. This is out of Sacramento. A teacher in Sacramento was arrested for being drunk in class. However, She is no longer facing charges because it is not illegal to teach while drunk.
Really?
Yes. I saw this morning. You said you saw it yesterday?
Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
Yeah, the charges dropped.
Wendy Munson at Nuestro Elementary School in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. So you're teaching my kid drunk.
Would explain to some of my teachers, I guess.
But it's not. I probably drove some of mine to drinking.
So they skipped past that in the rule book because there's a lot of stuff you can't do as a teacher. Like some places you can't wear jeans and
so I think
sneakers and stuff like that.
I think the school rules state that you can't drink, but it is not like legally
not against the law.
Yeah, you can't be charged with a crime for drinking while teaching.
I think that's a great recruiting tool for teachers. Like because obviously there's always a teacher shortage, teacher problems. Hey, get that education certificate. You can get to the school plastered.
But you can't drink on the property. But you could go there drunk.
But you can teach our children while you are plastered.
Okay, good luck with that. Good luck.
I think that's how flat earthers came around.
It is very, very possible.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we'll bring Ron and Clint in here shortly, I believe. Brandon might be here, though. I don't know.
Yeah, B. Scott's here.
Okay, so almost two new people will show up, and then we will hand off the show to them. But when we come back, we all know that when it comes to the NFL playoffs, there are teams that made it the year before who will not make it next year. In 2024, we'll look at that next on In the Loop.
Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, final segment before we hand things off to Ron Hughley and Brandon Scott on the drive. Couple of texters are bringing up kind of the superstitious stuff, and they keep bringing up Oilers Bills.
Oh yeah,
and the 35-3 game. One thing that I'll never forget about that, if you rewatch the NBC broadcast of that game and watch the halftime show, Bob Costas does an interview with Bill Cowher, coach of the Steelers at the time, and the winner of that game was going to play the Steelers. And he basically says to Bill Cowher, so you're going to be playing the Oilers next week.
Oh, my God.
So Bob Costas
I don't
right
remember
there.
that.
Yeah, Bob Costas right there. Cost the Oilers the game just for that. So basically every year, and I think the number is around 46%. 46% of the teams that make the playoffs one year, they miss the playoffs the year after. Last year, it was 6 playoff teams from 2022 missed the playoffs in 2023. So that means there are probably going to be around 6, 7, maybe 8 teams that made the playoffs in 2023 that will miss in 2024. I want to go through the likely candidates for that possible scenario. And I think when you look at the AFC, I think there are 3 logical contenders for the 3 teams that were in the playoffs, the 3 wild card teams with Cleveland, Miami, and Pittsburgh. To me, you look at Cleveland, that was a team that basically got by. They won with defense. And the Browns the year before were not a good defensive team.
Yeah.
So they go from basically one of the worst defenses to one of the best defenses. It almost seems like that's going to go back to the middle, and I don't know if the offense is good enough to make up for that.
Yeah, and what we're really doing here, you mentioned Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Miami. We're kind of voting on quarterbacks. Like it comes down to our confidence level in the quarterback. Why we
it's usually everything though in the NFL.
Well, it is. But what I'm saying is, nobody here. I mean, there's a good case to be made. Oh, the Texans are going to fall back. They're not going to make the playoffs. If you're looking from the outside in and don't know, all the offseason moves they made, but nobody's saying that because of C.J. Stroud. So nobody's saying, oh, Kansas City, whew, boy, they're in trouble, et cetera. Or for that matter, Buffalo. And I think Buffalo on my list, it would be on my list because they're struggling in so many other ways. They're losing players and stuff, but they got Josh Allen. So what we're talking about here is which quarterbacks at the bottom of each conference do you have the least confidence in that they can do it again? I don't trust Deshaun Watson. I don't trust what's going on with Russell Wilson. And of course, Tua is always polar. I like him personally, but he's always kind of like doubted. That's what we're talking about here.
And let's fade at the end of every season.
Too.
And I think the one thing that is concerning for me with that team, Tyreek Hill is getting older. Like Tyreek, I think, how old would most people think that Tyreek Hill is?
I'm going to say 27, 28.
Yeah, he's a lot older than that.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill is 30. Tyreek Hill is always 30, and receivers don't tend to age all that well, especially a receiver who's small, who really bases most of his production on speed and athleticism and that sort of stuff. Like at some point, that's going to fall off a little bit, and they really can't afford it. And so you have Hill, and then you have Jalen Waddle, who's really good, and he's still young. But then their skill position guys really fall off a cliff after that. So if Tyreek,
we have
Hill,
Achane,
and he misses time,
well, as a rookie, he did.
So if you start losing guys with that team, you just don't have the depth.
Yeah.
And history says that they're going to lose, some of those guys for a certain period of time.
I actually would replace on your list the Dolphins with the Bills. And that's just, we all have our personal preferences, things we see, things we like about particular teams. I like the Dolphins. I get the criticism. And I would be terrified if I were a Bills fan after all these near misses and heartbreaks. Then you kind of gut the team, and you got cap issues, and Josh Allen is a very tough guy, but that takes a toll too. Like he gets beat up year after year after year. So I would say for me, I think the Bills might miss the playoffs.
Yeah, I think Allen's too good.
Yeah.
I think Allen is he's in that tier. We went through the quarter rankings today that Chris Sims had, and basically it's Allen in that top 3, and I think that him being in that top 3, and he's just so durable too. Like even he's had years where he hasn't been totally healthy, but he still plays.
Yeah,
like he's never going to miss a snap, And I think that they figured something out with that offense last season where they really started to run the ball, and they were successful doing that.
Yeah.
And their receivers aren't very good, but I don't know if they necessarily have to be just because of the weapon that Allen is both as a runner and as a thrower. And he's revamped his throwing style, too. He talked about revamping his throwing motion, and that might help. Okay, in the NFC, I think the NFC is probably a little bit harder just because you look at the last team to make the playoffs in the NFC last year was Green Bay, and that was a young team. That was the youngest team in the league.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like they're getting any worse. So that's a team that I think would stick in. The second to last team, the 6th seed in the NFC this year, were the Rams. And there's an argument to be made for the Rams because that roster is a little top heavy and they lose Aaron Donald, but that offense is really good and they're really, really well coached.
They are really, really well coached, and I think that's a team to kind of keep an eye on this year. Their weapons are ridiculous. By the way, I'm really looking forward. They're going to come to Houston and have inter-squad practices with the Texans and a preseason game, August 22nd and 24th is the game. So I'm looking forward to that. But the only teams that I could see falling out would be the Cowboys and the Bucks. I'm in on the Rams. I think the Rams are going to still be there, and I'm in on the Lions, even though they're in the Lions because they're the Lions, but they're really, really good. And talk about a team that found something offensively. They did that as well.
They kept both their coordinators.
Yeah.
That roster's got a lot of talent on it, and they drafted the 2 guys in the first round last year. So those 2, Jahmyr Gibbs and the linebacker, they're going to get better. Yeah. So that team seems to be moving up. The secondary is a little bit of a question, but again, the offense is really good, and the offense should be enough to really carry that group. I think Tampa Bay is probably the most likely team in the NFC to fall out, just because that wasn't a real good team to begin with, and it felt like they caught lightning in a bottle.
And their division
with Baker.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know if Baker Mayfield is going to play at the level that he played at. And then there's at least one team in that division that would seem to be likely to overtake them, and that would be Atlanta.
Yeah.
Now that the Falcons have an actual quarterback in Kirk Cousins, and then Michael Penix if something were to happen to Cousins. And I think the coaching there will be a lot better just based on Arthur Smith. You don't have Arthur Smith being stubborn and not giving the ball to his best players, which was obviously an issue for that team last year. So I think that team, and I'm not nearly as high on the Eagles as you are. I think the way that they finished last year, that's a lot of alarm bells that are going off there. And
they lost some key players.
They lost basically their 2 biggest leaders with Jason Kelsey and Fletcher Cox.
Yeah.
And they've some of the drafting well has kind of dried up for them.
They faded.
Yes, so they're not quite as good there. Some of they're a little top heavy when it comes to wide receivers.
But it's not a good division.
I still take the Cowboys over them. I would take the Cowboys over the Eagles, right?
And then you have Commanders and Giants. What are they going to be?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
But I would take the Cowboys over the Eagles at this point. And I don't think either team is great. It would not shock me if either one of those teams missed the playoffs. The Cowboys have some question marks with Dak Prescott going into his walk year, and then you have the same issue with the head coach Mike McCarthy. But if I had to pick one to miss the playoffs, I think I would pick the Eagles.
And I'm going to pick the Cowboys only because,
it's personal.
Well, obviously I don't like the Cowboys, but when you go into a season with issues and question marks, and a coach looking over his shoulder, and a quarterback wondering about his future, you're already behind. I mean, you're losing already. When you go in, the start of the season is supposed to be about optimism, and, hey, we're in the best shape we've been in our lives, and really like this system, and all the usual cliche stuff. Dude, they're going into the season with more questions and instability than maybe any team in the league. That's considered to be a decent team, a good team. Maybe the Jets are in there too. The Jets are going into the season, at least for now. It could all balance out by July or August. There's already some instability and insecurity going on there. The Cowboys are kind of bursting at the seams, about to fall apart.
Well, I mean, at least the quarterback is there, though.
He's there, but he's got questions.
Yeah, he's got questions, but at least he's there.
They brought in Zeke Elliott, for God's sake.
Again, it hadn't been a great offseason. Not going to argue with that.
Yeah.
Not a great spring, not a great summer so far for the Cowboys. Now, the other aspect when obviously teams drop out, you need teams to move in.
Yes.
And I think the one thing that has been really interesting in the league the last now 7 or 8 years is that going back to 2017, there has been a team that has finished in the bottom 5 of the league standings the year before that has made the playoffs the next year. The Texans are in that boat where the Texans finished, with these, they were second, basically second to last in the standings in 2022. They make the playoffs in 2023. So you got 5 teams, the bottom 5 teams last year. You had Carolina, you had Washington, you had New England, you had Arizona, and you had the Chargers.
Yeah.
Which of those 5 is most likely to make the playoffs in 2024?
Well, the logical choice would be the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh, Herbert, a big fan of his, and new, kind of a new start, good defense, and that's a good place to start as well. So I'm not gonna go against chalk there. I think the Chargers, also a division that's very doable outside of the Chiefs. You can get there from here. They're going to have a last place schedule. So Chargers, to me, is like they got a good shot to make the playoffs. The team that I'm interested in a lot is, not because I'm a fan, but because of things they're doing and the players they brought in, is the Arizona Cardinals. I think the Cardinals could Cardinals can do some stuff. They've got great receiver coming in. All reports are already saying that. They got a quarterback that actually came in last year and started playing pretty well, in Kyler Murray. So I think the Cardinals might do something there.
The one for me, Chargers would most likely, but the team that I would put in second would be New England, because that defense was good last year. And the defense, it's not like they were healthy either. They lost some guys on that defense.
How good is Drake May?
Well, that's going to be the big question.
Yeah.
But Matthew Judon, they were a good defense last year. Matthew Judon did not play most of the year. Christian Gonzalez, the first-round pick, the corner,
he was really
did not.
Good.
But
he was really
missed,
good.
He missed a good. He missed a lot of time last year. The offense has been the big problem for that team for now, really ever since Brady left. And you figure that whatever Drake May does will be an upgrade over what they got out of Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi last year.
Yeah.
And then you look at that division. We both are down. You're down on Buffalo. I'm down on Miami. Who knows what's going on with the Jets? So it does seem like there's just a little bit of an opening in that AFC East for someone to maybe jump in and overtake some of these teams that are dealing with some issues where Buffalo's cap has not looked good. That's why they had to make some of the moves that they made, as good as Josh Allen is. The Dolphins' cap has not looked good. That's why they had to lose some guys in the offseason. So there's some opportunities there, I think, for the Patriots.
And we're both down on the Jets, at least for now. And by the way, who knows how long he's going to
quarterback shows up.
Yeah. Who knows if he even shows up? But he is going to show up. But who knows how long he's going to last?
Whenever the RFK rally is over, he'll show up.
As soon as he gets the nomination, as soon as Aaron Rodgers gets the nomination, they're going to be able to start training camp.
If you there, just send a picture of Aaron Rodgers so we can all know.
Yeah.
If you let us know, it will go viral very quickly, especially if God only knows
you might become famous.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, Brandon Scott and Ron Hughley are in the building. They've got you on the drive here until 2. So we were just talking about it. Really, you go back like the last 8 years, a team that has finished in the bottom 5 of the NFL standings has come up the next year and made the playoffs. So your choices for this year would be Carolina, Washington, New England, Arizona, and the LA Chargers. Which of those 5 is making the playoffs? Or is this the year the streak ends?
If I'm picking out of the 5, I would pick the Chargers because
Yeah.
of the head coach and the quarterback. That would probably be pretty easy for me. Right after that would be Arizona, I think. So Chargers, Arizona are the ones that I would say have a chance. I wouldn't rely on those other ones at all.
Yeah, I'm with you on both those. Something about Arizona just kind of intrigues me. Obviously, good talent coming in and a quarterback that came in and played okay.
I just wonder about that defense. I don't know how much better that defense is going to be this year.
That's fair.
So that would be my number one concern with that team. I think we all agree, though, man, it's bleak in Carolina.
I don't think it's that bleak. That's one I would look at.
That's right. You're still holding out on that dude that had you lose your name last year. Or
I'm not holding out on him. But I mean, you got to look at divisions. That's why.
Well, for sure.
When you look at the division, like that's they got a last place schedule, and no, I don't think Bryce is as bad as he was last year. I mean, they didn't have any weapons at all. They've improved that, and we saw that coach was able to resurrect guys like like Geno's got better. So that's one you would look at. I would put with you. You know how I feel about the Chargers. I've already said it. Chargers, like to me, that's the team that I think will make them and the Bengals are the team that I think will make the playoffs that didn't.
You don't think Carolina's better than Atlanta though, do you? Like with Kirk Cousins?
No.
Yeah,
Atlanta can win that division.
Yeah, I think Atlanta should probably win it.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're going to win the division. I'm just saying, like we're talking about postseason, like their schedule in that division is
last place schedule makes a difference. We know that.
And like to me, they don't have a championship team in that division.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Definitely not.
Like to me, that division winner, I feel like could be like what the AFC South was. Like I could see that being 10 wins. You know, next year. Like so that's the only thing. I'm not saying I'm betting on it, but I wouldn't rule that one out because of that division and they've had a lot. They've got a lot better supporting cast now than they did before.
I would pick Carolina to finish with the number 1 pick before I pick them to make the playoffs.
Really?
2024. I think they're just going to be awful. I think they're going to be awful.
Why do you think?
There's just no reason to think that team is going to be. I don't like Bryce. I don't know what his NFL tool is. Like I don't know what he's great at. I just don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
What did you feel about Bryce before the season?
I wasn't huge on him. I really wasn't.
You didn't think what his NFL tool is.
I did. I don't know what his NFL tool was. That was the problem. That's why I kind of.
We all liked Bryce, but after seeing him for a season, you do start to realize that's a question. I'm not necessarily saying I agree with it, and I'm out on Bryce Young, but he did look smaller than I thought.
Well, see, I actually agree with Ron that he could be better, that he is better than what we saw last year, but I don't think that he's good enough to overcome the Carolina-ness of it all. Like the fact that Carolina doesn't seem to be the ideal situation the way the Texans turned out to be for C.J. Stroud, the way Alabama was for him in college. Like Carolina just does not seem to be that. Even if there's more to Bryce than what we saw last year, I don't know how much that actually is.
Yeah, but I don't. But again, I'll be honest with you. I didn't know what the Houston Texans-ness was last year.
Yeah,
when they brought in all of the newness with D'Amico and Slowick, I would have never guessed
that's fair.
It would have been that good. All I know is last year, like we saw a guy whose coach somehow got fired for the second year in a row mid-season.
Talent that takes talent.
Like he had 3 offensive coordinators. Three play callers at one time in like 10 weeks.
But even with the Texans, you had to see it to believe it. Right? Like even with Carolina, the last thing that we've seen is not believable at all.
When you put those teams together, it just looks better.
That's Brandon Scott and Ron Hughley. They've got you covered here from 2 to 6 on The Drive. Everyone, have a great rest of your day. I'm Adam Spillane for John Lopez for Figgy Fig. Thanks for listening. You are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey sports station. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. Clint is out. He'll be back tomorrow, but you heard that. That is Brandon. And I'll be honest with you, Brandon. I'll bring Tyler in. I'm a bit disappointed. We got a lot to get to. I'm a bit disappointed in Tyler, as Tyler and I went up for lunch at Twin Peaks. How you doing, ladies? We went to lunch at Twin Peaks. Tyler turned to me and said, "Hey, did you get a haircut today?"
What?
I said, "Tyler, I got a haircut last Friday."
It is hilarious how.
He said, "Really?"
How the other side of America has no feel. No feel.
He's better. No, Tyler Lamont Milner is better than that. He is better than that. He has been able to seek out haircuts that I have just got. Ooh, nice lineup, nice shape up. He said that. He didn't say shape up, but he has like nice haircut. I see it. He then had the audacity to say to me, "Well, I mean, I only saw you Monday and Tuesday."
It's been a hell of a week, man.
I said, "What are you telling me? I just brushed it good this time? Like, come on, man. Oh, nice haircut. I got the damn haircut.
That's
last
my bad.
Week.
It's been a hell of a week. It's been a little bit crazy. I just failed to notice until today. That's my bad. I'll be better."
See, I've always thought that working with a lot of white folks for us was that was part of the advantage of it with the haircut thing, because they don't be knowing the difference.
Yeah, but
if you go a little extra time without getting your lineup or without getting whatever you're supposed to get, they don't really be knowing.
Yeah, but when you show that you have the ability to know, like Tyler has.
Well, I'm saying, did he though?
It was a slap.
But yeah,
it was a bit of a slap.
Could have been luck. Could have been luck. Jose Abreu had a good weekend. Had a good couple of days, didn't he?
Why you got to do that?
I refuse to be put in the same
Yeah,
damn sentence as that man.
My bad.
Damn it, Skeezy.
Yeah, that's rough.
I can't let
That's
you.
rough. That is a rough comparison, T-Mill.
I can't let you do that. I'm just saying, man. I just a bit disappointing. Tyler's in the building. Next time, man, just don't compliment me.
Well, what if it is the day you've gotten a haircut?
Yeah. I mean, he looked at me, man. He said, "Man, ooh, nice. Got a haircut today?" No, fool.
I'm better than that. And I'll be better than
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Where's Thursday? You sat up and saw me the entire time. I know it was a little bit dark in the background, but you watched me on that video feed the entire time yesterday.
That is, you definitely have the mid-fade look. Like you're not rough.
Not rough.
But you can tell that you've been to the barbershop not too long ago.
I'm 4 days away from
Yeah.
4 days. And the thing that really makes it bad is how bad I was looking. Prior, I had skipped a week or two. I started to have that, look of an African that just moved to America.
Why you do it like that?
Just saying, that you can really see the shape of their lineup. Yeah, there you go. There, where you just ain't seen the shape of their lineup yet. And you're like, well, they gotta get to a shop. They gotta get to a shop. Wait till they get to a shop and you see that lineup. That's where I was.
Can you make my hair look like that?
All right, Brandon Scott in the building. Clint's out. He'll be back tomorrow. Tyler, as you hear. Listen, I'm gonna pull the carpet back a little bit here. Tyler, I put things in the rundown on a daily basis. Some days I may drop 8 potential topics in. Some days I may drop 4. But there are topics that get loaded up throughout the week. And I put that topic in yesterday. I promised to God I did. I sent it to Brandon, too, when I knew Brandon was going to be in. I said, hey, y'all think Luka, you think he's going to get crushed if this series goes the way it does, the way it's going? And this was before yesterday's game. I said, you think he's going to get crushed the way that guys like LeBron, Tatum, who's with the Celtics are right now, KD, who I know some people say he's never really won a championship, get screwed? Or do you think he will be put in the category where he catches the break like Joker, like Steph Curry has caught the breaks before? Like, which category do you think he's going to go? Because after game 2, it was, oh, man, Kyrie's got to pick it up. What more can he do? He's averaging 31 and 10. What more can he do? And I thought it was a real question until Brian Windhorst spoke late after the game yesterday. I thought it was a fair and real question, Brandon. I didn't know where it's going to go because it felt like people are giving the Joker and Curry treatment. Come on, fellas. Now, if LeBron James or Jason Tatum or Kevin Durant lost 3 of 4 home games in the second round to a team that depends heavily on Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns, that they will be drugged through the coals if they had the better team. They would be. Joker wasn't. It wasn't. It would be. You would be drugged through the coals. People are going to do this to Tatum when Brown wins the MVP. See, he's not that good. He's not the best player. Nobody did that to Steph Curry when Andre Iguodala won that MVP.
Yeah, Jason Kidd already did it earlier in the series, right? He's their best player.
Nobody did that.
Yeah.
He got a back seat that he never won a Finals MVP until the last one. Where is Luka going to be? And then, Tyler, if you could play this for me last night late, because Brandon texted me earlier this morning, I think we found our answer.
Yep.
I think it came after Brian Windhorst. I feel like when Brian Windhorst came out and cut loose and said all those things about Luka, it was over. When he said Luka, it was fitting that he was on the ground when it ended. It was fitting that Luka cost his team because he cries too much. It cries too much to the officials. It was fitting that Luka looked the way he did and that he's never going to win a championship until not being so much of a crybaby to officials and playing such terrible defense. When I heard that, Brandon, I said, uh-oh. Everybody then jumped on it. Kendrick Perkins smoked him. Jay Williams smoked him. All of these guys smoked him throughout the day, and now Luka is being blamed the way LeBron gets blamed, the way Tatum gets blamed, the way KD gets blamed. It is finally here. I was surprised. I didn't think so. But, boy, after Brian Windhurst last night, it is here. Luka is firmly in that camp.
Yeah, see, I don't think that you can hide in the finals. And I know some of the examples that you use, like Steph Curry, that's somebody that's obviously played in a lot of finals, won a lot of finals. But when you're center stage like this and your team is this reliant on you, like it is a Luka-centric team more so than probably most teams are. So, like, I just don't think that Luka was really in a position, once you get to the finals and it's this stage, I didn't feel like he was really in a position to hide if this is what his game was going to look like. Now, the interesting part about it,
he is getting smoked.
Well, but the reason why your original question before today happened, the reason why your original question was so interesting to me to start with is because the dude is an enigma. Like, what are you supposed to do when a guy that you can't live without on one end of the floor is an absolute liability to you on the other? Like, but what are you supposed to do with it? Like, and the accountability, kind of to your point here, has to go squarely on Luka because they need him. It's not like they can just take him off the floor for, with mismatches or, play like a defensive game where Luka doesn't play a certain amount. Like, he's absolutely got to be out there non-negotiable.
But he's gotten such a pass for him being bad defensively. Like this,
but it's because of how reliant they are on him just to be here in the first damn place.
This is the most obvious I think ever I've seen. Like, Luka's been terrible defensively his whole career, but this is the most obvious. They are hunting that man down. Like, their offense became, where is Luka? Where is he? Let's get switches to get Luka. I mean, it's worse than when they were doing that to Steph. When Kyrie was in Cleveland hunting down Steph. Steph gave up more of a fight than this. And it's anyway, rotations. He doesn't know who to rotate to.
Yeah, but see, I think this is a combination of two things. Everything you're saying about Luka is true. He's awful defensively, but they've been able to get by with it because of how brilliant he's been, and both Kyrie as well before this series, how brilliant they were offensively, how good their role players were defensively, kind of just collectively, really. And then the fact that it wasn't until now they went up against an offense like this, against an offense like Boston that is as deep as it is and that has as many shot makers as they do, that can honestly survive both ends of the floor, can survive their top guys not the offense side of the, offense end of the floor. So, like, to me, this is easily, and I probably didn't give enough credit to the Celtics going into the series for this, but this is easily the best offensive team that the Mavericks have faced on this path to the finals, and I think it's showing or exploiting Luka's lack of defensive ability to a degree that the other series just did not.
Tyler, did you see what I texted you last night when he fouled out? I said, this may feel like a hot take. I think the Mavericks have just as good a chance to win this game with Luka fouling out.
Damn.
Because I think the Celtics were going to get not good, but great shots every time down if he was on the floor.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree with you, honestly. It sounds crazy, but I understand what you're saying.
Now, obviously, he makes the Mavericks' offense better, right? But I mean, anytime he was in the game,
well, here's how
they were getting great shots.
I thought, how many minutes was it left in the game? Like 5?
4 minutes.
Okay, so 4 minutes left in the game. It's not like you got to go a long stretch without him on offense, and you really got this small stretch where you need to perform defensively. What you're saying is correct on the defensive side, and then you do have Kyrie, who I thought could carry you if you needed him. Like, you still had a bona fide star, proven closer on the floor in Kyrie. He could stand, and this is what I anticipated happening, and it did not. But Kyrie could be essentially what Luka serves to you, and you're a better defensive team without Luka on the floor. I could see that.
Like, Kyrie's not a great defender. defender, but he's more than what Luka is.
But with Luka off the floor, that's one less bad defender on the floor. Like Kyrie's not great on defense,
but he can do something.
But he can do something, and then Luka is a negative. And so, what are you supposed to do with that when two of your five guys are not necessarily great on defense, and one of them is epically bad?
Real quick, Luka, 27 points last night on 27 shots, 1 from 7 from 3, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, fouled out with 4 minutes left. By the way, real quick, you all watched the game. Did y'all think Luka was treated unfairly or screwed with the foul calls?
No.
I didn't like the officiating overall in the game. Like, I thought there were some tic-tac calls. But with Luka overall, for the most part, like especially his last foul, I don't understand what he's trying to do, take a charge in that situation. I like, no. Luka himself, no. Did I love the officiating last night? Not necessarily. Thought it could have been better.
No, yeah. I think to me, some people are arguing his fifth foul. I thought that was a foul. He was too physical, bumped him. Yeah. And when a guy is dribbling and there is contact and he hits the deck because of the contact, you got to call it foul.
But also he's fouling because he's bad at this.
He's bad, yes.
So, I mean, maybe even you can credit him for trying. Like, he's bad. Sometimes he's not trying, and when he is trying, he's fouling. He's just not good at it.
Someone texted in, is Luka James Harden bad on defense? I think he's worse.
Yeah, James Harden you could at least put on like a post player.
And he's got decent hands.
Yeah.
Where he can no, I think he's worse. And that's like I thought he had been avoiding the James Harden type treatment.
Yeah.
Oh, it's here.
And James Harden's thing was, I think, exclusively like not trying, or like he would just take possessions off on defense to preserve himself on offense. Luka does that, and when he tries, he's bad at it.
His head's on the damn swivel, man. He don't know where to go. He don't know what to do. I saw teammates shoving him into position.
Man,
I mean, it is just. But he's been first team All-NBA 5 years in a row, and he has been looked at. There's an argument last week who's the best player in the sport, him or Jokic. Like you can't be in that conversation where you could just be taken advantage of defensively like that.
Yeah. Well,
like that. Like it is so bad that it is. Whew, these 3 games have been rough.
But I think Minnesota let them off the hook.
Yes.
In the fact that their offense just became disjointed and just not good. Like overall, what they were running.
They only had one person that would go after him, that could go at him, and that's Edwards. And they could hide him better.
Yeah.
They would hide him on Gobert.
I hope for their own sake, not to get off on a tangent on the T-Wolves, but I hope they're studying the Celtics. Because it's like, man, y'all could have, if y'all played like this, y'all could have exploited this dude. Y'all could have beat this team. You know, you actually had the tools to do so. They just, for whatever reason, couldn't get their offense together. But you see what it looks like when a competent players, or with a deep roster with players who can put the ball in the bucket, how that disrupts a guy who is this bad at defense.
By the way, I think you disagree with me on this. I think this is a great thing for the league.
What part?
The Celtics being dominant like this, and winning a championship, and now that there is a perceived, like, I don't want to say bully on the block, but a dominant team. I don't think the NBA really does well with this parity thing. I think the NBA does well when there is a team to chase, and they're doing this without Porzingis. And I think the Celtics are realistically a team that you could see be in the finals for the next several years, especially coming out of the East with their stars that are young. I think it is good when the league has a team to chase. And I think this is good. And especially, this is a team that it feels like nobody really believes is as good as they really are.
Yeah.
And as good as what their numbers say. Because their numbers, and I know you follow it, B. Scott, their numbers show they're like one of the best teams of all time.
Yeah.
What their numbers show. And then they're going to roll through. If they win this game on Friday, they'll be the first team to sweep through the conference finals and the final. Sweep through both of them.
Yeah, so I
think it's great for the league.
I think it depends on, as far as like dynasties and dominant runs. I kind of think it depends on who the team is. Like, I didn't think that the Spurs dynasty was necessarily great for the league,
that's fair.
but I thought the Lakers one was.
Yes.
And so the Celtics, if they were to have it. I think even the Warriors one was good. So,
yes, absolutely.
So I think that the Celtics one, if it were to happen, would be good. I think maybe I just believe in the Celtics a little bit, or I'm kind of having I need to see more thing that you do. I'm on that time with the Celtics as well, even though I do believe that they can have this run in the East, and so at least be there year in and year out.
Yeah, it's hard to to see teams that are going to get them. They're doing this without Porzingis.
But even like the pattern of the last, let's call it 6 years or so, where it's been just like a different team winning the finals every year.
This is going to be the sixth straight, I think.
I need to actually see a little bit more from a team that indicates it, because I thought Denver had a chance to be, to kind of go on a run with Jokic.
To the point you made, it's better if Boston is perceived to be that.
Yeah.
Than Denver. Denver just gets is a more thing. It's Boston, one of the premier organizations in the sport, the team that you know of. So, yeah, that to me is one is better. All right, coming up. Remember, 2:40 coming up. Our guy Tony Gwynn Jr. will join us. We'll get his thoughts on the latest with Major League Baseball and the Astros in particular. But I am inspired by a little conversation we had yesterday, a little Texans talk. How good does this defense have to be for the Texans to get to where they want to get to? I have looked up all of the title game, championship game teams and where their defenses were. How good do the Texans have to be? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The biggest mistake here, home, folks, is obviously settling.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line saying I'm being sensitive about Tyler being 4 or 5 days late on my haircut. Well, call me sensitive. I'm sorry.
You're sensitive.
Like that time, like that.
I'm an idiot.
Like that time someone said to you, Brandon, damn, you just got your haircut. Didn't you? Just got your haircut.
Okay, that's way worse.
Like, yes, 3 months ago.
That's way worse. That was like inches upon inches of dreads gone.
Sensitive. Call me sensitive then.
Not only had they been gone, but they had come back.
Yeah, they had hair grown back.
It's like, man,
Hair
they're
tends to do that, right?
they're actually closer to how they looked
Hair
before
does
than
tend to do.
the cut.
All right, Clint's out. B. Scott, you hear him. He is in. We were talking to Brandon yesterday on his normal hit. If you missed it, he is with us each and every Wednesday, 4:40, with his Texans report, especially in season when he is out there on the field and then in the press room talking to all the important figures. It is a great resource to have. So stay tuned with us all year as he does his Texans report until the Rockets come around. Then it becomes a Rockets report. So we were discussing about this defense yesterday, and I know you were really looking into it because everybody's talking about the offense, but the defense, and we saw last year was the year of the defense to me.
Yeah.
When you look at it, and then, fellas, I looked it up, and I was like, all right, how good does this defense have to be? Like, how good, and I mean, I need numbers and rankings. How good do they have to be? Because many times you're like, all right, can they be top 15? You know, can they be middle of the pack? Can they do whatever? So I'm looking at the teams that were in the AFC and NFC championship games. And am I right? That's the goal, right? That's my expectation is for them to take a step forward from where they were last year. And can you get to the AFC championship?
It's an expectation, it's a goal, and it's a place that you've never been before.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So when I looked at those teams, the teams that played in the AFC championship game, the Chiefs, they had the second-ranked total defense, and they were second in points. And this is all in the NFL with 17.3. The Ravens, the team they played in total defense, they were ranked first. And in points per game, they were also ranked first with 16.5 points a game. In the NFC championship game, it was the 49ers versus the Lions. Granted, the 49ers were ranked third in total defense, and they were third in points per game allowed, 17.5. So the Chiefs, Ravens, and 49ers were 1, 2, and 3 in scoring defense and total defense. Now, here's the outlier. The Lions, Tyler's second favorite team. I think it's the Packers, isn't it? But anyway, the Lions.
Bite a kneecap off?
Yes, that guy's team. They were 23rd in total defense and 23rd in points per game. So they are the outlier there. And when I throw that to you, and every year is different, but that's the latest season we have to look at. 713-572-4610. You can jump in this convo. As always, those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. How good does this defense have to be for this team to reach the goals that the expectations should be and where they want to be, which is the AFC Championship game?
The Lions, like you mentioned, they also got the benefit of operating in the NFC. Like, it's not like they even had to go through. They only had but so many great teams that were going to stand in their way anyway. So if you're a great offensive team and maybe subpar defend.
And they were a great offensive team.
Yeah, that would be the closest kind of comparison to, hey, what does it look like when you've got a great offense and your defense is kind of mid? How far can you go?
But they were also a great offensive team that ran the ball.
Yes.
Like that was probably the big part of their offense. So with they hearing them numbers, where do they have to be? Because like that the top three teams that jumps out like 1, 2, and 3 in total defense and scoring were in the NFC and AFC championship game.
So I think it's three components to this, and it's not even just a number or a ranking for me, but it's three things that got to happen for this defense to be on that level of what we're talking about, or at least good enough to feel comfortable picking them to go to the AFC championship game or be in that position. They got to rush the passer better, and I think that they made some additions that should allow them to be able to do that.
It could be one of the best in the league at that.
Their pass defense has to be better, and I think that's a major question right now as far as whether it will be better.
But that is at least connected with the pass rush.
Yes, those things are connected. So I think those things need to, whichever becomes the chicken or the egg, I think those things really both need to be better. And honestly, man, I think they've got some guys that just flat out got to step up. You know, got to have a bounce back year. I don't think you can have the year, obviously, that Jalen Petrie had, but that he had last year. But if he turns it around, but really that third component, I would really see the improvement that you already made as a rush defense or as a run defense, because they did make some improvements there. They were top 10 at various points, so I would say that's the third component. But the other thing I would say is the point about the guys that took a step back, kind of getting back to where they were, or back at least to the trajectory that they were on, namely a guy like a Jalen Petrie. And, of course, Derek Stingley not missing games. Like, you need those things to come together for you as well. To me, it's a lot of question marks.
I think the point that you made off the top, Kirk Boss here on YouTube and Twitch said top 10. Where do you think the Texans need to be? How good does this defense need to be? The teams that made it to the AFC Championship game, the four teams. Ravens, number 1 overall in points per game and total defense. The Chiefs, number 2 overall in points per game and total defense. The Niners, number 3 overall in points per game and total defense. And then the Lions, they were 23rd in total points and 23rd in total defense, which is yards. Where do they need to be? I think the point that you made off the top of the Lions being in the NFC, and this is just what we see right now, but the Lions being in the NFC kind of changes things. See, the Texans are in the AFC, and their defense, and you would think to get through it, I don't know what the combination is, but the Cincinnati Bengals, if they're healthy and right, that's a big-time offense that you got to stop. The Ravens, they've added some pieces like Derrick Henry. They've improved. They've got some stuff. They're in year 2 with some of the passers and in that overall offense. And they were one of the best offenses in football last year. That took great offense in front of you. The Chiefs, they've added guys like Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy, added speed to this group. And they're in year 2 with some of their young guys if Rashee Rice ever gets on the field. Right? Like there's some teams. The Dolphins are still a problem. By the way, you play all these teams.
Yeah.
The Dolphins are still a high octane offense.
Certainly certainly a problem for your defense.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's just there is a lot of good offenses in the AFC where you're looking at to get to a run to an AFC championship game. There are some offenses that this defense has to be able to maintain.
So given what you're saying, it doesn't.
I'm with you. I'm thinking top
10.
I think top 10.
So let's ask
at least top 10 scoring.
Let's ask the question another way. Can they survive without it? Is it a good enough team offensively, and could luck go their way?
Could they pull what the Lions did?
We don't want to say that the Lions, because we're talking about 20th in some places. Like, can they be a little bit outside the top 10, but not? Because I think we'll concede that they can't be as bad as the Lions and make it through the AFC.
They can. I don't know. They can. I think their offense needs to help. If their offense puts them in a position where they get to rush the passer because they have leads, I think that they give up yards and they may be outside of the top 10, and hell, they may even give up points because they're passing a lot. But I do think if their offense can put up points and make teams not run the football, because that's a concern for me, is in the second half of the playoff game, the Ravens just said, man, we're just going to run this thing right up the gut. We're going to stop fooling around. We're going to run it right up the middle. And they had major success with it. So I think they can be outside of it depending on what on what their offense does, because I think their offense can help a lot.
Yeah.
It can help a lot with the way the games are played.
If we're just starting up front, it's hard for me to envision them not being better rushing the passer, though, right? They added 2 double-digit sack guys in year 2 of Will Anderson, defensive-minded coach. If there is one thing that I would say, excited about or anticipating, feeling like they're going to do well at, it is rushing the passer. So if it all starts there, then I feel like they should at least be at a good initial starting point.
All right, coming up, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's talk to our guy, our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider, Tony Gwynn Jr. Always fun talking to him. We'll get his thoughts on what's happened here recently with the Astros and overall in Major League Baseball. That's coming up next.
Renter's Warehouse is who you need to call. They're waiting for you. The timing is absolutely perfect right now. This is the rental rush time of year. If you own a home, renting it out and generating revenue is so much smarter.
Peak Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint is out today, but Brandon Scott, you hear him all the time on here. He holds it down, sportsradio610.com. You can read all his work there. And as he jumps in often, especially this summertime, baby, often right here on Sports Radio 610. We are joined now. It's Thursday. It's 2:40, maybe a little 2:42. We are joined by our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider, Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are presented by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com. or just stop by. I just wanted to let you know, Tony, when you was, I don't know, man. You said you wasn't having any judgment, but it felt like it did. I listened back to it. I heard it in your voice. Just want to let you know we were able to win, and we were victorious 62-21 as they had me as the honorary coach out there. Yeah, we got.
And I figured that you were going to come back with some heat like this, even though there was really no judgment. There really wasn't.
It was rough. It was rough. It was 42-0 by the half. I said, dog, this thing got out of hand for these young men. No, I mean,
look at him, Tony, projecting judgment on you.
I didn't do
when
that.
he really judging himself.
I did. I stood out there for that coin toss, but that's about it. That's about as far as it went for me. On that thing. The boys was ready. All right, Tony, a lot going on. I just a simple question for you on this to start. I think a lot of people can use certain terms for certain pitchers. They an ace, they a number one starter. What are they? What is Framber Valdez to you?
He's an ace. He's an ace. He's not necessarily pitching to that level, that kind of level he's really set for himself over the past couple of seasons right now. But yeah, I think he's an ace. I think he is a front line of the rotation guy on any ball club you put him on.
But don't you think that makes him a little bit enigmatic, because you know what the potential is? You know he's got ace stuff or has the pedigree and background of an ace, but then he's got this sort of unreliability factor. And it's odd to really say that to you right now, because if it's one thing you could say about Framber Valdez is that, for all of some of the other things, he is reliable. You're going to get a quality start. You're going to get, somebody that's going to be able to go deep into the game and spell your bullpen a little bit. But it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like you know what you're going to get on a night in or on a start-to-start basis with Framber Valdez these days.
I mean, listen, I think when you go back to last season, it kind of started to turn you, or at least change your opinion in terms of, where he should be in terms of ace, middle of the rotation, whatever you want to call it. He just hasn't been able to quite get right. I mean, you go back to 21, wonderful year. 22, he was phenomenal. Last year, the first half of the season, he was phenomenal. And then it kind of, tailed off a little bit. He's still a really good pitcher. I think, we can't take for granted the fact that, in his last, at least this season, in the second half of last season, he hasn't pitched up to the quality that we have become accustomed to. But, sometimes pitchers get in ruts. And right now, he might be in one of those. You're still getting the innings out of him. You're just not getting the dominance in terms of keeping the runs off the board that you were getting.
Tony Gwynn Jr. with us. Another one of, I think, the top potential players for the Astros. We just talked about Framber sometimes can be inconsistent. I don't think this guy is. Do you think Kyle Tucker is undervalued around baseball circles?
Probably. I think, unless you're watching him on a nightly basis, I think he kind of is lost. He's not a flashy player by any stretch of the imagination. He just seems like he shows up to work every day and he's really good at what he does. And, I don't know what lofts him up to the level in which we're not undervaluing him when we're talking about him more. But for the type of player he is and what he's been able to accomplish to this point, he's definitely a dude that's underrated.
Because Tony, I think the last 2 years, and I think injury has had something to do with it with Jordan, but he's been this team's best overall player for the last 2 seasons, and I don't know if people know that. Like I don't know if people would even believe that or say that. But he has been the most consistent, best player. Like I said, Altuve's had injuries, Jordan's had injuries, but over the last 2 years, he's been this team's best player. And I wonder how many people know that, which also leads me to I wonder, is he going to get paid the way that his numbers show?
Oh, well, he's going to get paid the way his numbers show because his agent is going to argue that until the birds come home. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to get paid. In terms of if people is he going to get the recognition he deserves? Yeah. I think he's in a unique spot. Like he's had to wade through some other really good players that he's played with, and you're right. Until Jordan started getting hurt. I think but I think it's because Jordan has been out a little bit. I think people have been able to kind of see how valuable Kyle is, and just to his credit, he's gotten better too. I mean, this is a dude who I think improved offensively in terms of the consistency in which he is, squaring up to baseball. He's gotten better over the last 2 years. So I mean, credit to him for taking the time to when he was the bright lights wasn't on him to get to work, because now that these lights have an opportunity to shine on him, he's certainly ready for the moment.
Tony, I think he's valuable enough for the Astros to make an exception to their, reluctance to give these long-term deals past, 6 years or whatever it is. Like Kyle Tucker seems to be that type of guy that's worth investing in long-term, like one of those just top-end guys year in and year out. Would you agree with that? Like if you were, say, a team like the Astros that's kind of held this line of what type of contracts that you would give out, does he seem to be valuable enough to you to make maybe an exception to that rule?
Yeah, given his age, yeah, for sure. That doesn't mean they will. And I promise you, if they don't, someone will out there will definitely be willing to go 7 to acquire his services. But, he doesn't have some of the, I guess you would call them warts that, some of the other guys that maybe they didn't want to give that deal to had. And so, yeah, the question is was that a philosophy based on the free agent was to be, or was that a philosophy, an organizational thing where they feel like they have to hold that line in order to maintain the type of, roster they're able to build year in and out, and that will be determined here shortly.
Tony, let me ask you about the team real quick, because I feel like the Astros are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. They're not going to be, they don't feel like they're going to be good enough to be buyers at the trade deadline if it continues the way that it has been or on the track that they're on. But they also don't feel like they're awful enough or hopeless enough to just be selling everything, which puts them somewhere in between the two sides. What do you feel like is best for the Astros specifically, or is it just a matter of still waiting out how these next few weeks go? But how do you see this thing going for the Astros kind of being a bit of a tweener when it comes to contenders and pretenders?
I just think that, you got to give it all the time that is necessary, because I don't necessarily think the Astros, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, I don't think the Astros are in a position where they can really sell anything. I mean, this is not an organization that is in, like, I guess, straddling the fence between having to strip it down versus, deciding to go for it. This is a team that, is struggling because they haven't played to the level that they're supposed to. So I don't think they're in the business of selling. So I personally think, unless it goes compared to the next month, they'll do something to get to try to better their chances to extend their time this season, for sure.
No, I think the general manager echoes what you've just said. I think, as he said, if there is any type of chance, they are going to continue to go for it. So that is what he has said. All right, Tony, we appreciate hearing from you. We'll talk to you hopefully next week as we'll see where the Astros are at that point as they sit 8 games back right now on the Mariners. Hopefully they can make some kind of a dent in that lead.
Talk to you guys next week.
All right, that's Tony Gwynn Jr., our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB Insider. With supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. As someone texted in about Framber, he's a bum. And I think that's aggressive. But like I would he's so inconsistent, it is hard for me to call Ace.
Yeah. Ace, I have to be able to rely on
I think I agree with Tony. He is a front of the rotation starter. And I can think a number 1 starter. But
but you remember a couple of years ago when he had the record of
25 straight quality starts.
The quality starts. That felt like Ace stuff because it was reliable. It's like, you know what? Framber's out there today. It's a quality start. Whether we win or not is
it's not just that he's going to give us a chance to win. It is that like if we score 2 runs, we're probably going to win.
Yeah.
Now at times your hopefully gives you a chance. Like yesterday, 59 pitches.
Yeah, he's
up out of there.
Yeah, it's June and he's out of there with 59 pitches and in the 5th. That even qualified to get the decision there. Like it's not good.
Yeah, it's not. All right, coming up, the NBA Finals. Are they over? It feels like it. We'll discuss that. And the Lakers, they are making now moves life after Dan Hurley decided to stay in Connecticut. And where is Tiger? Where is Tiger? U.S. Open update. If you remember, I gave up on Tyler. Not on Tyler. On Tiger. Last,
I just got to number 1 in the country for producers, man.
Tiger.
Don't give up on me right now.
I gave up on him on the last major, the PGA. It's probably not any better. All of that coming up next on the Big 3 at 3. Before we get there, so the weight loss, you've heard me talk about it multiple times. And listen, I'm not going to try to push you.
Higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Total Wine & More has the best Father's Day gifts at the best prices.
Can't wait till you get me this bird. Amazing!
Dad, at Total Wine & More, you'll always find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly. B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, big game last night. Probably the best game of the series as the Celtics take a commanding 3-0 lead. It is kind of what I felt was going to happen, even without having Kristaps Porzingis, which was a major part to this team. Even without him not being there, they still find a way to get a win. And we've talked about it. You know, I felt like this, fellas. People were trying to make, I don't know if it's excuses, but at least belief that the Mavericks could, hey, all right, just wait till they have Kyrie. Like, if they get Kyrie and Luka playing together, they'll be good. No Porzingis out there. He's really been the wild card. They'll be good. Well, there was no Porzingis, and they still lost. And Luka and Kyrie had good scoring games. But it's like the Celtics do whatever they need. I knew they were in trouble when Jaylen Brown had 6 points at the half, and they were up 51-50. No Porzingis. Jaylen Brown had 6 points at the half, and they were up by 1 point with Kyrie and Luka going off.
Yeah,
I knew they were in trouble then.
It's two major differences between the two teams, and I think that they really impact each other. And that's that, on the one side, everything that Dallas is getting looks hard.
Oh, my God.
Every shot that they take. And you remember in the Timberwolves series and really throughout their playoff run up until now, it's like, man, Luka and Kyrie are just savants. They're orchestrating either, tough buckets for themselves, easy buckets for themselves, or creating shots for their teammates. And their offense did not look hard. Their shots were not hard, it didn't feel like before. Everything that they take now looks like a difficult shot. It's the exact opposite with the Celtics where, hey, man, they're taking easy shots and like it's more head scratching that they're missing. You remember with Tatum throughout this, it's like, man, they're getting good shots just for whatever reason. That dude is just not knocking them down.
Yeah, I always felt like the reason why the Celtics shooters and maybe their offense was struggling was because they were missing shots. But it feels like the Mavericks' struggles had a lot to do with the Celtics' defense.
Yeah, and the quality of shots or lack thereof, the poor quality of shots that they were getting off. But I think the impact of that is that the quality of shots that they're getting are able to survive poor performances or subpar performances from their stars, whereas the Mavs, because of how difficult their shots are, they even more so need their difficult shot makers to be big. They need Luka. They've got to overly rely on Luka and Kyrie to be great because the quality of shots that they're getting are really the only types of shots that you can rely on Luka and Kyrie to make. Whereas for the Celtics, the quality of shots that they're getting, basically every NBA player can knock those shots down because they're open, they're in rhythm. It's just such a more, palpable brand of basketball that they're playing that really like everybody can succeed under it, and the Mavs are not playing like that.
Do you still feel like Tatum's this team's best player?
I do, but I will say.
Thank you. I'm glad you say that.
I do still feel like Tatum is their best player.
I thought we were going to go back and forth. I wondered if we were going to disagree.
No, but I will say I definitely had been underrating Jaylen Brown. Like, he's made a believer out of me in a way that I wasn't before. I always thought he was a great player. But, all NBA, Tyler, I know he's all NBA before, not this year.
Yeah.
But he is legitimately one of those guys. Like, there is no more, like, being on the fence with that or questioning that. He is a superstar for sure. Way better than I gave him credit for before.
Yeah, sometimes I think Like Jason Tatum, listen, Brown is really good, and they're a 1-2 punch, and hell, you might want to call them a 1A and 1B punch with this thing. And I know it's just been very popular, and I'm hearing a lot of people, Jaylen Brown is best. As we still look at it and take a deep breath, Jason Tatum is nearly averaging a triple-double in this series. Jason Tatum leads their team in points and rebounds for the entirety of the playoffs and is second, I believe, in assists and has more assists, has more better numbers across the board than Jaylen Brown, and is the guy that I think is getting double-teamed and people are putting the weaker or the tougher defenders on. I mean, he was sitting, like at the end, he hits the big shot. They didn't slid Tim Hardaway Jr. on Jaylen Brown. And that is not. I mean, that's he's a little bit better than Luka defensively, but he ain't a great defender. And, and this isn't to knock down Jaylen Brown. I think sometimes we confuse the guy who is the better closer than the better player. Because I do. I think Jaylen Brown has shown, like at the end of the game, he is more apt to make a shot towards the end. But so is Jamal Murray. He's not their team's best player.
Yeah.
And even with the Cavs, I think Kyrie was the better player in terms of making late shots. With LeBron, he wasn't that team's best player. We know that. And I do think that this is a situation that's similar to that. I think it's closer than the Murray, Jokic, and LeBron, Kyrie comparisons I gave. But I think he is better at the end, but it doesn't mean he is, to me, the team's best player.
I think part of an issue with how it gets talked about is that when it gets to this point in the season, when you get to the finals and when you get to the late games in the finals and conference finals, we start to shy away from giving players credit for making the correct basketball play. Yeah. We shy away from giving players credit for being unselfish and for when their shot is not falling, for still finding a way to impact the game. And that's something where I would credit both of them. And what is special about both of those guys, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, because we mentioned how the Celtics have been able to operate even when those guys didn't shoot brilliantly. But also those guys specifically are still able to impact the game. It's what makes them so special, I think, is that they still impact the game even when the shot is not falling. And that is something that I don't really want to lose sight of when we talk about a player being great, and both of them really, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. It's why it works, because normally you can rely on at least one of them to be on, preferably both of them on, but at least one of them to be on. And even when one of them is not, both of them are still impacting the game in other ways.
All right, it looks like this thing is over. Game 4 will be Friday night in Dallas. Luka, who is getting crushed in this thing, we'll see if he is able to come back and help these guys get back into not get back into the series, but at least get one.
A legitimate sweep going on.
One win coming forward. That's the latest. 3-0. 3-0, the Celtics go up.
Let's go, Rockets.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, saying the Lakers will formally interview ABC, ESPN, and ABC commentator J.J. Redick for their coaching job. All right, it had been widely talked about that he was going to be the guy to begin with, to be the next head coach for the Lakers, and then the Dan Hurley situation came about. Dan Hurley turned it down, but now he looks like he could be the guy, and they are going to interview him. And this is an odd situation. And when I say odd, I just say probably unusual. We have not seen situations kind of come about the way it has. And that is LeBron, who is obviously the face of the Lakers right now. He's been doing a podcast with J.J. Redick throughout the year, a former player who doesn't have coaching experience. He mainly looked to believe a LeBron guy, and that he would jump in, potentially be the next head coach, and it would feel like LeBron had a ton to do with him being the head coach, which I would think he does, and how that would play out with his teammates, and how weird that would be that his teammates would have to deal with him being the new head coach, and clearly this feeling like it being coming from LeBron. How much of an issue Brandon, you know this league. How much of an issue do you think that would be for players and for the Lakers?
I think it could be an issue, but my issue with all of it and just the fixation on it is just like, is this really new? Is this like a new thing
just
with
public?
Yeah, well, obviously they just fired Darvin Ham at the end of the season. The Hurley brother just left him at the altar and all of that. So yeah, that element of it is new. It's like an updated story, but this feeling or notion that LeBron James is the puppet master over there with the Lakers, hasn't it felt that way since he got there? What was it, 6 or 7 years, or
yes.
5 or 6 years ago?
Yes.
I mean, that is
this would
that
be
is
a different way of how it's going. Huh?
Oh yeah, but it's a cost of doing business when you get in bed with LeBron. And I think most franchises, especially the Lakers, for where they were at that time, and they got a championship out of it, you would take it. But these is the breaks. LeBron is running things over there, and he's going to be running things over there for as long as he's there. And I think it also helps. This is why he ran away from Miami. He likes going places that are not well run so he can be the one that runs it. He went back to Cleveland because he could basically run that show, and then he kind of, I think, sees a mark over there in L.A. The Buss family is kind of in flux with Dr. Buss passing away. Them kids don't really have it all together. Jeannie somehow is the one that got it the most together. And he's just able to go over there and I think take advantage and get over. He has more credibility than anybody over there at the Lakers, certainly. And so, yeah, LeBron runs the team.
Yeah,
Them's the breaks.
I don't think there are very many organizations out there that he couldn't do that with. Yeah. I think you're right. Miami is one.
Yeah,
with
the one he fled from.
They're not very many. I think this is to me like an example of a generational thing. I think a lot of people, like if you hear like the Stephen A's, the Barclays, the Kendrick Perkins, the other people who are basketball broadcasters who know the game, who talk the game, see this as an issue and could be an issue in the locker room. I think it would be in other generations. I think within this generation, I think they all know. Like, yeah, okay. LeBron probably got his guy. Okay. Like, cool. All right. I don't think there is a deal of like, I don't want, I'm mad here. LeBron gets I think this generation is more understanding of, yeah, that's it. I know what it is walking into it. And so I think it's probably perceived to be more of an issue that he walked in with his guy more to us.
Yeah.
And older generations than it is to the guys actually in the locker room.
Yeah, I'm understanding of it. I'm accepting of it. And I don't have any problem with LeBron having agency and some like level of independence, if you will, in how he kind of operates and the direction that the franchises go when he goes there. But I would say, and thank God I'm not, but if I was a Lakers fan and had the Lakers' best interest in mind, I would prefer to start like as much LeBron is picking the coach as much as it would me feeling like this LeBron thing has reached its peak and has run its course. I would be much more inclined to root for LeBron leaving, starting from scratch, and just figuring this thing out as opposed to kicking the LeBron can down the road and hiring whatever coach he wants. I don't have a problem with him having that agency, but if I was a fan of that team, I would have an issue with the overall direction and how I feel about where it's going.
Coach?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, especially with Hurley leaving them at the altar, yeah, I mean, I don't know how many more options they have.
Did JJ get Aaron Andrews back in the day?
Wait.
Did he knock off Aaron Andrews?
Did he get her?
Did he get her?
I don't believe that. I've never heard that.
That is a deep cut, Tyler.
I mean, get her in the sense all the parties were approving and involved and wanted it to happen.
No, I didn't think you meant like a Law and Order type of situation.
No, I know you didn't.
Let me check this out. I had never heard.
I just wanted to salute him if he did.
Yeah, no, that would be good work.
Pretty sure he did.
But that's
when he was at Duke.
Look, if you pulled that one,
was at Florida.
That's a deep cut, man.
I'm pretty sure whenever he was a student playing basketball at Duke, he knocked off Aaron Andrews in a loving way.
I'm trying to find this out here, and I'm trying to get information. And
I'll say this: if I was JJ Redick, but like everything he's got going for him, I would have, for sure shot that shot.
Yeah,
and he is a shooter.
I'm not seeing.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
And Lord knows I want to see it. By the way, do we have a Tiger update? Where's Tiger at?
He's done for the
day. God, what
not
is,
great. +4 for Tiger Woods.
Well, I mean, it's the Open. What is the lead?
Last I looked, it was -5.
That's not bad. I mean, not bad.
That's not Tiger's range.
Like he's got a chance to make the
cut.
The cut.
Wait, is that where we are now?
Back
is that what we're doing now?
What are we doing? What, winning?
No. What we're doing is what you did earlier, or what you at least told me offline that you were doing, and that was quitting Tiger.
Yeah, I'm quitting.
Like we're either holding the standard or we're quitting. We're not halfway in here. Oh, he can make the cut.
I've quit the belief. I've quit the belief that he can win.
Make the cut.
To make tournaments. But I mean, he's in make the cut range. I think in the U.S. Open, hell,
he's in make the cut range.
Yeah, but you talk about a guy who ain't played.
This man used to be great.
I know it.
This is Tiger Woods,
and now
y'all.
He's 48 and he's combing his hair over on purpose. I saw a photo of him, man, where you can tell he's taken out one of the little bitty combs and combed it over. It was embarrassing.
That's that other side then. Because we don't do that.
It was sad.
That's gotta hurt because he's got plenty of patches and no hair.
I know some people who
do you
some black fellas who put a whole bunch of blue magic in their hair and then comb it over.
The comb over?
And comb it over a little bit. Yeah, when they ain't ready. You don't want to miss this, because I can't wait to hear the explanation. Brandon Scott said there is something on this team that is worse than Jose Abreu.
You need advanced hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with a receding hairline, a bald spot.
ads. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/16 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Take Payne and Pendergast with you everywhere you go.
Is decile a word? It is. It is. Really? Yeah. Oh, God, this has gotten nerdy and stupid both at the same time. Right. That's what we do best.
Just download the Odyssey app, search Sports Radio 610, and click on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Tyler, you just can't. You can't come out here and just start throwing out bombs like. Didn't Aaron Andrews get knocked off by J.J. Redick?
I thought that was like common knowledge, but
it is not found.
Yeah, I can't find it either.
If it is a fact at all, it is uncommon.
Don't you put that on J.J. and her?
I mean, they're both beautiful people. I'm sure they made beautiful love.
I would have thought maybe you was thinking Carissa Thompson, but that's the wrong basketball player. That's Jay.
Yeah, because now I am
Jay
trying
Williams
to get down. I am trying to get where it is that Tyler got this in his imagination.
Where did he get that from?
Like, is he either confusing an actual relationship, or did he just formulate this in his own brain?
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, she didn't get on that Reddick Space Mountain. And is there a Mrs. Reddick somewhere that is just on fire for you, Tyler? I can't stop calling him Tyler and you Tiger.
I mean, we're both goats, so
yeah. Nicely done. Nicely done. Yeah. I mean, Tyler's in there like, is there really a difference though?
JJ's got a kid named Knox. That feels
so on brand.
Yeah, like he wouldn't. If you would have, I would have said, "Yep." He's with a Knox.
That's Alex Bregman's son's name too, I believe.
Oh yeah,
Alex Bregman.
But like Knox for like hits, it's more of a baseball thing, which of course that feels on brand too.
I didn't have him as Jonathan Clay. Jonathan Clay Reddick. How about that?
JC.
JJ.
Jonathan Clay.
John Clay. Didn't have him for that.
I'd go JJ too, probably.
Yeah, I would too. All right. You said, because this one's hard. Because it is hard to get Astros fans to think there is anything worse than Jose Abreu. The only thing that is about worse than Jose Abreu is just the decision makers who continue to run Jose Abreu out there.
Ding, 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 ding.
That would be the only thing. The combination of Espada, DB, Dana Brown, and Craney, and whoever else is there.
Craney?
Yeah, baseball nicknames.
Craney.
Craney. That would be it. But that's not even where you're going. You think there is something worse than even Jose Abreu, than even the decision makers who have put a lot of this garbage together. You think there is something worse than that?
Framber Valdez becoming an unreliable frontline starter is, to me, a significant development with this team.
It's not ideal.
Jose Abreu is old news. Like, I think that we have all collectively, maybe all of us except the Astros, and this will go kind of back to your point, but I think all of the rest of us have given up on Jose Abreu as an idea. We're done with Jose Abreu. There ain't no coming back and fixing it. And
they are not.
It is worse that they're dug in on it. But that being said, I don't think we had high expectations for Jose Abreu coming into the year, nor do I think it's a difficult fix. They just won't do it. But it is an easy fix. Just let the guy go. I think the easiest fix to the Jose Abreu issue is to just send him packing, say, hey, thanks but no thanks, and put an end to it. There doesn't feel like there's an easy fix to the guy who was supposed to be your most reliable pitcher not being that. Like, you need absolutely 100%, and maybe this isn't going to be the case if the Astros aren't going to get their you-know-what together. If they're going to play sub-500, then it's all in void. But if they're still serious, if they still want to compete, try to get that wild card, try to win a division that is maybe not as good as we thought it was going to be, thankfully for them, then you absolutely need to be able to rely on Framber Valdez. Thank God, and y'all have hit this before, thank God those younger pitchers have come through for you. The Randall Blancos and Spencer Arrighettis and Hunter Brown seems to be figuring things out. Like, thank God for that. But Framber Valdez is supposed to be the constant. Framber Valdez is supposed to be your quality start guy, your all-star, your ace. He's supposed to be all of these superlatives, and for him to be unreliable to me is a significant development for the Astros, much more significant than the obvious, which is this signing didn't work. They need to just go ahead and cut their losses and figure out what they're going to do going forward at first base. It ain't going to get better, and there ain't no solution to it other than letting it go. What's the solution, or at least the solution is letting it go? What's the solution to Framber Valdez not being reliable?
It is tough. It is tough that there is no separation, at least for me. I don't know how many of you feel, but there is not a ton of separation at this point on, all right, going into the game, I know exactly what I'm going to get from Framber, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Randall Blanco. Like, there's not a large separation on that. There's a bit of a separation, and really Verlander's kind of gone up and down. I mean, Randall Blanco is probably the person in the rotation, him and Verlander, the ones that I feel at least most confident that, hey, I think I know what I'm going to get there. The other guys, I mean, Framber too, like, I'm concerned on the first inning what that's going to look like. I don't know walking into it what exactly Framber is going to bring to the table. And that is that's rough.
Yeah.
That is rough, especially from what he was and what you thought you would be. You thought you would get. And like you said, now with Christian Javier going down, with Urquidy going down, who knows with Lance, who knows with Garcia, you need to be a little bit more confident in what you're going to get from him each time out, and you're not.
And also 2 years ago when you were getting all those quality starts, when Framber really was, I feel like, arriving, he'd already had some postseason moments even leading up to that, but really like arriving as a frontline pitcher in the regular season. That was also the Justin Verlander Cy Young year. So that was like the end of, I guess, elite Justin Verlander, because he hasn't been that since. And I don't think it's reasonable to expect him to be that, and I don't think any of us do. But now that you've got this 2 years older, different version of Verlander, I feel like the expectation, or at least the hope, was that Framber Valdez would just sort of seamlessly step into that role, and that hasn't been the case. He has not done that, and again, it's not like, well, you still got the ace in Justin Verlander. No, you've got the 2 years removed from being an ace, Justin Verlander, and then a bunch of young guys who, credit to them, credit to the pitching staff that's helped them get ready, they're better than maybe you could have expected in the beginning, but this is supposed to be your constant.
As we're talking through this, fellas, I don't think the Astros have an ace.
They don't.
I don't think, and we've been sitting there thinking, well, they got two. No, I don't think they have an ace.
Well,
I think they have front of the rotation quality guys, which means like he's a 1 or a 2, but a 1 or a 2 doesn't mean an ace.
Because everybody doesn't have an ace.
Yeah, a 1 could be
there are not 30
my
aces.
number 1 starter. Yeah, like that. I don't think they have an ace. I think they have front of the rotation guys in Verlander and Framber. Hell, Blanco has pitched more of an ace than either of those two have this year, but I don't think he is.
Right. So Blanco has been unquestionably their best starter, throughout the entire year. I think a lot of us have made all-star cases for Blanco, but we're not making ace case for him. We're not doing that yet. Like, credit to him for the season he's having, and maybe it gets him to the all-star game, but that doesn't make you an ace. So if your best pitcher this year is not an ace and you're not getting ace performances from your former aces or potential ones, then no, you do not have one.
Yep. Tyler's turd list. He does it each and every Thursday. We'll hear who gets the gold.
Father's right on the corner, y'all. If you hadn't got your pops anything yet.
happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers, not available in all states.
You want a putting green or other great turf for your kids and pets? TexansTurf.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. As Clint is out, but Brandon Scott is in the building. You hear him all over the station, including with us on Wednesdays at 4:40 for the Texans Report. And catch all his work, sportsradio610.com, as he's running things over there. H-Town Hoops Podcast, him along with Adam Spolane, who you heard earlier today on In the Loop. They do that, do episodes of that, and I'm sure that will be coming soon as – the draft is upon us. I got a little something that I want to talk about with that draft about an hour, little under an hour from now. We'll
very interesting time for the Rockets to have lottery luck. Let's say I found it very funny that this year of all years they would finally get some lottery luck. I like the way
you use the word luck. There's a tease within that.
Yeah. Well, and if y'all can see me on YouTube and Twitch, I'll do this again. Luck. I'm putting air quotes on it.
All right, Tyler's turd list coming up here very, very soon, so stay tuned for that.
Turd Ferguson.
Before we jump into that, this is very simple. There are several guys who get a lot of the headlines. Stephon Diggs gets a lot of the headlines as a new piece coming in with this team. But man, I think Danielle Hunter is the best player they signed. Just the best individual player that they brought in. I think Hunter is that guy. I'm curious, what do you expect? What do you need to have from Danielle Hunter, who has been one of the best pass rushers? I think he had 17-plus sacks last year, one of the best in football. He comes over. You're in a go-now mode. You're trying to get to a place you've never been. What is the expectation for Danielle Hunter?
So career high 16.5 sacks last year was the number. Career high 16.5. He's got 5 seasons with double-digit sacks. So this is a five-time career over the course of, let's look at it, 8 seasons. So, I mean, that's the standard, right? If you're what did I count here? 5 times double-digit sack guy, I need at least 10. Okay, 16.5 last year, career high. 2 years ago, 10.5. So big jump from 2022 to 2023. But how about that? Good for you. But also, sandwiched in between there, he's got a couple of 14.5 sack seasons. He's got a 12.5 sack season. So this is a guy who has, up until this point in his career, proven that he can routinely go out there and get double-digit sacks. Now, it'll be interesting to see if Will Anderson turns out to be his best teammate. I feel like certainly the Texans upgraded it at that position by bringing in Danielle Hunter. But you tell me you're guaranteeing a guy close to $50 million over 2 years, and I tend to agree with your point about him being the best free agent that they signed this offseason. I got to get at least 10. You don't have to give me the 16.5 that you gave Minnesota last year, but you got to give me at least the 10 that you gave him the year before. And so that's going to be my bare minimum for Danielle Hunter in year one with the Texans. And again, it's only a 2-year deal with close to $50 million given to him. So
I'm going to be unfair.
I'm going to go 10. You want more than that?
No, I'm kind of unfair with this, Tyler.
You want more than that?
Hunter, my expectations. You know what I'm doing? I'm going to be watching Jonathan Grenard all year.
Oh, John Greenard?
Your ass got to be better than Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah?
Like, if Jonathan Grenard is healthy, like to me, if he rolls through there and we sit here and Jonathan Grenard, who is the younger player, who actually became, if we talk about per year, the cheaper player, if Jonathan Grenard waltzes out here and builds upon last year and gives you 15 sacks and you sitting there with 11, my expectation is that your ass is better than Jonathan Grenard. Now, Jonathan Grenard is injured like Jonathan Grenard has been, and he rolls out, and he's like 6 sacks, and he only plays 8 games. Okay, then we got to change it up. But you got to be better than that dude.
But wait a
minute.
Because
those were the moves right there.
Are you going to at all account for the situation though? Like, what does it say that both guys, if this happens, what you're saying, that both guys in Minnesota were able to eat this way and get 14, 15 sacks or whatever it is, but over here where there's more of a committee where there's 3 guys that are capable of getting after the quarterback and getting double-digit sacks, Will Anderson is eating on the other end. I mean, are you not going to account for how it looks for the exact situation? Maybe Jonathan Grenard doesn't get that same number if he re-signs here and everything stays the way it was, and maybe Daniil's doing more in Minnesota if he stays there.
I told you I'm going to be unfair.
You're going to be unfair.
Now, I'm not saying it's all just the sack numbers, right? Like, we got to be able to look out there and see both of these. Like, John Grenard is really good against the run. He's a good player against the run. We got to see the impact in it. And what? But no, he has to be a better player than Jonathan Grenard. Like, that's my expectation. That is because those two players. It's hard for me to separate those two. He's got to be better than them.
I agree. Let me ask you this: how much would it surprise you if he wasn't? Because it would surprise me a lot if he wasn't. He's coming in with, I think, the assumption that he is a better player. And it would surprise me if he is not, at the very least, as good as Jonathan Grenard was for the Texans before. And I know you want more than that.
I wouldn't be. I'll tell you, I wouldn't be shocked.
You would? Okay.
I wouldn't. Tyler's turd list. Bang it out. Come on, give me some.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, man, Cody say that's so easy, doesn't he? Stole an MVP for Aaron Judge. I know that much. I mean,
yeah, Bellinger's an asshat. Yeah.
All right, go ahead, man. Who's got the bronze this week?
God, I miss Correa putting that dude in his place. The bronze this week, another full podium on Tyler's turd list. Tyler's Turds of the Week around professional sports. Bronze medal this week. It's going to a Dallas Cowboy. We've talked a lot about him lately because he's been on the road, going all over the place, it seems like, hitting podcasts and stuff with C.J. Stroud. But Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons, if you missed it earlier this week, a little cross-sport conversation, football, baseball, that kind of deal. Micah Parsons, he said if he was in Major League Baseball, this fool said that, he could have a 200 batting average. Above Abreu, mind you, of course. He said he could have a 200 batting average. This is what Micah Parsons said.
MLB games, 5 at-bats every game. How many hits do you think you could get?
I think I get about 200. No, the pitchers are not good. Hold on, let me do the percentages, because I think I can go about 200. Oh, he's crazy. Like average 200.
Okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
So it sounds like I might know what the answer is, but what do y'all think about this? Where do you fall on Micah declaring that he can do what is single-handedly assumed to be the hardest thing in pro sports, because if you can do it 1 out of 3 times, you're considered to be pretty damn good. He says he could hit 200 in Major League Baseball. What do y'all think?
Only time I can take him serious is when he puts his hand down on the grass.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's ridiculous.
You hear how confident he is with that?
That's the most frustrating part. This dude does not get how hard it is to hit a baseball.
No, he does. He didn't even say 150.
Now, if he actually played baseball, that'd be different. I don't have any information that he did.
Right, he's an athlete.
So I think if he walked up to the ballpark in Arlington or wherever it is they play, and you let him run into 100 pitchers, he would not get a hit off anything.
No, I agree. I agree 100%.
Yes.
I agree 100%.
I'll take it a step further. If you pulled anyone from AAA pitcher, not Verlander, he wouldn't get a hit.
No, not a hit, no. I'd give him credit for making contact.
He fouled one off. All right.
Yeah. I'd give him credit for
This a hell of a list if he's the bronze with that silliness.
That's absurd.
So that's the bronze this week. Micah Parsons, just stay in your lane. Focus on the mess, the S show you got going on up Highway 45 in Dallas. Leave baseball to the baseball players. Micah Parsons, bronze. Silver medal this week on the turd podium. It's going to go to a former Texan. You may remember him. His time here was brief. probably more so remembered as a former Green Bay Packer. He is now a wide receiver for the New York Jets because he just follows Aaron Rodgers around anywhere he goes with his hands out and his mouth open. This was Randall Cobb.
Getting a little
aggressive here. That was pretty aggressive.
Sorry, this guy, man, he earned his way onto this podium this week. I already thought he was a turd. Randall Cobb, former Texans wideout. He was on Bussin' with the Boys, a Barstool podcast, I believe yesterday, and he had this to say about his time in Houston with the Texans and some of the things that went down.
My first red flag should have been when they traded D-Hop, right? They traded D-Hop while we were finishing up our negotiations, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't, like, why would they do that? Like, it just didn't make sense at the time, but obviously.
Crazy trade, too.
Crazy
like a
trade.
fourth-round pick.
Yeah.
That was
fourth-round pick and David Johnson coming back.
God.
But, yeah, so that happens, and then I end up signing, got everything loaded up, got to Houston, and we started the season 0-4.
Yeah, you sure did. And first of incident, and it still don't make sense to most of us, there, Cobb. The trade of DeAndre Hopkins.
Was it just a fourth-round pick?
No, it was
the second.
It was
Ross Blacklock.
Yeah, Ross Blacklock. Yep. 40th overall pick or somewhere in there.
So, it was rough on its own. You didn't have to.
Yes.
Hey, but you know what? What makes him even more of a turd, and this might even elevate him for you, how about the fact that his own damn contract was an overpay? Like, he didn't look in the mirror and say, wait, Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby are going to pay me $9 million a year?
I gotta be honest.
And that's what I'm saying should have been his first red flag, B. Scott.
I thought that slot receiver of Randall Cobb, I thought that was going to work.
Really?
Well, I didn't think it was a bad signing. I thought the amount was ridiculous. Who was paying Randall Cobb $9 million a year?
I'm just saying,
Bill O'Brien.
I thought it was going to work. I thought him in the slot was going to work.
Well, it didn't work, and Randall Cobb is a silver medal winner this week. First of all, dude, like, if we're going to be reflecting back on the Houston Texans and you're going to have us hear your voice and us here in Houston just reliving those very dark days, we're in much better ones now and we're thankful for it. But if you're going to reflect on those days and just kind of tongue-in-cheek bash the Houston Texans after you've moved on to follow Aaron Rodgers to New York with the Jets, this dude in the entire interview, that was just a snippet, the entire sit-down with Bussin' with the Boys, there's one particular name you never hear mentioned. Jack Easterby. And I find that very interesting because this fool.
That's my dog.
Yeah, very well might be.
That's my dog. There you go, Jack.
Randall
Cobb.
Gold.
Who's got the gold? He's got it in his hand.
Randall Cobb, silver medal, gold medal, this trophy, this lovely trophy you all love to see each week on the turf podium. He's been he's made frequent appearances on the podium this week. I believe this might be his first gold medal, though.
You got to stop.
No! Astros manager,
here you go.
Joe Espada. So many things every week. I could just go on a tangent of anger, Astros anger with this fool. But if you missed it this week, the reason he's on the podium this week, this was Joe Espada this week, talking about a particular game situation in which he damn well should have pinch hit for Jose Abreu and his suck ass with a bat in his hand, but he didn't. Espada was asked, Did you consider pinch hitting for Abreu, who's batting what, like 120?
Did you consider pinch hitting for Jose Abreu?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you?
Because I have confidence in Abreu. They are getting good at bat against the ball, and I needed.
We can stop it there. Those 2 words, 3 words if you want to combine Jose and Abreu into 2. 3 words, Jose Abreu and confidence, those should not be together in any sort of grammatically put together sentence in our English language. Confidence, Jose Abreu, those don't go together. They are antithesis of each other.
I think you're being unfair.
No, okay, come on.
I think there are some things that you can add confidence in Jose Abreu too. Like,
is it with his glove? Because he sucks out on the diamond just as bad as he does with the wood in his hand.
Do you have confidence that he could whoop any of our asses in this room?
No. I've been up close to him, that for sure.
Yes. Not right now, not with where his confidence is at. I'll kick him in the nuts and get him on the ground, and I'll take care of business.
I'm not fighting Jose Abreu. Forget it.
His meek ass.
He's just cute. Yeah, his batting average is weak, but his right hand ain't.
No. And God, see, you're making it seem like I'm giving this gold trophy of the Turd of the Week to Jose Abreu. It's not to that suck ass. It's to Espada. Don't tell me you have any confidence in Jose Abreu as long as he's wearing an Astros uniform, whether it's with the glove or the bat. This dude sucks.
The captain does.
That's your Turds of the Week.
The captain does.
Who would you have more confidence in playing first base for the Astros? Jose Abreu or Micah Parsons?
Jose Abreu. Coming up, Dirty's Daily I need some help. I need some help on defensively, maybe Micah Parsons. I need some help on one of the top signings. I'm serious about this. I have been feeling some kind of way about this move for the Texans, and I've not expressed it. I'm going to express it next.
Are you ready to build your dream home? Our Vision Homes, they're Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. The proof is in the pudding. 17 years in the business, built.
Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, welcome in Dirty's Daily. He is out today. We'll be back in tomorrow. But if you've been listening, you heard that it's Brandon Scott in for him. We'll hold it down for Clint. No, I legit, from everybody here. You, Brandon, Kyler, I'm sure Sean Bijani's listening, who has beers with his breakfast. We're going to have to address that. I don't know what that's about.
Beer with scrambled eggs. Interesting.
Whatever. No, don't lift your arms up like that's normal.
Victorious.
He does have a frat boy vibe of, he dips. Anybody who dips, I could see having a beer with breakfast. That shouldn't be that is not above you or beyond you.
But if you got a 4 in your first digit, I thought maybe that's something that you waned off. But no. We'll get to that. But I'm sure he's listening. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, please. I'm serious with this. I can't shake this, and I want to stop shaking this. And it's Joe Mixon. He is the one, fellas, that I really like the Danielle Hunter signing.
You got to help me understand, Ron.
I just need help.
Where are you even coming from with this? I saw you mention this earlier, before the show, and I'm trying to understand because
I'm trying to get some help.
You got all the confidence in the world, or at least don't want to not believe that Dameon Pierce can at least be the second back, but for whatever reason you don't have the utmost confidence that Joe Mixon could be at the very least an upgrade on what your lead back situation was last year.
Now, if you let me explain, now you have miscategorized what I was going to say.
All right.
I didn't say that, damn it.
The way you just said that reminds me of my mom going,
I'm just saying.
Now if you'll just shut up and let me explain.
Shut up and listen. Is that what Jim says? No, this is where I need help.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
YouTube and Twitch, before I was interrupted, you can join in on this conversation too. This is my thing with Joe Mixon. My confidence in Joe Mixon being the type of Joe Mixon that I think a lot of people believe, and I think that is the Joe Mixon that we've seen in Cincinnati. The guy that we have seen, the guy who has put up multiple 1,000-yard seasons, the guy who has put up 1,200 offense, caught the ball in the backfield. That guy that I think a lot of people are expecting. For some reason, my confidence isn't as high. I think he will be an upgrade over what the combination of Pierce and Singletary was last year. I do think he will be better, but I think the expectation is he's going to be the cat that we've seen in Cincinnati, and this is where I'm having issues. I cannot get out of my mind why the Bengals would move on from him, and they're trying to win a Super Bowl. Why they would move on from Joe Mixon to instead bring in Zach Moss for the same price. And actually, they're paying Zach Moss slightly more than they would have paid Joe Mixon. And that's an organization that has been, although Mike Brown is cheap as hell, but they have been one of the better teams and better organizations the last 3 or 4 years since Burrow's been there. And for them, that has just always been in my mind since it's happened. Why would they let him go for Indy's backup, Zach Moss, who's not exactly young, and to pay him slightly more than Joe Mixon? I just need some help to get there. That has been in my mind. I think Joe's going to be an upgrade. The 1,200, the 1,100, the major change in the run game, I don't have the confidence to get there yet.
So I'm still going to push back on two things.
I'm legit need to help. I'm not trying to argue you.
For one, and this is going back to when I interrupted you, I don't think that the overwhelming expectation is that he's going to be what he was in Cincinnati.
What do you think the expectation is?
I think the expectation is going to be exactly what I presented to you and that you push back on. And that you push back on me mischaracterizing what you were saying. But that he just be better than what they had before. And maybe
you think that's the expectation of Joe Mixon?
Maybe that's a low bar. But I think really,
I don't think that's I don't think that's what people.
Yeah, I have not heard hey man, Joe Mixon is going to be the most amazing thing ever. He's going to rush for 1,000 yards. I haven't.
You don't think people?
I honestly haven't heard people talk about Joe Mixon at all. If I'm honest with you,
okay. Well,
I haven't heard.
I'm gonna let you finish.
I'm gonna tell you, zero Joe Mixon buzz.
I'm gonna let you finish your point, but I want to hear from people real quick. Text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Is your expectation of Joe Mixon for him to just be slightly better than what the
I didn't say slightly. I said better.
To be better.
Now, how much better we'll see, but just to be better. Now, what that looks like.
You don't think the expectation is he rushed for 1,000 yards?
Not necessarily. No.
Really?
I don't think. I don't think. Because I'll tell you this. Text line, when you come through with your expectations for Joe Mixon, I'll tell you this much. It'll be the first time that I seen him from you. It'll be the first time that I heard from you about said expectations. Like maybe it's a given because he was a 1,000-yard receiver, has been a 1,000-yard receiver. The expectation to me is just that the running game itself is more reliable and more consistent than it was before. Hoping Joe Mixon doesn't necessarily have to be what he was in Cincinnati if you get that bounce back year from Damian Pierce. And maybe it is 1,000. Some of these numbers can be really arbitrary. But I think the expectation is just that last year your running game was a little bit of a disaster and unreliable. This year, because Joe Mixon is your lead back, now it ain't. Whatever the numbers look like, I think are just what the numbers look like. But to have that feeling that when we go to Baltimore and we can't throw the ball, or if we end up in Buffalo or wherever it is, and it becomes a ball control kind of game, or we need to rely on our run game late in the season or late in the game, we can do that. And you couldn't do that before. You didn't feel like you could do that before. So, no, I haven't heard really any buzz about Joe Mixon. I haven't heard anybody say they think he's going to be a 1,000-yard receiver.
I heard when they brought Joe over, I heard that. I heard.
See, I heard more of
Tyler. What have you heard of the expectation of Joe Mixon?
I've heard more
Tyler?
of, hey, they brought in a 1,000-yard receiver, not that they're going to have one. Or I'm sorry, 1,000-yard rusher, not that they're going to have one.
And I haven't heard anything in terms of a 1,000-yard rusher for this upcoming season. But overall, Ron, what I've heard since Mixon has got to Houston is it seems like the narrative or what they're wanting to be communicated over there at NRG with the Texans is Mixon is going to turn this run game around.
Yes.
He's going to change.
He's going to change the run game. Like someone texted in, Mixon 1,300 all-purpose, guaranteed. My expectation is 1,000 yards total receiving and rushing. 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns. Mixon should get 1,000 yards easy in this offense with all these wide receivers. Mixon should be better than what Singletary was by a lot. I mean, when he was brought here, there are some people talking crazy like, oh, but he'll be better than Saquon. I've already seen that one.
No, that's ridiculous.
I'm not saying that.
So that's a person that you put in timeout.
That's over.
You're in timeout, whoever you are.
But the feel for me is that Mixon will be a clear upgrade and be close to what he was in Cincinnati. This is a 1,200-yard guy and a guy who is going to catch a lot of balls out of the backfield. I'm not saying that he can't be that. The alarms went off in my head when the Bengals, who are going to try to win a Super Bowl, also rolled out on that.
That was my second. That was going to be my second pushback. That was going to be my second pushback. You have allowed the greatness of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase to have you greatly overestimate the greatness of the Bengals organization and how good it's actually been. That is an organization that caught lightning in a bottle and has been very fortunate. They've made a couple of good moves, but to say that that's a well-run organization, I'm going to stop short there.
They have been one of the, to me, personnel moves they've made to a point where they lose Joe and they're in playoff contention last year, and they've got injuries to Chase and Higgins.
Good for them.
Their team. I mean, it's good for them. Their team the Bengals have been one of the better run teams in the AFC in the last 3 to 4 years.
They have had some success. They got the number one. They got the number one pick and drafted a very obvious pick at that selection.
Since then,
but
They've
listen,
put together good rosters.
I've got way more evidence that is not a well-run organization than I have evidence that it is a well-run organization. Them choosing Zach Moss over Joe Mixon, the Bengals doing that does not alarm me at all because they still be the Bengals.
The last 4 years, have they been a well-run organization?
I would not say so.
Have they put together? You don't think?
I don't think having success necessarily automatically makes you I think they have been a lucky organization.
You think they've been lucky? I think it's hard to go lucky for them to still be in playoff contention.
And they did a hard thing. They did a hard thing.
They did
a very hard thing. That is not a well-run organization.
The history of the Bengals have stunk. The last 4 years, that general manager and that crew, they've made really good decisions with the roster.
They're regressing to the mean. They're going back to their actual identity of being the Bengals. Then.
To me, I'm just saying if you.
Yeah.
They're reverting back now.
Yeah, they're reverting back to who they actually are.
Turn it over.
Yeah.
Like that. So that jumped off to me. Maybe it shouldn't. As you're saying,
no, they're the Bengals.
Maybe it shouldn't. I just found it very odd. A team that is looking to win the Super Bowl paid more to somebody that's less experienced. Paid more to a backup, and they let him ride. I mean, it wasn't that much more. It's like $500,000. I just found that and they only had 1 year with Mixon. I find that very interesting, and that just jumps off in my head from the text line. Ron, are we sure Mixon is an upgrade over Singletary, who was damn good in this office? Ocho. Yes, I believe he's an upgrade. I believe he's an upgrade. He's also 28, and he's also moving into that age range where we see a drop-off. We see a drop-off to where running backs start to – and in my mind, I'm thinking, is that what the Bengals are seeing? Is that what the Bengals are seeing? If it is,
I don't see how it could have been what they were seeing based off of last year.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe a little bit, but he was still a high performer last year. I think, and that maybe that is why the expectation is whatever it is. Like, I feel like the fact that we haven't really talked about Joe Mixon maybe says enough. It's like, hey, you got a real running back, real starting running back there. Everything should be fine. I don't really have much of a reason based off of what he's done recently to think that he's going to be much different than that.
So your expectations of Joe is to just be better, have the run game better.
Yeah, he himself is better than either one of Devin Singletary and Dameon Pierce, and certainly he himself is even better than that being your combination. I think you have upgraded significantly. I don't know if he's going to get 1,000 yards. The numbers, this is why I don't gamble. The numbers are hard to predict. But what does it look like? You know it when you see it. Do I have a frontline running back? Do I have a running game that I feel like I can rely on at the end of the year if it's cold, if the passing game ain't working or whatever it is? Is he that?
That move there, that Zach Moss thing, I found that very curious. That just jumped off. Why? I'm just like, why would they do that? Because in my mind, what I was thinking is, if the Texans said no to Saquon Barkley and then they brought in Zach Moss, hell no. That you talk about you need to improve the run game. You better not run Zach Moss over here. We had Zach Moss at the Super Bowl, and I was thinking to myself the whole time talking to him, he better not be the Texans' next running back.
I was just looking forward to Carrot Top.
That
did happen. Man, I think you over or underselling Zach Moss here a little bit. You are really down on Zach Moss.
I just
give Zach Moss a chance.
I'll give Zach Moss a chance. I'm just saying,
Zach Moss do to you.
Like, did you think that did you feel like Zach Moss and Joe Mixon were in the same level of running backs?
No, not necessarily.
I didn't. So to me, I was thinking to myself, damn, they went down and they're paying him more, and I was like, why?
It was a trend. I think the Titans did the same thing. Paid a running back who I don't think is as good as the one that they let go. Why did they do it?
That's a good comp.
It happens.
That's a good comp, but the Titans, I think, are in a different place. They're not thinking Super Bowl.
I'm just not giving none of these organizations too much credit, man. Thinking that they smarter than they really are. They ain't. They ain't, man. They ain't.
All right, coming up. The draft, the NBA draft is coming up very, very soon, and the Rockets have the 3rd overall pick. Is it good? Is that good that the Rockets have the 3rd overall pick? We'll discuss that next.
Ron Kraft Chevrolet, and get this. When you buy in June, you'll drive payment-free until September. That's about 9
approach to things, buy low, sell high.
Yes.
Well, Jake Myers right now is like if Bitcoin was $90,000 each.
The Big Orange Wagon with Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ooh, that was fun. That was a passionate conversation right there, man. That gets the passionate conversation of the day on The Drive. Just started that.
Brought to you by
no one. Someone could step up. All right. The draft is coming up. What we're what less than about a week and a half away?
Yeah, no, we should be right at. Yeah, we're less than 2 weeks away.
Yeah,
wow,
a little over a week and a half, but less than 2 weeks. It's like the 20. We might be exactly 2 weeks actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the 26th.
Again, check out Brandon Scott, Adam Spolane, H-Town Hoops. You can find it on Odyssey. You can find it anywhere where you find your podcast. H-Town Hoops, B. Scott, and Adam Spolane, as they give you everything. Fine, and they'll have it for you. And this is just what I'm throwing out to you and the people. Because the Rockets are in a tough spot. You know, hey, you got the number 3 pick. All right. Now, this isn't a draft where, like, you know, the number 3 pick is potentially Banchero, or the number 3 pick is Chet, Holmgren. Like, this is like that potentially could drop to you. This is a different draft, not as a generational player type draft. At least what we see right now. Now, I think somebody will be a star out of it if one or two, but right now it doesn't really. Like a lot of the evaluators aren't seeing that. But to me, the Rockets, they've had 2 first-round picks the last, how many years, Brandon? What, 3?
3, yeah.
3 years. They've had 2 first-round picks the last 3 years. And they've drafted a lot of young players. And this core that got them to, being in contention for the play-in is really largely built on the young members of this core. And they've got a lot of them. I don't know if they need any more young players to add to this core, especially when it doesn't appear that they have a selection of somebody that could be a generational player. There's not a Jalen Green potentially there. There's not, a Sengun potentially there at the 3rd pick. And so what it feels like for this team to take the next step, and when we watch these NBA playoffs, and I'm watching teams to the Eastern Conference Finals, and I'm watching teams like the Knicks, get there that don't have, that when you look at those teams and say, damn, I didn't think they would be there, and I'm seeing the Timberwolves rise this quickly. Hell, the Pelicans made the playoffs, and the Thunder and all that.
The Magic.
I know
it's the East, but
the Magic.
Banchero took the Magic
to the second round.
Yeah.
Right? Cleveland, whatever. Like, it's kind of changing on what that could be the possibilities of what they do next year. And it feels they need a veteran star of some sorts more than they need another young player. But they're in a position where, yeah, we got the number 3 pick, and we could use that as ammo to try to get that vet star. But is it enough? Are they going to be able to get that vet star with the number 3 overall pick? So my thought is, are the Rockets screwed with this 3rd pick right now? Are they screwed? Is that too far to go with it?
I think screwed is too far to go, but it is not ideal that this would be the year where they would go from, and obviously they didn't even have their own pick. They ended up benefiting from the Nets pick, but obviously it's frustrating to get some lottery luck, quote unquote luck, in a year where, hey, there are not clear-cut stars at the top of the draft. Even Sarr, Alex Sarr, the one who's expected to go number 1 overall, is not necessarily comped to be a franchise player per se. Like there is a question as to whether there is a single franchise player in this draft. Much like, well, franchise player, but like maybe even an all-star. How many of them are there, and how much harder is it going to be to identify for teams to identify, given so many of the top prospects are also foreign-born or play overseas. So it is a difficult draft to evaluate. I do think that they're screwed in terms of how difficult it is to evaluate the draft at all, aside from all of the things that you just mentioned, the circumstance that they're in. So it's a curious spot, but I do feel like there are still some options within it. I agree with your point about it. It's better, obviously much better if they can trade this pick and package it to go get a star.
Because there are years where you got the third pick that, hey, a team that's saying, all right, man, maybe we want to tear this down with Paul George.
Yeah.
Or maybe we want to tear this, all right, man, we're done with Jimmy. Or maybe some people don't like this, but I'm just throwing out guys like, all right, Trae Young, we want to start over in Atlanta, and we take this third pick, and we like.
And it feels like it happens almost every year.
But it doesn't. But
with 18.
But it doesn't feel like this third pick is bringing
Let me address that. I don't think so obviously the third pick by itself is not bringing that. I don't know. Like, it had to be a really rich draft to just swap. I mean, you're going to swap a third pick for an established star. Like, you're going to have to, and I think always we're going to have to package whatever pick or picks with one of these players. Like, you're going to have to part ways with one of these guys from the core, or maybe one of the expensive guys, say a Dylan Brooks or a Fred VanVleet. Both of those deals are expensive but tradable. You can offload those. So I think that there are ways.
So they could try.
Yeah, it would be the pick, and then you would have to figure out how the numbers make sense with either one of your more expensive players, or if this team also is intrigued by one of your core players that you're willing to part with. You know, maybe not all 6 of them you feel like is a part of the future. Maybe one of them you're willing to part with. So I think that that's doable. I also think that now, so ideally you want to do this for a star player. But just in terms of how this draft shakes out, let's say there is no star player to go trade this pick for, which would suck, yes. I do think you could find yourself trading down, because I think the quality of player that you could get at 3, this wasn't the year to get draft luck, because the quality of player that you could get at 3 feels similar to the quality of player that you could get at, say, 9. So all you really need is either a star to become available to you, which is the ideal scenario.
Is what you're hoping. You cross your fingers with this pick later.
The next best thing is that there's at least one team that disagrees with the rest of us on there not being a player that you got to have in this draft.
It could be somebody who falls in love with them.
Yeah.
Like, we want that pick.
So if somebody like really wants, let's just throw out Donovan Clingan out there, the big man from UConn. Let's just say Memphis. And Adam Spillane, I'm going to credit him for this, because he mentioned this on our last podcast, on the H-Town Hoops podcast. There is some chatter out there that Memphis might be interested in Donovan Clingan. They pick at 9. What if you can move down to 9 and still get the same quality of player, because Clingan is probably redundant on your team, so that's probably not who you're drafting. What if you got a guy at 9 that you could have got at 3 and then just get more picks? Now, I know you don't want more picks, but if you can get more and still get the same value of player, then that makes sense as well. So it's not great.
If I'm the Rockets, I don't even want to draft someone in the first round. You know what I mean? Like when you say that drop down, because look at it. You got. I'm not even talking about the vets that you have, and I know you talked about Dylan Brooks, who was a starter, and guys like Fred, who's a starter. But I mean, you've already got Jabari, you've got Sengun. Those are young cornerstones you got to figure out with potentially. Tari Eason, who was injured. That's another young player. Whitmore, another young player. Like you just have, obviously, Jalen Green, another young. How many more do you need to add?
If you could give me a bona fide All-NBA player, I would trade the third pick, Jabari, and one of those expensive dudes.
Trade Jabari. Yeah, I mean, that is because Jabari and them are cheap.
Yeah.
And they're young and maybe.
And I like Jabari, but out of the core 6, that would be the one I'm most willing to part ways with.
Because that's the thing to me is how can we get out of having to add another young piece? Because like you went 41 and 41, they're primed and ready with the addition of, and I know you don't like this, it's just some of like a Donovan Mitchell. They're primed and ready to to take the next step to the postseason and have these guys grow with a.
That's the type of name.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying. Like that he's the guy. But I mean, if you could get Paul George to come through here, that would be fantastic. Like the fit, but I don't know what his situation is.
I would trade the third pick, Jabari Smith, and one of those other expensive guys, either Dylan Brooks or Fred VanVleet, for either of the two players that you mentioned. Even though I'm not as high on Donovan Mitchell, I would be lying if I said that doesn't make them significantly better.
Don't you feel like it's time for the Rockets to make a move? Like, when I say make a move in winning.
Yeah,
they made a move here, but now you made that, you're taking that step. Now it's got to be a feel like we got to get in the playoffs.
Yeah. No, 100%. Now, does that necessarily mean that you've got to trade the number 3 pick to do that? No, I don't necessarily believe that, but it does feel like the best way to do it is to go get you another star, to go get you an actual bona fide star, for sure.
Do the Houston Texans need to have a top 5 defense to get to the NFL, to get to the NFL's AFC Championship game? Do they need to have a top 5 defense? The stats say they may have to. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe.
apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Trey's at camp. First time
Space camp?
Sure. No.
That was always my favorite.
He went to like a camp with the church. He's a couple hours away. First time he is sleeping away from us.
Oh.
Or not family.
That's
his
a big
grandparents.
deal.
His grandparents.
Think he's gonna handle it all right?
So I think so. He left yesterday. You know, they got the little thing you can keep up with photos and stuff.
Mm-hmm. He probably couldn't wait to get away from y'all too, man. He ain't never been away from family.
And
church camp's fun, man.
I get the picture and figure out we didn't move to Texas because he's got a rifle in his hand, a BB gun rifle in his hand that he is.
Had a kid. Shoot some cans, my man.
This is okay.
I don't think there's anything that is more ubiquitous in Texas than guns in the Bible. So he's at a church camp learning how to shoot a long gun. That is
my grandfather was a pastor for 50+ years. We never mixed it, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
learn about David with that slingshot, then doing some shots with that rifle. I love it.
I had a slingshot, not a rifle. But
bet you kill a lot more with that rifle than you will with that slingshot.
Yeah, man, it'll be fun, man.
It's not biblical times no more.
Tracking the photos with him. Yeah, so they had cinnamon rolls for breakfast, so I felt like he was in a pretty good place.
I love a good cinnamon roll.
Good for him. All right, how good does this Texans defense have to be next year?
85 Bears.
Okay, well, see, so for them to get to the AFC Championship game, because that's my goal. That should be the goal. I think they need to take a step further. That should be the goal. I ain't gonna sit here and say the season's a failure if they don't do that, but it's the next step. And they have added to this team as if they are trying to operate to that next step. I wonder about that. You were talking about the defense a lot yesterday on Texans Report here with us. If you missed that, you can go to the podcast page in the 4 o'clock hour, the third segment in the 4 o'clock hour, and you can listen to that in full. But I'm looking at that, and we're talking about the defense. I'm like, well, how good they got to be? Because, honest to God, my expectations straight up, I think they're going to have a top 5 offense. I think they have the straight potential to have a top 5 offense, and I will be very, very disappointed if they're not at least in the top 10 in offense next year. They should control a lot of the game because of their scoring of their offense.
The arrow's pointed up.
And every year is different, but if we just take what we saw last year, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the 49ers, and Lions were all in the championship games. That was the Final Four, the place that the Texans are trying to get to. The Chiefs, Ravens, and 49ers, they were 1, 2, and 3 when it came to scoring defense, all giving up under 18 points a game, and all 1, 2, and 3 when it came to total defense, which means yards. They were all top 3. And then the Lions, they're the last team. They were 23rd in points and 23rd in total defense. So they are an outlier when it comes to that Final Four. I know every year is different, and we look at what we have this year in the AFC and in the NFL overall. How good? Do they got to be top 5? Does it have to be that good?
Hey, I'm going to go top 8.
I was going to say top 10, depending on how high up that top 10, top 5 their offense is. But
if the offense, yes, but if the offense is not at a certain level, that's going to automatically put more pressure on that defense and sort of change if not the expectation, the requirement, what's needed from that defense if the offense doesn't have of it. So sticking with the defense, I think there's a couple of things. First of all, that pass rush got to be a lot better. They were okay last year. I think they were about average.
Yeah.
But the numbers you were just putting out about those great teams from last year, the ones that were finalists, they rushed the passer. They weren't just like the Ravens and Chiefs weren't just 1 and 2 overall. They were also 1 and 2 in sacks.
Yeah.
In sacks. Where were the Texans? Right there in the middle of the pack, 14th. Okay, so that's another
thing. We agree.
Thing.
Their defense has to be better than it was last year.
Yes.
For them to get to where they are.
I don't think there's a question about it.
There's no question. I don't think they can come back, even no matter how good, to me, their offense is. And I think their offense will improve, obviously. But they've got to be better than they were last year. And to be honest, they have the parts, even though their schedule will be more difficult. They have the parts where they should be.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, namely the Danielle Hunter signing and the Danico Autry signing, to me, you're bringing in 2 double-digit sack guys. That's not to say that both of them are going to get double-digit sacks. You hope Danielle Hunter does at the very least because you're paying him $50 million.
Feels like it should be improved to. At least those 2.
At least at the top end of it now, I do have an issue because it's linebacker that if that hurt. Gets banged up, then what are we looking at? I'm a little bit concerned about that.
Henry Toa.
That will be interesting if that ends up being what you have to end up working with. But the pass rush, I mean, they should be much better than 14th in sacks like they were last year. You should be getting after the quarterback on one side, Danielle Hunter on the other, and then Danico Autry as somebody who can either spell either one of those guys or bump inside and rush with them. To me, it is absolutely important that this is a better team rushing the passer. I feel like that starting up front is something that can either make up for or even help them improve on the back end in places where I don't think they necessarily have to take a step back. I think it's important that on the back end they don't take a step back. You expect them to take a step forward based off of what they did on the edges up front. On the back end, you're just hoping and praying that they don't take a step back because I don't think they can afford that.
And I think they take a step forward with Christian Harris too, potentially. How the type of weapon he can be, rushing the passer too, blitzing, all of that stuff. So I think their front seven as a whole gives them ability to improve in a big way, not just the guys up front. But that one really caught me off guard. To really notice how good those 3 teams were defensively last year.
Yeah.
To see, damn, all 1, 2, and 3. They were in the A, and I think widely many of those probably would look at those as the 3 best teams last year. 1, 2, and 3, bam, they were that when it came to scoring defense and total defense. And I think the other part to this is, Brandon, I think you also got to look into what they potentially will. There's a playoff run where you can create a scenario. Like right now, we would say the Texans are favored to win the South. We'd say the Chiefs are favored to win the West. And we look at their offense. They struggled mightily last year. They became a field goal kicking offense. But they look like they're getting more to the up and down the field, big play type of an offense that we were accustomed to seeing. When you see they add guys like Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Rashee Rice in year 2 whenever he gets on the field. And then we look at, the North, that's either the Bengals or the Ravens. And those are 2 top offenses. You look at the East, we'll see the Dolphins. That's a really good offense.
Well, the North is obviously possibly the best division in football. Because if Cleveland is your 3rd best team.
I don't want to go crazy about Cleveland's offense yet. I'm really just trying to focus in on teams with great offenses, and I can't put that with their quarterback situation.
I'm just saying in terms of how good it could be. And hell, man, they look pretty good when maybe their best move is to go to whoever their backup is. We'll see how that goes. But to your point, though.
I'm just saying overall, those teams, like Buffalo, we'll see what they look like and what happens with Josh. But Josh is a top quarterback.
Kind of like we were saying earlier, you're not like the Lions operating in the NFC where you can kind of afford to have a middling defense because you're facing all of these teams that you just mentioned that's out there.
Yeah, it's tough. Like the Lions got a run of the Bucks and the Rams to get to the game, which you could see the Texans having a run into better offense. And if you look at their schedule is full of teams that appear to have explosive offenses.
I think the best thing that could happen for the Texans is if the pass rush lives up to its expectation, lives up to its billing, and then the surprise would be, hey, what if Kamari Lassiter is like a dude right away? Not necessarily all pro. I'm not saying he's Sauce Gardner or nothing like that, but what if he's out there and is a legitimate number 2 cornerback? And, obviously this is banking on Derek Stingley being around, right? Like if Derek Stingley gets hurt, now you got a whole nother issue at that position. But let's say Derek Stingley's playing and Kamari Lassiter goes out there, and on both, you got legit starters on the outside. Figure out maybe one of these guys you just brought in can help you in the slot at nickel or whatever the case may be. But also that pass rush lives up to its billing. To me, that's the beginning, or at least the makings of a defense that could be top 10. And we'll see with the linebacker situation, if the safeties can bounce back and be healthy, and obviously Jalen Petrie, if they can figure out the best way to get him going. But you need a couple of things to go right for you. The only thing where there's this confident feeling or expectation is that, hey man, that pass, they shouldn't be 14th in sacks. They should be top 8 in sacks.
Yeah. All right, coming up, Tom Brady had a big night as he is now Patriots Hall of Fame, retired his number 12, but he had some comments about Bill Belichick that he spoke of last night. We'll let you hear what those are, as well as, was Luka screwed? Was Luka unfairly officiated last night? Was that the wrong move to foul out the best player on the floor with 4 minutes left? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Coors Light. I said no surprise. I'm telling you, Coors Light is the way to go nowadays, y'all. It's just the way to go. And here's several reasons why, right? It's the beer that's made to chill. Who the hell doesn't want to chill? It's the world's most refreshing beer. I like
Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty, who is not here today. He is out. He'll be back tomorrow in his place.
Well,
B. Skeezy, B. Scott. You hear him. You've been hearing him all day. You hear him all the time right here. And you can read his work, find his work at sportsradio610.com. He is in the building along with the Dilf. Big. That was a little late. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T. Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. And, folks, Tyler's got to handle some business here in just a second. But before you do, Tyler, I do want to let the people know 5 O'Clock Fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And, listen, Luka is getting absolutely lambasted today for many reasons. And I wondered if it would happen because the first 2 games of the series, he was getting that we treat our superstars different ways. He was getting the, it's not really his fault treatment, as opposed to, hey, you're the star, you're the best player, you guys are supposed to win no matter what. And then that changed, I believe, as soon as late last night when I don't know if Scott Van Pelt knew he was going to get some action like this, but he finally ran into somebody who looked like he has been fed up with what he has been watching in Brian Windhorst. Here's Brian Windhorst of ESPN, just simply was asked about his thoughts with Luka, and then he took a knife out and cut up Luka.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, you better bleeping challenge it, as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a on the court. They are ahead in this series because they've attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Wow, dude. I'm not saying anything he said was wrong. And now everybody is all over him.
Well, because none of it was wrong, actually.
Damn. Like the part that got me was, hey man, he was just matter of fact. Like he ain't raised his voice like I might.
He's very reporter gentleman-like about it. Hey, it was fitting that he would end the game on the ground.
But I've heard Brian lose it before. He was just fed up. Like, I don't even want to give you my energy of getting animated. This is just where I am.
He seemed measured.
Yes.
I mean, because he thoroughly broke down and went through the issues that are Luka. And I called him earlier in the show an enigma. He is an enigmatic figure right now. I mean, to me, it's insulting. It would be bad enough if it was just the defensive effort or if it was just the complaining about the officiating. I think the defense is obviously much worse because it is impacting their actual results on the court. But how it looks and how it feels, you could say it's insult to injury, but you could also even make the case that it is even more insulting and feels worse, or it maybe rubs you the wrong way even more so, watching him go out there and whine and complain about the officiating when he himself is out there getting cooked on one end of the floor.
Can we just park it there with the defense? Is he this bad?
We're watching it.
It's like I've seen. Well, listen, Steph is not a great defender. All right, we've seen other guys. Kyrie, his teammates, not a great defender. But it's not like, hey, the game is just that easy. We're just going to, like, I've seen people hunt guys like Steph. They are all hunting him. And they're not even hunting him, Brandon, just to hey, let's switch out and get him one-on-one. No, they go to the other side of the court to make sure he is the only weak side defender on the other side of the court because they know he sucks at rotations too. I mean, he is so bad to the point there. I texted this to Tyler and Clint last night. I said, and I texted to you later, I said, this may feel hot takeish, but I felt like their chances to win the game were probably equal when he fouled out because he was that bad defensively. They were getting not a good, but a great shot every single time down because he was on the floor. He is so bad, Brandon.
No, he's awful. But
you called him a cone in our text chain
he's
earlier.
a cone.
I mean, he's
a cone.
Rough.
He's a cone. Maybe even not as good as that. But this is also, though, where I would credit the Celtics because where they have the advantage, and I think the Mavs have been helped by the fact that maybe you can hide Luka here and there against most teams. Most teams don't have five guys. Look, well, there is no hiding against Boston.
No, yeah, you're right.
They're too good of an offensive team.
They say, here, Derek White, you have it.
Yeah, no, you cannot hide a zero or a net negative on defense. You cannot hide that player, whoever he is, even if it's Luka, against the Boston. And it makes even more sense to go at him because if he's this bad defensively and we actually go at him, we can foul him out with 4 minutes left to play because he's so bad. And so he hasn't faced a team like this. There might not be another team, honestly, like this in the NBA that you just cannot hide. Wherever you go, there you are. And if you're this bad defensively, you're going to get exposed. He has been exposed these first 3 games. And we already knew he wasn't good defensively. But, again, this is a product of him not being able to hide it.
No, it's rough. He did speak today. He said he vows to have fun.
Good for you. Do you vow to guard? Can you check somebody, please?
No, that's not fun, man.
Can you move your feet?
If I said because this is the two things for him is that we've heard a lot all day is, yo man, you suck at defense in every single sense of it. Defender, whether you are the weak side defender, wherever you are, whether you're the rotation defender, you are awful at every. I mean, ESPN on multiple occasions, Jay Williams. He had like a 5-minute cut, like package of how many bad things he did defensively. That's the other one. And then the other thing is, will you stop complaining with the refs? Over under, if I said it at 2.5, you think he's over or under? After hearing all of this, I'm sure being talked to, you think he's over 3.5 complaints to the ref?
Oh, I can't even imagine. Yeah, I'm going over.
Over and a lot.
I don't know if he can help himself.
You don't think he makes a
hell no
a decision in his mind, a mindful decision. All right, I'm just going, like he said, I'm gonna play fun. I'm gonna leave the officials alone. I'm not even gonna do anything. You think he still at some point just starts being Luka?
Yeah, I don't know what that looks like with him. So no, I can't even picture it
because you've never seen it.
Yeah. You know how you can't dream of something that you actually never seen before?
I would imagine that's a focus, to just let the officiating go. But you're right.
Yeah, I don't have that vivid of an imagination.
Can't pull it off. 3-0, by the way, real quick, would you play Porzingis?
Ooh.
He was riding that bike for some reason for the game when he was ruled out.
Well, and that confused me. If he can ride that bike, he can't come out here and jog a little bit? What is it, a calf? That was the last injury.
No, that's the other one.
What's it?
This is this rare injury where only 32 people have ever had it.
Man, if you don't get your big ass out there and play the finals, they don't. And it's not like he didn't contribute. In that first game, he was incredible.
Tyler put a flyer bet on him to be the MVP, and I think after the first 2 games, if he'd have had a big game 3, I think he had a shot.
I thought that 20 was about to turn into 1,400.
I think Jalen took that though.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Tom Brady. Tom Brady last night, big night in Boston, right? Boston, the Celtics go up 3-0, and then they retired Tom Brady, and he's in tears speaking to people in the Patriots Hall of Fame. They've also retired his jersey number 12. I thought this was interesting. He told Bill Belichick, "It wasn't me, it wasn't you, it was us." I think that is the case. I think that is the case. But ever since he has left him, boy, it's not that Bill has just lost and that Tom had success and won a Super Bowl and was in the playoffs every year. It is like Belichick in some ways has become dumb as a football coach and just dumb with some of the decisions that he made. And some of the stuff, and if you watch that Dynasty, I know Tyler did. I'm not sure if you did.
I did.
It felt like I watched that and then watched what Bill has done post Tom. It just felt like a lot of times Brady was saving his ass. Just saving his ass. Bill is an amazing defensive coach, but boy, I believe what Tom. And it don't feel that way from watching what has happened the last 2 or 4 years since Tom has left.
Oh, but remember how the doc illustrates that Bill was steadfast and sticking with Tom, even when that didn't seem like it made the most sense. When that was a curious decision. Really, Bill? Tom over Drew Bledsoe? And he continued to do it after Drew was healthy, and folks were confused about it. Bill and his staff, they saw something. And so to the point of that Brady's making it being both of them, it took the foresight in the very beginning of Bill Belichick to say, hey, we are going to make this move and move on. Tom Brady is better than Drew Bledsoe, even though nobody knows it but us right now. And so I give him credit for that. But let me ask you this. Do you feel like Tom Brady is saying this to Bill Belichick if the consensus in the football and overall community is that it was Tom Brady and that Tom Brady won this war or won this battle? I feel like we've already decided that. Tom Brady knows it. Bill Belichick knows it. And so now on the back end, Tom can go to Bill and say, oh, it's all good, buddy. It was both of us.
Everybody.
Wink, wink.
Everybody else will say other things.
Oh, wink, wink.
To the point that you made there with Bledsoe and Brady, but at least in that situation, he had the, hey, we're winning with Tom. When he went over there and made Judge Joe Brown, and
egregious,
and Patricia the offensive coordinator,
he had defensive and special teams coaches calling offensive plays.
There was nothing that made sense to work that. That was, and then firing him to bring in Bill O'Brien
No, I think he's regressed.
Yes,
but Tom Brady played for 20 years.
At least at the time where it was a curious decision. At the time, I remember, dang, he ain't going to play Drew Bledsoe?
Yeah.
Then Drew Bledsoe came in and won that AFC Championship game, and he still set his ass in the Super Bowl. But at least they had won with Tom. Them decisions back there, they were curious from the jump, and then flat didn't work.
Tom has won the post-Brady Belichick era of Patriots. He has obviously won that. But I don't think that means – and we did this with the narrative, is it Brady or is it Belichick? Okay, who does better once they're apart? Oh, Tom did, so it must have been Brady. I don't think that's to me, it's overly simplistic. Brady could have been better after Brady Belichick, and it still mean or not mean that Brady Belichick wasn't a dynamic pairing, and it was both of them the reason why they had all of the success leading up to that.
This one just popped into my mind. I know you're a betting man, Tyler Milner. Would you right now, put money that number 7 is retired here in the future?
Yes.
Yeah, you put that quick. You thought you I said you not
to
even
explain.
Think about it. 7. You think 7's going to be retired? Obviously, I'm talking about C.J. Stroud.
Two lines of thinking in my response to that. One, the rookie year, the offensive rookie of the year performance we just saw, and hopefully that continues, and he's great. 2, talking about betting, if that were to be a prop right now, it would be so far out in the future that the odds would be freaking amazing. I'd be all over it. I would be all over that.
Texans don't retire numbers. You're going to go in that Wall of Fame, and then it's going to be a Hall of Honor, and there's going to be some schmuck wearing number 7 in 15 years.
So they don't retire numbers at all?
That was ring honor.
That was what I gathered from listening to the McNairs when they came and talked to us.
Does somebody wear 80 and 99?
No.
They just don't wear them.
Yeah, they just don't wear them.
T-Mill, that's the NFL
that's
for
retiring. You think when he gets done
would that work for Vegas? If it doesn't actually get retired?
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll change the verbiage to Ring of Honor.
I need to get that. They don't retire numbers. Have they come out and said that?
Yeah, whenever they were in these studios, they basically all but very black and white said it. Yeah.
They didn't say that they would never do it, but they did kind of indicate that they don't necessarily believe in it.
You think anybody else will wear 7 after C.J. Stroud's done?
If they're smart like the players do now with 99 and 80, nope.
That's the better way to ask the question, and I will go with no. I'll go with no.
You think he's the last one to wear that number?
Yes, I do. I do believe that.
You believe his career is going to be that? Did you think that he was going to be the last one to wear 4?
Yeah, at the time.
Did you think that was
At the time.
was good?
Old Tavier sure did get it, though.
And
old Philip Dorsett sure did get that number.
I just wondered, were
That's
you
a
feeling
deep
that?
cut, too, by the way.
Were you feeling that
Philip
way
Dorsett.
2019 that he was going to get at that 4? That was the last one going to wear that. I sure as hell did.
And you mentioned 99. I mean, the next time that number's worn, maybe by JJ himself for the Tech.
Don't get Ron riled up.
Look at his face.
They're gonna put a statue out there too outside Gillette too. I think I saw a 12-foot statue.
Yeah, a 12-foot. Last time we did a show together, we heard about 2-foot statues that they put up in Philly. So thank God in Boston they're putting up real statues.
What is wrong with them in Philly? Putting up trophies as statues.
What's the Tom statue?
Ooh, it's got to have the high cheekbones. It's got to have the high cheekbones.
Maybe him kissing his son.
Does he have an iconic pose? It's not him kissing him
the screaming in the end zone.
Screaming in the end. That's got to be. Yeah, that's got to be it. Where he almost throws his.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
I'm trying to remember if he had one when he got a Super Bowl, or maybe it's the one when he hit the first one. When he did that, it was on YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
When he did that, that's real young. But but you got to get Tom in the mist.
I want drunk Tom from that Super Bowl parade whenever he's being carried by his friends.
He would be the Buccaneers.
That's Tampa.
He'd be the Buccaneers.
Oh, okay.
So to do that there anyway.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah, what is the Tom pose? All right. I'm really trying to be patient with Dana Brown. And I'm telling you, if he comes out and says, if he says this one more time, I'm going to snap. I really, truly am. And wait till you hear what this man Brandon thinks is. I didn't think there was anybody that thought this. Something worse than Jose Abreu, and it's not Joe Espada. We'll discuss that day.
Really, dog?
Ability tree experts. My man Louis Flory, he's got 45-plus years experience right here in the
Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tough night tonight, fellas. It is not a sports night right here, baby. Seriously, what is it? Does Caitlin play tonight? What is there to watch tonight?
It is not a live sports night. It is a catch up on TV, catch up on documentaries.
This is a TV night. This is straight up TV night.
Yeah, catch up on whatever you're missing. Yeah,
I got. Does maybe Caitlin? Does Caitlin play? No, the Fever do play.
How do you get their games?
So like we were saying, not a big sports night.
Peachtree TV.
Oh, I feel like you got to be in Atlanta.
They are screwing up.
You got to be in Atlanta to get Peachtree stuff.
This is silly. How could they? Why would ESPN not air this tonight? Why wouldn't this be one of the games to take? Right? There is no. I mean, especially here, the Astros are off. The Yankees have played during the day. Like I'm just trying to think of like the premier baseball teams that you give a rip about. What did you say? There's a
on FS1 you've got Angels and Diamondbacks, but not nationally televised. You do have the Rangers and the Dodgers playing tonight. I don't know why.
That's real late.
It's real late. But if you're gonna showcase baseball on a national stage, that's the only one I see right now that I'd be willing to.
The national game today is Diamondbacks Angels.
Ron, do you remember that game we played when we tried to name hockey players?
I don't want to do it.
We don't have to play that game again. But there's a reason why we didn't. Well, how come ESPN is not playing this Caitlin game? ABC and ESPN Plus has.
Oh, it is a Stanley Cup.
Wherever we're at in the Stanley Cup situation. Game 3, it looks like.
Tonight. Someone did just text in. Stanley Cup Finals tonight, baby.
Yeah, there you go.
I stand corrected.
Yeah,
somebody will watch that.
Yeah, you go on ABC. Don't even have to have ESPN.
They got it on ABC?
Yeah, you don't even have to have ESPN Plus.
My fault. I stand corrected. I was wondering what is on tonight. I mean, that's probably not. That's still not going to change what I said before about it being, as you said, not live sports night. It is catch up on TV shows.
Yes.
Or I'm looking to start a TV show.
Yes.
I got completely caught up on Clipped.
Good show.
It's a good show. Awful casting. One of the worst casted shows ever. Like it's almost so bad that you like. I don't think Lawrence Fishburne is good. I mean,
I love him as an actor.
I think he's good to
his
Lawrence,
acting's good, but
Lawrence, you got to drop 25 to play the role.
Yeah.
To me, man, you got it.
I thought the same.
But how old is he though?
I don't care, man.
They didn't have to make Doc that big.
You got to get serious, man. Especially that Doc.
He's 62 years old. No, you've got to cast somebody who is the proper size already.
If I'm Doc,
you ain't got Lawrence Fishburne.
Lawrence is a good one. Like Lawrence is a good one. Like if you tell me, like you said, Lawrence Fishburne, like I can picture because I can package that Lawrence Fishburne, tuck that suit in. I can see it.
Yes.
Just give me 21 pounds. And that could have.
I'd be so pissed if I was Doc.
That could have done. Did you hear what he said? The first time they asked him about Doc Rivers, he said, "Who is Doc Rivers?"
Oh, Lawrence, not a basketball guy.
I don't know if it's Lawrence is throwing shade or what. But the Blake Griffin, honest to God, the Blake Griffin casting may be one of the worst casting in the history of television or movies.
See, I got a theory though.
That guy's 6'1".
Well,
and he's as skinny as Tyler. that was all
out there jumping over keys.
Matt Barnes is the best casted. My man drove from Insecure. Matt Barnes is the best casted person in the whole thing.
Man,
the rest of it's awful.
But Dro don't look nothing like Matt Barnes. He's just a tall, light-skinned dude.
But it's the best. At least Dro's hair can get there. It's better than that big four-headed dude they got playing Chris Paul. That ain't Chris Paul. That big old forehead that dude got. Like, if you're going to tell me, all right, man, that dude's about to do a movie where he is about to play the role of Plaz, I would be on it. Or he is about to play the role of Yo Gotti. That guy could pass.
His most famous role is a dude named Murda in that Star show.
Was that Power?
Pink. It's about a strip club in Tennessee, I think. Pink. No.
No, I know what you're talking about.
The Pink, or the name of the club is Pink. I'm blanking on the name of the actual show. But it's like a different kind of show, and he is like the street dude in that show. That's what I know him from. He ain't no Chris Paul. That's very confusing. But this is my theory.
That forehead, boy.
It is so poorly casted. It's so bad. You feel like it's got to be on purpose, right? Like, doesn't the show have the vibe of that it's going for slight docudrama, but also parody?
I think Al Bundy.
Yes.
I think Al Bundy is all right.
Yeah, he's playing that role well.
But when they've got
the girl V, that's
when
good.
they've got V massaging Al Bundy's feet. I don't hate to give away the show. Well, when they've got her massaging his feet.
I can't call him Ed O'Neill, by the way.
Oh, he's Al Bundy, or
I can't.
Yeah,
it's just Al Bundy.
He's Al Bundy. When they got her,
or Jay
P Valley, that's it.
P Valley, that's what I was going
Shout
for.
out to the text line.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
get it.
yeah. I don't know why I was blanking on that, but like that scene feels like parody, right? Where they've got her rubbing his feet in what looks like it's about to be a real sensual scene, and then she goes down and starts rubbing his feet with his socks on and everything, and then just how ridiculous, just having Al Bundy in there at all as Donald Sterling to me seems like a joke. It seems like they're trying to have fun with you. I feel like they're in on the joke. Hulu and this production crew. Did you see the cover of it? It's got like nails holding basketballs that look like testicles.
Yeah, got balls.
Yeah.
Give them balls, V.
Yeah.
Give them balls.
I feel like they're in on the joke.
Yeah.
We're all having fun laughing at the thing.
The casting is horrible. Like, I'm in there saying, that's Blake? That dude's going to jump over a kid? You got to be kidding me. By the way, real quick, I did want to say this. If Dana Brown comes out again and says, yeah, I just can't see a space where we're being sellers. If he comes out and says that again, I'm just going to lose my mind. He doesn't have to come out and say that we are all in, baby. No, he doesn't have to say that. Just don't say, I can't see a way that we're not sellers. Please stop doing that. All right, please. Because the architect, maybe Joe Espada, maybe the players, they get to be delusional. But the architect and the person putting together this thing does not get to be delusional.
The what? What you call him?
He's the architect.
All right.
Him and Jim, whatever.
Yeah.
He's the architect.
The what?
The captain. He's the one putting this thing together. He can't be delusional and say, you know what? We're not. Like I said, he don't have to go out and tell people, hey, man, we're done. We're out. We're out of it. We're selling. He don't have to come out. Just don't keep coming out saying, yeah, I just can't see a space where we would be sellers. I can't see a space where we would. No, you can see a space. You better be able to at least see a space. That better be at least things that you have talked about and looked at. I just don't want. They got to go 59-34 to get to 90 wins.
Right. The more
59-34.
The more he says it, the more he talks like that, the less I believe he's. Makes sense.
Yes,
like the more he says it, I don't know how frustrated I can get at this point.
The acting architect, even the acting architect,
the architectural face,
whatever he is. Yes, he can't say it. Stop saying that.
I think that's his job, though, to go out and give and be the messenger, but not to craft the message per se. The more he says that, the more, because I don't know if he believes the things that he's saying.
I don't believe it. Just stop saying. It just sounds stupid. What are you talking about? We're not. Oh, y'all not gonna have. Y'all ain't had a single. Y'all ain't have no single thought about. Yeah, what is it gonna look like if we, maybe make some moves. Maybe Bregman. Maybe like this. There is no way those. There's no way those conversations haven't been had.
But he also might not be allowed to say that I'm not allowed to deal certain guys, or I haven't been given the go-ahead to act responsibly.
But what I'm saying,
because that could be the case as well.
But he doesn't have to say any of that.
Yeah, no, he could stop talking.
He could just stop saying, like he could keep saying, like, hey, We got these guys together, and we are still pushing. We still believe there is a chance for us to win and get to the postseason. That is what our goal is. He could say all of that without saying, yeah, I don't see how we could be sellers. That's not what we're going to be doing.
The way to avoid this, what he could say, which is, I think, the truth and the reality and would be fair, is the market dictates whether you're a buyer or a seller. So we'll see what the market dictates when the trade deadline comes. But that's what determines whether you buy or sell, where you're placed in the market. What can you get for what? What do you need to go particular position? All he's got to do is defer to the market. Give a very cliched answer of, we'll see what the market dictates when that time comes. He ain't got to be all declarative of, we ain't going to do this and we not going to do that. Man, look, y'all are stuck in between the two sides. You're not exactly a contender. You're not exactly the worst team in the world. We don't know what you are. You don't really know what you are. So
but nothing can be off the table.
Nothing should be off the table.
Right, nothing should be off the table.
Off the table. Yeah. I don't know what the hell they actually got going on over there.
That's B. Scott. Clint will be back in tomorrow. We'll continue here live on The Drive. As I will say this, Brandon has helped me a bit feel better about this Joe Mixon thing I'm struggling with. I won't say, like a texter said earlier, that he cooked me on this. Let's calm down. I will say he did say some things to make me feel better, because I do have to tell you, something about Joe Mixon don't quite make me feel as confident as I think many of you are in him. We'll continue this discussion coming up next right here live on The Drive.
The biggest mistake you can make when selling your home, folks, is obviously settling for less money. And the good news is that won't happen if you're dealing with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down and ultimately cause you to settle for thousands less than you expected. Good thing is, once again,
Rizzy today and visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint will be back tomorrow. B. Scott has been in today. Tyler as well. Remember, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. And behind them, as I see the guys are working already, Sean Bijani, beer for breakfast. Sean is getting all kinds of nicknames. Maybe I see Chris Santiago back there. Oh, Sean Bijani, bada beam, bada boom, little beer for breakfast, like he's on spring break in the building.
I'm good for a morning marg at Snooze.
Oh, I love a good mimosa.
I'm good for a morning marg.
Like Snooze. Snooze is a good one. Got to drive a little far to get there, but it's a good one.
There's one not far from here, though, if you ever went, like, before work, maybe a 10 o'clock morning right there by the Galleria on Westheimer.
We bang them out on Sundays a lot. That's when we hit Snooze.
Yeah, Snooze. Morning marg with, like, an omelet or something, or... Yeah, I could do that.
Can I ask you guys a personal question?
Of course.
As you're winking, I'll get to Joe Mixon here in a little bit. Have you all gotten tired of Tommy Richmond, $1 Million Baby yet? Have you got tired of that song?
My kids haven't, for whatever reason.
I mean, this is clearly the song of the summer.
I'm not sure I know what track you're talking about.
I like the song.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
You need a 9-year-old in your life, then.
It's not just 9; it's everywhere. I can't get away from that thing.
Yeah.
Everybody who does, I bet you go put it in. It's. I think it's clean for the most part.
Yeah, go ahead and put radio version if you can.
Yeah. But this you can't miss it. I know Tommy Richmond, $1 Million Baby. I can't. I mean, every time I pull up my phone, anytime I watch a video almost of anything, it's the background. I know Tyler has heard it because he stalks Joy.
It is,
and she had a video with it in the background. I can't shake the damn song.
It's a toe tapper.
No, yeah,
it's a toe tapper. I got to get it to him.
But I
is this it?
Yes. You've never heard this?
I think this is the first time it's entering my ear holes.
No.
Oh, man.
Really?
This
Tyler.
Is everywhere. You need to go brunch.
I don't listen to a lot of, new music.
I can't get away.
Oh, I might recognize it.
Oh, yes. It's behind. It's like everybody has it on the dude. I swear, I can't shake this song. I just opened it up on my phone. I went to the bathroom earlier, and it popped up again. Somebody had a video with $1 Million Baby in the background. I mean, I cannot shake this damn song.
Every now and then, I'll take requests from my kids when they get in the car. I let them know, hey, I'm not really taking requests, but every now and then I'll entertain. This is always the first request.
Is it?
Daddy, can you play $1 Million? And all three of them, which all three of them rarely agree on anything. All three of them, consensus on this song, a banger.
Text line roll through. I've only heard 30 seconds of the song. It is on anytime I pull up a video to watch, I will say the first time I heard it, I think was when Joy had a video and it popped up on me. I can't believe you ain't heard that one with hers. That song, I and not on purpose, I probably hear it 5 to 10 times a day, some piece of it.
Yeah, at least multiple, yeah, for sure. More than once, for sure.
Some piece of it. I can't believe you ain't never heard this.
I think I've heard it before, but I definitely don't have it in my music and have played it myself.
I said that high-pitched joker right there.
Yeah, it's taken over the summer.
It really has. It has become the song of the summer. I'd like to hear John Harris's thoughts on it.
Pump sling at 7.
I bet he's heard it. I bet Vandermeer's heard it multiple times.
Really hard to avoid.
It's hard to avoid. It really is. All right, no, I'll say this, man. You helped me feel a little bit better about the deal. The Joe Mixon thing, the thing that is hard for me to shake, because I feel like a lot of people have high confidence that Joe Mixon is going to be a big improvement over Singletary. And I do think he is better than Singletary and Pierce. I don't want to say that. I don't know that we're going to see the guy that. I mean, he had multiple 1,000-yard rushing seasons, and he was a guy that was between 350, 500, 600 yards receiving at times. The year they went to the Super Bowl was his high water mark, where he's like 1,200 yards and 600-700 yards receiving, something like that, where he was really, really good. I'm not saying that I don't believe he's going to get to that. But the thing that I couldn't get out of my head was one, the expectations, and then combining it with the thought of it really threw me off that the Cincinnati Bengals, who are also an AFC power and looking for a Super Bowl, because when Joe Burrow has been healthy, before this year, Joe Burrow 2 years in a row, one made it to the Super Bowl, and then the next year was a play away from making it again. Back-to-back AFC championship games. You know, he made it. It's 1-1 in that game. And they are still hunting for that. They are keeping T. Higgins. They are keeping Jamar Chase. They have made some moves. And for them to say, yeah, to be our new back, and we'll pay him slightly more than we would actually have had to pay Joe Mixon, that threw me off. Because never in my mind, like I've never thought that Zach Moss was on the level of Joe Mixon. Even with Joe Mixon's age, but Zach's not young either. I've never thought that he was on the same level of him, and that caught me off. Well, what do the Bengals know?
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
And you shouldn't think that, because I don't think he is Zach Moss on the level. So I'm with you.
And I guess that makes me feel better is what you said was your expectations for Joe Mixon aren't. You don't even have 1,000 yards for Joe Mixon as expectations. And maybe if the expectations are brought down, maybe the expectations should be similar to Zach Moss' expectations.
Yeah, so
even though he's a better player, but maybe similar to that. And that makes me feel a little bit better about the expectation, because I felt like when it happened, I felt like people were like, ooh, let me give me 1,200.
Let me nail down an expectation with a number a little bit more so than I did earlier, because we kind of throw 1,000-yard out there, but we got to remember, man, Joe Mixon is an all-purpose back, can do it all, and obviously this is going to be a heavy passing team. I'll set my expectation right here, right now with this. 1,300 all-purpose yards, however it comes. So if that means 900 rushing and 400, receiving, or if it means 1,000 rushing and 300 receiving.
Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
And I suspect this will be more compelling than whatever the hell it was I was about to say.
I would say.
Breaking news out of the AFC South. It's not the Texans, but it is the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Rappaport is reporting the Jaguars have reached a deal with their star quarterback. Star used loosely there, if you're asking me. Star quarterback Trevor Lawrence.
Just say the news.
Sources say they are.
I like the editorialization of it.
Sources say they are giving the former number one pick Trevor Lawrence a 5-year extension worth $275 million. Otherwise, $55 million a year, with $200 million guaranteed and $142 million fully.
Yeah, so per year, I think is that under Joe? I think Joe is a little over $55 million, and maybe that jumps him over Jared Goff, who was second year by year. Again,
Rappaport says it's right up alongside, so I don't know what that means, if it's the exact same or right under or right above. He says it's right up alongside Joe Burrow.
Sunshine got paid.
So, yeah, as I've seen it here, Schefter too. Yeah, right, 275, 5 years, $200 million guaranteed. 142 at signing. Go ahead, big fella. This is not surprising at all, and not shocking at all. This is something me and Clint just don't see eye to eye on. I understand why Jacksonville did this. I understand why they paid him. They're not over. I mean, if you have a quarterback that performed the way he has, and yes, he has not been Patrick Mahomes, but you got a quarterback that you've had for 3 years when you personally tried to absolutely kill him yourself by hiring Urban Meyer, who's someone who didn't deserve the job, whatever, and put him through a hellhole of a first year where some people just don't recover. And then the next year you get him a competent coach. They come back, they win the division, win a playoff game, and have Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs on the ropes in the second round of the playoff. If they didn't have 2 turnovers, in that second half, they may have beaten the Chiefs who went on and won the Super Bowl. Then last year, they were leading the division most of the year. They, in Jacksonville, I bet, would say to themselves, if maybe Trevor didn't have one of 3 or 4 different injuries, including to his shoulder, including a concussion, including a leg injury, that maybe they would have been able to win the division. This makes sense. Now, are they saddled? Sure. But he has played to a certain standard where you knew you were going to pay him. And you might as well pay him now before this thing jumps up. Just like right now. It is hard to imagine what C.J. Stroud could do to, in 2 years, not get paid.
Yeah, he'd have to fall off a cliff. Maybe actually literally.
You know what I mean? Like he's done so much already. He's shown so much already. I'm really to punt and start all over again and try to find another one. So, no, this is not surprising at all. He got paid. We knew he was going to get paid, and we'll see what this means.
That number for Stroud is going to be so freaking astronomical when the time comes.
It is.
Oh,
It
my
is going to
God.
be a big number.